Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. I do apologize. I'm running super late. I'm running like 2 hours late, so it's gonna be an all-nighter, all-morninger, more than likely. And on this season 5, episode 43, I was wrong yesterday. It wasn't 44. It was 43. Part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in Part 1. And that is a Black explanation of Charlie Kirk's death and message. Should Black people have empathy for Charlie Kirk? Celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk. What's next after Charlie Kirk's death? Tyler Robinson's grandmother says the whole family is MAGA. MAGA on MAGA crime. Black students at NYU targeted after Charlie Kirk. Unaliving Trump facial droop at the 9/11 ceremony. Stroke speculation explained. Charleston white crashes out at HBCU. Illegal immigrant mass shooter on the loose in Texas. 6 shot, 2 dead. Illegal immigrant shot and killed by ICE agent in Chicago. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News is the first one, and we started back in 2020, 2021. Also, we have Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which started on Blog Talk Radio way back in 2016, 2017, and we have the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, and that started in 2021. So please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including the Revolutionary Agenda, Jay Militant's channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Kool Keezy's channel, the brother that does our intro track, The Democrats Don't Speak for Me, the Church of Black Power, link is also in the description. Our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. And also we have the petition for reparations in the description. We have Lady Cherry's GoFundMe in the description. And of course we have the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, if you don't understand what racism, white supremacy is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say healthy nutrition. And that's by the great Neely Froder Jr., who just transitioned in February, ProduceJustice.com. And then when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Neely Froder Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism. The only racism is white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who passed away in 2016. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Blacc News. Let's see what y'all have to say in the comments. I see Jab Jabbery in the building. Salute to the Jab. Salute to Mac 285. Oh, you're right on time, Jab. Salute to Twin as well. Twin Pyramid, I see you. Yeah, peace, Twin. Peace, Matt. Peace, Jab. Shabaka won't be joining us. He has a doctor's appointment in the morning. Salute. So it might be solo dolo unless Lady Che comes on. in the tether-free zone, exactly, tether-free zone. Let me hop right into it with what Professor Black Truth had to say about Charlie Kirk. So Professor Black Truth is back from his hiatus. He's been on a hiatus for like 2 weeks now. So welcome back, Professor Black Truth. And he had to start off with a bang, and that is about Charlie Kirk. So without further ado, I'm gonna let the good professor get to it.
Hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal.
Lightning almost never strikes twice, except this time it did. Charlie Kirk was doing one of his usual college appearances where he was decrying all of the black gang violence, because that's the biggest threat to America, don't you know? And then he was shot by someone with a rifle who was on top of a building. The exact same thing happened to Donald Trump last year, shot by a sniper from a rooftop. The difference being Trump only had an ear grazed. Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, was struck in the neck and died. And it was obvious that this incident was going to be politicized as hell because the news was delivered to the country not through the usual white media organizations, but by the Orange Man himself in a special public address from the Oval Office, something he has never done about any of the mass shootings, even at schools or anywhere else. But he did it in this case. And of course, the GOP was eager to try to see if they could exploit this one for all the political mileage they thought that it could get. Charlie Kirk celebrated the attempted murder of Paul Pelosi, who was beaten with a claw hammer in his own home. Kirk smiled and laughed as he talked about it. He had an ear-to-ear grin on his face. He even went on the internet and asked his viewers to bail the attempted murderer out.
By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some question.
And then predictably, he went on to the white right's typical go-to talking point about Chicago, talking about cashless bail, etc.
I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco. But if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately.
How is it that someone charged with murder is let out on bail? Gee, I don't know. How is it that George Zimmerman murders Trayvon Martin but is given bail? How is it that Kyle Rittenhouse kills 2 people and gets bail? Daniel Penny strangles an innocent man to death in broad daylight and gets bail? How many cops have murdered black people in cold blood and been given bail? But of course, neither Charlie Kirk nor any other right-wing blowhard ever mentions that. Suddenly, they have no problem with cash bail when the killer has killed a black person or those demonstrating on black people's behalf. So Charlie Kirk doesn't have a problem with people being charged with murder and getting bail. He just has a problem if he doesn't approve of their victim. Prior to Charlie Kirk being killed, the big issue that the white right was running with was that there was a Ukrainian woman who had been killed, allegedly by a black man, and of course Donald Trump making hay about it because I guess that all of his National Guard movements throughout the country haven't been enough to get people to shut up about the Epstein thing. So as far as he's concerned, he's just going to bring up black people every chance he gets. You don't give the orange man any points for originality. But as for Charlie Kirk, he played right along with that exact same narrative. Charlie Kirk was a raving hypocrite. That's the problem that people had with him, aside from his out-of-control racism. The split instance that the news of Charlie Kirk being shot had hit the airwaves, you had the white right, led by the odious individuals in the GOP, immediately screaming, we need to have all of this sympathy and empathy. But understand, Charlie Kirk himself said that empathy was a bad thing.
Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy, I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time.
So clearly, no matter what, he wouldn't have wanted empathy. He certainly denied empathy to enough people. And as far as sympathy goes, keep in mind, sympathy is usually one step removed from contempt. He never discussed white-on-white crime. That was something that Charlie Kirk and the rest of those zealots over at Talking Points USA, that's what I'm calling it because that's what it is, they never talked about white-on-white crime. None of the right-wing nuts ever does. Ben Shapiro was himself a target of a white person who threatened him with bodily harm live on air. Not a word about white-on-white anything. 80+% of white people who are killed in the U.S. are killed by another white person, but the copy and paste stat trolls never mention that fact, and neither did Charlie Kirk.
White individuals are actually more likely to be attacked, especially even per capita, by black individuals in this country. And in fact, if you want to actually talk about race-focused activity, why is it that you then ignore all the race-focused activity of black on white crime? Will, I want to live in a race-neutral country. I don't like talking about race all the time, but when I see it and I see the left ignore it and we try to make them live up to their own standard of rules that they force-fed us during the chaos of 2020, it really goes to show the destruction that this can lead to the entire nation.
Fixating on phony stats about black crime may help take attention off the real problems that white society has going on, but it's not making them any safer. In fact, we saw that on the very day that Charlie Kirk was killed, there was also another school shooting that had taken place in Colorado. You see, all of the scapegoating of black people and all of the distractions and deflecting onto black people, it's making white society less safe. But the white right doesn't care about that, and neither does the white media. From the schools to movie theaters to their political rallies to their public appearances. It's a shooting gallery, and it ain't Pookie and Ray Ray who's doing it. Gabby Giffords, Donald Trump, Melissa Hortman, and now this. Charlie Kirk's very last post on Twitter was a demand that the death of Irina Zarutska must be politicized. As he himself put it, it's 100% necessary to politicize it. That's what he said about the murder of a white woman who allegedly was killed by a black man. Only thing on his mind is it's 100% necessary to politicize it. It was about getting political mileage out of it. It wasn't about a person whose life was ended. He didn't care about justice. He cared about trying to get back at the so-called left for the uprisings of 2020. This is also the same putrid sentiment that Ben Shapiro expressed when he was agitating for the murderer Derek Chauvin to be given a pardon for his federal conviction. Shapiro didn't say a word about Chauvin being innocent. He didn't produce any evidence that he was innocent, same way he continued to repeat the lie that George Floyd died from a drug overdose, even after the medical examiner's report proved that he hadn't. Shapiro kept lying because this isn't about the law or justice. It's about white power not being challenged. You see, the big issue that the white right had, the reason that Shapiro was wigging out and the rest of these white right people all this week have been crashing out about Charlie Kirk being killed, is because white supremacy doesn't like taking any L's. That's the reason why they started threatening all of these HBCUs. Black people didn't have anything to do with it. As far as they're concerned, Charlie Kirk being killed, especially that he was killed by a white man, that proves that he was wrong. That was the ultimate slap in the face to all of his anti-black talking points. He was their own personal avatar, and their avatar was killed by the very thing that he didn't talk about. It basically verified everything that black people had said. They don't care that he was killed any more than he cared that that Ukrainian woman was killed. It's all about political power. People being murdered, that's nothing more than points on the board. That Zarutska woman was a refugee from Ukraine. She wasn't even here in 2020. Her death had nothing to do with the 2020 uprisings, but it shows that for the white right, they took an unprecedented L that year. They were traumatized by it and still are. They saw people standing up to the thugs in blue. And that's the only way that the white right or just the dominant society in general can get their way. They have to use armed thugs in order to do it. That's what the police represent to them. The Charlie Kirks and the Ben Shapiros and others saw that the people could crush the enforcement arm of white supremacy in a single day if they chose to, and they saw an example of the people choosing to. The white right-wing nuts have repeatedly said that the proverbial clock needs to be turned back in time. In fact, that sentiment was very popular with Charlie Kirk himself. He told Donald Trump that, well, Trump, if you want to get back to the 50s, The first thing the country will have to do is to undo the 60s. And he made it clear what he meant. It's perversely predictable that you got these people on the white right trying to compare Charlie Kirk to Dr. King. I mean, that's the last brain cell in a demented mind that tries to come up with that one. First of all, the white right hates Dr. King. They try to find a way to take his words and to twist it and say Dr. King wouldn't have stood for affirmative action when he was the very freaking architect of it. Charlie Kirk himself, though, being part of this new young generation of white right supremacists, he decided that he, for one, had enough of the white right conservatives pretending that they liked Dr. King. He wanted to go ahead and put that pretense aside. It was time to go ahead and say what they really thought. After all, it was Republicans who were leading the charge to vote against a holiday for Dr. King. So all of their pretend respect for him, it was nothing but a lie. It was them putting on political theater, even though nobody was fools. So Charlie Kirk was like, hey, let's just go ahead and stop pretending. Let's just say what we always thought about him.
Some tech blog called Wired Magazine.
You'd think they would write about like,
crypto,
computers, the internet,
Bitcoin, crypto, hacking,
engineering, but apparently
cybersecurity.
they just police what people think about a certain infamous American of the mid-20th century.
Yeah, some holy figure. We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. As we note in the piece, Kirk has previously described Kirk as a hero and a civil rights icon. It's true. I used to be wrong. What inspired Kirk to shift his view on MLK? Why does Kirk think that MLK is a bad guy? When Kirk says that MLK says, quote, one good thing he didn't believe, what does he mean by that? Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right? Once a week, we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. How did we get here? And how much of our race-obsessed politics is because of the elevating of MLK?
The right needs to stop mythologizing this guy and really needs to stop taking this one line in one speech about, having a dream and children. And obviously, it sounds great, but you have to actually look at his record and the things that he did and the things that he supported and the people that he supported, the policies that he supported, the mass race riots that were going on all throughout the 1960s that he didn't seem to bat a single eye at that were going on.
Why is it that the person that gets their own federal holiday is the person we've never actually criticized?
And so he said it. He said Dr. King was a bad guy and that Dr. King only said one good thing that he didn't actually believe. And then he said, well, we've got to criticize Dr. King. How come we can't criticize Dr. King? Dr. King was criticized his entire life. He was criticized, demonized, lied about, and murdered. What Charlie Kirk and his ilk are really butthurt about is that they don't have any heroes or icons of the stature of Dr. King. That's what they're angry about. Whenever you talk about the heroes of the Charlie Kirks, you see slave owners and rapists and killers and mass murderers. Those are the heroes of the white right. They don't have anybody like Dr. King. And whenever people remind them of who and what Dr. King was, they see how puny and insignificant their own heroes are. That's what it's really about. It's a matter of we don't have anybody like Dr. King, so we got to destroy Dr. King. So for the morons and idiots who are trying to make false comparisons between Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King, they can save it. Charlie Kirk himself didn't like Dr. King, and that's why we bring the receipts. So you're not going to get away with that one. Dr. King fought for a society where color was no longer going to be the determinant of how far someone could go in life. Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, he wanted color to be the sole determinant, but he wanted to make sure that nobody was allowed to say it, that you couldn't object to it, that you couldn't protest it. That's where the phony talking point about, well, if you say that somebody's a racist, that makes someone a racist. Really? And I'm sure that he would agree that if you call somebody a terrorist, that's what makes someone a terrorist, right? Of course not. Charlie Kirk would definitely not agree that saying that black people commit all of this crime, doesn't that just make black people criminals? Because after all, if you're going to call black people criminals, they're just going to look and say, hey, if you're going to call me a criminal, I might as well go ahead and just act like one anyway. I'm sure he would agree with that, right? With the exact same logic? Of course not. Charlie Kirk did not want a society that was colorblind. What he wanted was a society that was ultra color hypersensitive. But what he wanted was for this ultra color hypersensitive society to be one where you couldn't say it. You would just have white fiat and there would be nothing you could do about it. That was his definition of colorblind. What it meant was color silent, silent about the blatant white supremacy and white privilege and white primacy that the society would be based on and would carry out every day. Just don't say anything about it. In fact, you're not allowed to say anything about it. That's what he actually wanted. Not color blindness, but color silence. And that's the reason why prior to his death, Charlie Kirk was one of the main people talking about the death of that Ukrainian woman. He was obsessed with so-called black on white crime, which is ridiculous in and of itself.
White individuals are actually more likely to be attacked, especially even per capita, by black individuals in this country. And in fact, if you want to actually talk about race-focused activity, why is it that you then ignore all the race-focused activity of black on white crime? Will, I want to live in a race-neutral country. I don't like talking about race all the time. But when I see it, and I see the left ignore it, and we try to make them live up to their own standard of rules that they force-fed us during the chaos of 2020, it really goes to show the destruction that this can lead to the entire nation.
Black people have neither the time nor the inclination to target anyone. Charlie Kirk had made an entire career out of demonizing black people. He made it a point that he would repeat the phony black crime stats every chance he got, talking about black on white crime, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, the very week that he was killed, he had been talking about how black on white crime was just this big threat and that white people were just so in danger because black people were coming to get them. In fact, his very last Twitter tweet on Earth, the very last Twitter tweet that he posted was about how the killing of that white Ukrainian woman had to be politicized so they could go after all these black people. That was his very last Twitter tweet, the very last one that he ever posted. That's what he chose to do. And because he decided to spend his entire career pushing the lie that black people are the biggest threat to white people's safety and black people are targeting white people and said all this phony racial hysteria, I decided that when the news dropped that he had been killed, I pointed out he's been killed by a white person. Why? Because those are the actual stats. Those are the actual numbers. Over 80% of white murder victims are killed by other white people. Virtually all political assassinations in the U.S. are carried out by a white suspect, usually a white male. I can't think of any white women who have carried out political assassinations. And I didn't just do it once. I did it a number of times just to point out I didn't have to wait until there was anything confirmed. I know what the freaking numbers are. I actually know what the statistics are. So because of that knowledge, I didn't have to sit back and wait. The DNC shills and the low IQ bootlicks, those clowns, they were like, well, we don't know. I knew. By the way, on a side note, I couldn't help but notice that a lot of the loudmouths who called themselves attacking me because, well, you said Harvey Weinstein was probably going to beat the rap. Instead, he went to prison. What you got to say now? I noticed that those same people are quiet the other 99.9% of the time. See, I didn't need to wait until a suspect had been named or any photographs were put out there. As soon as I heard he had been killed, I say he's been killed by a white man. And I posted it up there. You can see the timestamps. I didn't have to wait. I already knew. Why? Because I understand the system that I live under. I understand how it operates. Now, Charlie Kirk had some illusions about it, but those illusions have been taken away, as has his life. But Kirk just kept on repeating it anyway, because if you repeat a lie long enough, it becomes the truth, right? Meanwhile, the FBI reported that over 80% of white murder victims are killed by other white people. Charlie Kirk never mentioned this fact even once. None of his supporters did. And now Charlie Kirk has become an addition to that statistic. As I've long said, you don't have to live in the real world, but you can't live anywhere else. And the fact that Charlie Kirk's killing has knocked Irina Zarutska right out of the headlines, the white right's not even talking about her anymore, that shows how patently false and hollow and hypocritical and phony they were being. Their outrage was just the typical phony white right outrage. They were trying to use her death as a political football in some putrid game of power politics. All they wanted to see was how much mileage could they get out of the corpse of this dead white woman. That's all it meant to them and nothing else. And whatever policy that they thought that they were going to use Irina Zarutska's death as a springboard for, well, they can go ahead and forget about that. Charlie Kirk's death, on the other hand, is not politically profitable to them, mainly because of the fact that they can't blame it on a black person. That's what they really wanted. They were hoping that some crazy Negro walked in there and just shot him up. But that's not what happened. It was the usual person who does it, the one who always kills all of these people. That's who's responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. That's why you had the governor of Utah out there practically on the verge of tears, ready to start boo-hooing and bursting into sobbing and crying. I was praying for 33 hours that it wasn't one of ours. Well, we know what one of ours means. It means a white man. That's what it meant. He was hoping it was somebody who was other than white. I need a sacrificial lamb. We got to get some political momentum going. We're stalling out here. We need to get some political momentum going. Well, if it's not one of ours, and they were ready to jump all over this. See, that's what the white right's been doing. They're trying to flood the zone with misinformation and disinformation, kick up some white noise, say that the person was black, say that the person was of the left, etc. Anything that would give them the ability to say, all right, we got to go to war. We got to do whatever we want to do now. Now we got the carte blanche to just do anything. We can kill or whatever. That's what they were trying to tiptoe and edge their way towards. But just with everything else that these guys do, that one blew up in their faces. These people are not very bright, and they try to make up for their complete and thorough intellectual inferiority, their low IQs, with high amounts of violence. But in the end, they wind up usually pointing their guns at each other. Violence begets more violence. It certainly doesn't beget progress. So the big question now that a lot of people have been asking is, what is the long-term impact of Charlie Kirk's death going to be? What long-term impact will this have? You haven't heard me say much about it because there hasn't been anything to say on that front. Donald Trump was hit with a bullet last year, and if that didn't result in any sort of widespread MAGA madness, the killing of Charlie Kirk won't either. Yes, you're going to have some right-wing violence regardless, probably even see an increase in it, but they've already been killing people before now. That's not going to be new. Back in June, you had yet another white shooter from MAGA, this time in Minnesota, and he shot 3 people and their dog. He shot a Democratic state senator, John Hoffman, and then he went on to the home of Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman. He shot and killed her. Then he killed her husband, Mark, and even their dog, Gilbert. This is what happened just a couple of months ago. Oh, and what did the Orange Man have to say about that? Absolutely nothing. What did Charlie Kirk have to say about that? Absolutely nothing. You had a MAGA maggot who went on to kill 2 people and wound a third, killing them simply because of their political party. And he had a list of like 70 other people that he was going to go after. This guy was going to make a freaking day of it. And as far as they were concerned, politically motivated killings? Oh, never heard of that. Oh, well, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. Charlie Kirk is killed. Ooh, we need action, not thoughts and prayers. We need legislation. We need policy, not thoughts and prayers. And what is Charlie Kirk's death going to mean for Donald Trump? Well, Trump didn't want to have to deal with the Epstein scandal. And with one of the online white right's favorite trolls having been killed, they're not talking about Epstein anymore, or at least that's what he was hoping. Because there seems to be a groundswell of people who basically, because the killer in this case is not somebody who's from a demographic that would be politically convenient for them, black. Because of that, they're like, oh, well, we don't need to be worrying about the killer here. That's what happened with Nancy Mace. Congresswoman Mace, she was talking about how the left's been killing us and we're going to be fighting back and we're not taking this. And as soon as they found out who the killer was, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. That's what Charlie Kirk would want, thoughts and prayers. So for the online sphere, you got a lot of people who are saying we're not going to take our eye off the ball. Charlie Kirk's death does not change the fact that we still want the Epstein files. Charlie Kirk was one of their personal avatars. He was a stand-in for their own putrid, cheap, bigoted mentality. So for him to be killed publicly when he was doing a public appearance to, as usual, attack black people, that's got the white right shook, and they need something to make them feel normal again. Getting back to Epstein. That'll do it. And there have been others still who have been saying that Charlie Kirk had a couple of murmurings about Israel that he had made, whether or not the U.S. needs to be sending them so many weapons and so much money and such. A lot of conspiracy theories going around. Not to say that Israel, if his stance on them had changed, wouldn't want to see him assume room temperature. Benjamin Netanyahu has certainly killed people for less. But it is to say that if Charlie Kirk was starting to get a little bit wobbly on Israel, that would certainly be an interesting thing to bring up. Ben Shapiro certainly wouldn't like it. And Ben Shapiro brings us to the next subject of this evening's address, and that's the so-called groypers. We're talking about Nick Fuentes, the white Latino, white supremacist little organization. Now, just for the record, Nick Fuentes basically makes his living trying to show how extreme he can be, and he decided that he was going to get into a 3-way fight with both Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, saying that Ben Shapiro basically is an Israeli puppet, which is true, and saying that Charlie Kirk basically wasn't white supremacist enough, which is false. But Nick Fuentes was making the point that Charlie Kirk wasn't extreme enough. Charlie Kirk was wobbly on too many things. This guy, he wasn't hardcore enough. He was just a pretend white supremacist. I'm the real thing. That's what Nick Fuentes was running around doing with his pals. And this back and forth that Nick Fuentes and his putrid followers would have with the putrid followers of Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, this little 3-way online fight that they had, they called this the Groyper Wars, apparently. Well, it just goes to show that these guys clearly grew up on a steady diet of pop culture. These are the best names they could come up with. See, this is what happens when your culture doesn't have real heroes, doesn't have real icons, doesn't have genuine freedom fighters. When all you got are a bunch of slave owners and a bunch of self-interested gangsters and rapists and opportunists, when these are the only people you can point to as having any sort of name recognition among your culture, then what happens is you don't have any real heroes. And when it comes time for a fight, you don't have anyone virtuous that you can appeal to or draw inspiration from. So instead, you're reduced to trying to draw your inspiration from video games and movies and cartoons. You got these fools trying to make themselves out to be some sort of heroes based on Star Wars. Yeah, well, Charlie Kirk ain't no Luke Skywalker. But the significance of Nick Fuentes happens to be that a lot of the talking points that the killer in this case, this Tyler Robinson individual, a lot of his postings and the things that he was writing on the ammunition that he used that was recovered from the scene, a lot of this stuff had video game memes on it, and a lot of it had what people have identified as groiper talk, the kind of language and jargon and verbiage used by followers of Nick Fuentes. That's what a lot of people have been pointing out. A lot of this stuff wasn't just coming out of this guy's head. He was repeating what had happened online. There have been a number of people who said that this guy was basically terminally online, that he lived his life online, and that apparently what he did was supposed to impress a lot of those folks who were online. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to do something that would impress them in the real world. Nick Fuentes is, of course, denying everything. I don't know why. It's not like the authorities are going to be coming after him. He's not black. So because of that, he doesn't have to worry that anybody's going to be coming around him up or that they're going to be arresting him or trying to shut him down. Come on, give me a break. They didn't do it with the Oath Keepers or with the Proud Boys or any of those guys until January 6th. That's when they finally came for those guys. And that was because the Democrats were back in control. And because of that, the Orange Man couldn't protect his minions, at least for a few years till he got back into the White House. So Nick Fuentes doesn't really have anything to worry about. I don't know what it is that he thinks that he's preserving by getting out here and vigorously defending all of this. It doesn't matter. Now, for those of you who might have, I don't know what I would call it, more broad ideas when it comes to these kind of instances, as far as conspiracy theories goes, well, it's hard to say. Was this actually some sort of organized hit that was taken out, and not just some disaffected groiper who got his hands on some guns, some half-baked clown who came from a family full of white privilege and decided he wanted to prove something to his online chums? Could there actually be something else at work here? Hard to say. Things like this don't occur because someone wants to make something happen. They occur precisely because the goal is to prevent something from happening. Big, messy things like this inevitably get used as nothing more than a smokescreen for someone to hide behind while they try to forward their own personal agenda. As the old Roman saying goes, cui bono, who benefits from the crime? Charlie Kirk is dead. Who could be in a position to benefit from it no matter how this shakes out, no matter who gets the blame for it? Who would be in a position to do that? But we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. Though if I put on my tinfoil hat, it's enough to make you believe the conspiracy theories. People posting memes that Charlie Kirk asked Ben Shapiro about Gaza, and that might have set something bad in motion for him, as if their young white mouthpieces might decide to go the way of Marjorie Greene. When that happens, someone like Charlie Kirk would be more useful dead than alive. The online sphere will be in a tizzy about this, but the power behind the scenes won't be. Charlie Kirk was an operative for them, nothing more. He wasn't a leader, he was a follower, taking orders and selling the soap. Yes, he had a higher profile than, say, a Richard Spencer, but he wasn't meant to be a leader. He was always meant to be a cheerleader for his donors' point of view. Was this the result of the white powers that be getting rid of someone who was proving defective? We shouldn't rule it out. He was a tool, after all, and as I've always told you, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks them. And that doesn't just go for the black tools. But one of the interesting things that come out of all of this is that you got a lot of folks in the dominant society who are pointing their fingers and other things at one another. And these people are now at each other's throats. I had said that it was going to be a good thing for the Orange Man to get back into the White House precisely because it would lead to these kind of confrontations. Now, Charlie Kirk in specific wasn't necessarily part of my calculus, but it doesn't matter. The growing belligerence of the white right would at some point require the Democrats to do something about it. Or it would make their supporters realize that they can't rely on anyone but themselves. This is how you get movement when you have a system that's decided that's going to dig in their heels and not do anything. You make it where it becomes so painful that people have no choice but to decide that they're going to do something. Now, the DNC shills and the online cowards who are attacking the Blacc media and saying that we were the bad guys for daring to make demands? I want you to look at what's happening right now, family. One of the chief mouthpieces for anti-Black racism has been taken out. The white right's own campaign of anti-Black demonization got derailed in mid-stride because of that. And as Black people, we're able to sit back and observe all of this. All of these people who were previously so comfortable are now catching hell. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, nor did I tell anyone else to. What I did was I pointed out that neither the Democrats nor the Republicans were on Black people's side, and that the exact same way that the DNC shills were falsely claiming that there were Democrat policies that could benefit Black people potentially, I also pointed out that if you look at it in its totality, some of even the orange man's own policies could actually work to Black people's benefit. But just like the Democrats, he wouldn't be doing it for our good. He would just be doing it for his own interests, just like the Democrats. It is absolutely crucial to be honest about whether or not somebody's policies are actually going to benefit you. And you don't try to turn it into some sort of asinine zero-sum game where there's one side over here who are definitely good for you and the other side are definitely not. You can only do that if you've actually done a balanced clinical appraisal of them. See, that's what we in the Blacc Media did. We looked at both parties and said, well, neither one of these clowns are for us. Now, if the orange man gets in there, at least on the immigration front and some other things, at least some of these other folks who thought that they have found a comfortable place under white supremacy, they'll be catching hell just like we had. And truth be told, as Black folks, there's not a whole lot that they can do to us that they haven't been doing all along. All of this fear-mongering and people quaking in their boots for no reason, especially from Black folks, you would think that we were the most privileged and pampered people in the society the way that some folks have been just quaking in their boots. It makes no sense. I saw that there would be certain advantages to having an unabashed racist back in the White House because he would be on his last legs and in a desperate position, and that being the case, he would make all sorts of irrational moves, the kind that would force precisely the kind of fight that we need to happen in order to break the political and social deadlock that's been going on for so long. That has been the chess move here all along. See, with 2020, what happened was you had the powers that be doing the same thing they did back in 2008. This country was on the verge of a revolution in 2008, believe it or not. And then what happened was the political powers that be decided they were going to pretend to confront America's cardinal sin, anti-Black racism. So they brought in a tether, a biracial bootlick. And they said, look, there's Black guy over here. Well, he's kind of half Black. He's going to be president now. And see, America is atoning for its sin. And don't mind the fact that all of these billionaires and mega millionaires who raped the national economy and ran the country into the ditch, never mind the fact that these guys are going to be given whatever little money the country has left, any liquidity the nation has left, we're going to just hand it over to those guys so that they can continue to have their gold-plated toilet bowls and continue to sniff coke off a hooker's rump, that kind of thing. We're going to make sure that nothing changes for them. None of them is going to get prosecuted. None of them is going to prison. And that's exactly what the country's first tether president did. He made sure that all of those rich white fat cats who ripped off the international economy, he made sure that none of them went to prison. He made sure they all got their big bonuses. In fact, they actually made out like fat rats. The country's wealth would be handed over to them. He didn't bail out Main Street. He bailed out Wall Street. That was the reason why they had no problem supporting him. That's what happened in 2008. Now, by the time you get to 2020, you had Donald Trump in office. And as far as the white left was concerned, well, unfortunately, the power was tipping too much in that particular direction. Donald Trump made some moves that made them think, he may not necessarily be as politically stable as we would like. We got to find a way to balance things. That means he's got to go. So with some very questionable chicanery at the local level in some key precincts, Donald Trump was voted out of office in 2020. And that's where the uprisings came in, because the entire purpose of the uprisings was actually going to be to break the enforcement arm of white supremacy. But as soon as Joe Biden got in there, first thing he said was, we're going to be diverting COVID money to prop up the thugs in blue. Oh, and we're going to be sending the Solicitor General to the Supreme Court to argue that we need to weaken Miranda protections, especially for civil cases. He did everything that he could to back up the police. How the hell is that any different than Donald Trump siding with the thugs in blue? Answer, it's not. This was not about trying to help Black people. This was about preserving the political status quo. It was about hitting the political reset button, because that's what they've always done. This time around, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to do so. See, this is political reality. Growth is painful. Change requires sacrifice. If you actually think that the entrenched powers that be who are living it up while we suffer are going to voluntarily bring about the changes that you need, then you're a fool. Established power has always told the oppressed that they can improve things, but they have to stay within the guidelines and the boundaries created by established power. Guidelines and boundaries that are meant to make sure that nothing changes. What the DNC shills don't like is that with white power on the march, they can't lull you to sleep with empty talk about universal health care or women on the Supreme Court. Barack Obama sitting here humming a few bars of Al Green, that's not going to do it. And Kamala Harris talking about vibes, ain't nobody going to hear that. When you're facing an existential threat, you got to come up with some tangibles and some serious policies. And the Democrats are showing that even now they're determined to not do that. This is not political confusion on their part, no matter what a lot of these online chumps may tell you. This is the Democrats formally declaring that their job is to maintain political continuity. Both political parties are revealing themselves to be nothing more than wings on the same vulture. Trying to change things from the top down by voting for candidates who you think are going to do something, that only works when those candidates actually want to change things. None of these guys do. So, how do you break this kind of political gridlock then? You got to shake things up by making people uncomfortable. Now, yes, that takes time and it takes suffering, but when put under hardship, people will eventually get off their butts and do something when it hurts enough. This is not a fast process, and it's certainly not one that's pleasant, but when all else fails, that's what you're left with. That's a political reality that too many of us simply don't want to accept. All the talk about National Guardsmen in the streets means nothing. They become part of the background scenery after a while. As long as people are still able to go to work, as long as people are still able to enjoy their creature comforts, they're not going to be concerned about troops standing there. After a while, they'll get used to it. People aren't about to fight white supremacy until they see it directly threatening them. And for a lot of people, that scares them. The prospect of having to stand up to white supremacy, they get scared of it. They were certainly scared in 2020, but just like in 2020, when the people decide they've had enough, the thugs in blue can't stop them. And don't let anybody tell you that the Democrats seriously oppose the likes of Charlie Kirk. They did not. He's been out there for at least a decade doing his anti-Black routine, and Democrats ain't done a doggone thing about it. Democrats aren't running on a platform to stop any of the policies or the initiatives that the Charlie Kirks of the world have been promoting. They're running to be the tone police. That's what they're about. Well, we have to strike a certain tone and we got to speak a certain way. Trump is so mean with his words and people need to speak more nicely. That's what Democrats are running on. And yes, Trump and the white right have been saying that they want to use Charlie Kirk's death as a springboard to try to forward some policies to silence their political opponents. Anyone who says anything they don't like, well, here's my question. Why don't the Democrats care about their own power in this case? If you know that the Republicans are targeting you, why don't you vow we're going to be standing up to these guys and let's go ahead and get some hardline policies in place to push back against them? Well, the reason the Democrats aren't doing that is because as they see it, the main threat isn't Trump or his white right minions, TPUSA and the Groypers. They're not the big threat. The threat to Democrats are younger voters who are making demands, specifically young Black voters, because they're making demands that the Democrat donors don't like and are determined to stop because the demands would reduce the donor class's power. That's the actual threat that the Democrats see. That's what they're actually running against. And you can tell because of the policies they put in place and the policies that they don't even mention. People have pointed out what we in the Blacc media have said for decades now, that the people who are outraged about Charlie Kirk's death are not concerned about the children who are shot and killed in America's schools every single year. Donald Trump was the one who personally sat in the Oval Office and announced Kirk was killed. He never did that for any of the school shootings that have happened on his watch. Hell, there was a school shooting the day that Kirk was killed, and he didn't say anything about it. Didn't give a word of condolence for the families of any of those young people who were injured. This is the same white right who only hours before Charlie Kirk was killed, they were going into phony hysterics about a white Ukrainian woman having been killed on a train. And yet these same people, they don't care about the kids being killed, white children being killed. It's a valid point, and we've answered it many times. White power doesn't care about its children being killed because survival is not at the top of white power's list of priorities. Staying in power, that's their top priority. Charlie Kirk said it himself. Gun deaths are merely the cost of doing business, and he considered it an acceptable price to pay. The school kids who get killed by mass shooters are not required for white power to stay in control. So these right-wing nuts who are pitching a fit, they don't care about any of those dead kids, dead white children. Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, he was a direct spokesman for their power. So when he's killed, that actually matters. That white woman who's on the train, she was a potentially useful political football because she was killed by the right color person. See, all of these school kids who get killed, they keep being killed by white males. You can't use that. We don't want a policy to be going after them. That's the reason why Nancy Mace on a dime could instantly go from, we're at war with these people, we got to go to war with these people too, we need to pray for these people. That's why she did it, because it was discovered that the wrong color person killed Charlie Kirk. Timothy McVeigh voiced holding the kids inside. He called his victims mere collateral damage, and his only regret was that the dead children distracted people from the political vengeance that he had wreaked. He was trying to make a political statement, and people were talking about all of these dead kids, these pesky dead kids. They were an annoyance because they diluted the message as he saw it. So you see, that's how the minds of the white supremacists works, because Timothy McVeigh, he was also a white supremacist. Unless you're forwarding their power, they don't care who dies or how often, even children. I'm sure that you've noticed that more than a few people have said, we have to learn not to resort to violence if we're going to solve our country's problems. First of all, as Malcolm said, you need to watch out whenever you see a Negro talking that we and our stuff when talking about America. We cannot say we and our. That's foolishness. And second of all, the people who commit the violence, they don't want to solve anything. As they see it, they're going to force the country to stay as it is. Hell, Charlie Kirk said the country needs to go backwards, to be more restrictive and more repressive. So people need to understand that the reason the country can't solve its problems, quote unquote, is because there's a number of people who have become rich and powerful precisely because of those problems. As a certain segment of the population sees it, there's no problem at all, other than the folks who are demanding change. It's not that they don't see how harmful things are. They see exactly what it is, and they're fine with it and always have been. The real issue is we have some people who are simply too empty-headed to realize that there's people who see all of these problems as actually being perfect. Unless you face up to that reality, you'll waste your time trying to make change with people who have no interest in changing anything. And then you run around in rhetorical circles asking, how come we can't make any progress? Because the people you're attempting to ally yourself with, they are the problem. White power is coming under pressure. They're losing their ability to stay unified, and that's an absolute requisite for white power to endure. We see them increasingly at each other's throats. This is what happens when you got a loud, obstreperous orange maggot in the White House who decides that he's going to be spending all of his time offending people. This is exactly what's called for. Now they will, especially the white right, try to maintain their unity by attacking us. That's what they keep doing. That's basically them saying, hey, we need for the dominant society to get on code. But that's not the magic distraction that they need it to be, not much anymore. The white right doesn't care about Charlie Kirk's death. It was all political theater on their part. They were performing for the cameras and trying to get as much mileage out of his death as possible. But now that the killer's been caught, and is predictably a white male, just like practically all the other mass shooters and assassins. In fact, the killer looks just like Charlie Kirk. Skinny, feeble-looking, short, conservative hairstyle. Charlie Kirk was basically killed by his own reflection. And because the killer didn't fit the narrative, the air has gone right out of the white right sails. They were going to exploit the death of Charlie Kirk. They thought they were going to ride that corpse to glory. Trump won't even talk about it now. A reporter asked him about it. The first thing Trump deflected to was, we're building a ballroom on the back of the White House. It's going to be glorious. You would think that he would be all over it. But by outward appearances, Tyler Robinson's family were basically true red MAGA. His parents were Republicans. There's a bunch of pictures of Tyler Robinson from the time that he was a small child. His parents had him at the gun range. So these are bad optics for the white right. That's why they don't know what to do about it. They don't know what to do, so they've decided to do nothing. So for all you people listening to me who were so terrified about what MAGA was going to do after Kirk got killed, did you notice that I wasn't scared of these creeps at all? And now that their phony outrage campaign has blown up in their faces yet again, they're trying to change the subject. Now, I'm not saying that the typical incompetence of the white right is going to be some sort of protection for us. It won't be. But the point that I'm trying to make is these people are not some sort of geniuses. They're not some sort of criminal masterminds. They're not some sort of Machiavellian intellects. These are a bunch of dyed-in-the-wool, low IQ white supremacists who trip over their own freaking shoelaces. The reason that these people are in charge is precisely because of the fact that they use overwhelming violence and they got us outnumbered. But their numbers don't count for so much if we are organized. That has always been the guiding message of the Blacc media. That's why I've said for 17 plus years, I'm far more interested in what we're doing than in what the enemy is doing. But Donald Trump, he gonna become president. This is bad for us. Bad in which way? How is it going to be bad in a way that it wouldn't be bad under the Democrats? Black folks who are trying to con themselves into believing that we got friends when we really don't. And sure, you can bet that there's going to be some sort of half-brained rearguard action to try to see if there's any possible chance that they can milk some sort of political value out of Charlie Kirk's corpse. But that's not going to go anywhere at all. You see, his killing had all of this meaning just a couple of days ago. They were so obsessed with it. But now, well, now Charlie Kirk has become like the deaths of all of those white school kids who also died in school shootings. Not worthy of too much comment, because it doesn't serve their power. Kirk's death would have served them had it been at the hands of a black person, but it wasn't, because the white rights enemies are not gun-toting psychos like they are. And that's what eats them alive. This proves to everybody exactly who and what the real threat is. Think of all the Black Lives Matter rallies. There was no violence at any of them. Nobody was shooting people who were speaking at the crowd. No people having to scatter, except when some racist white gunmen showed up. Kyle Rittenhouse broke the law, illegally carried an assault rifle so that he could kill some BLM protesters. Daniel Perry in Texas intentionally went out of his way to find a BLM protest, then deliberately drove his truck into the protest and murdered a white man there, falsely claiming that he had been threatened. And in Minneapolis, you had some 4chan white racists who planned a mass shooting online, posted videos bragging about what they were planning to do, and then when they went to a Black Lives Matters rally, they began shooting people. Those guys were caught and sent to prison. And this violence isn't even limited to BLM protests. Even MAGA isn't safe from MAGA mass shooters. Donald Trump was shot at a rally last year by a white man, and now Charlie Kirk has been killed at one of his rallies by a white man from a Republican family. And as I mentioned earlier, that wasn't even the only school shooting that took place that day, because on the same day that Charlie Kirk discovered that 80% of white murder victims are killed by another white person, over in Colorado, the same state that brought you Columbine, there was also another high school shooting. A 16-year-old named Desmond Holly went to a high school and shot 2 students, leaving them critically injured, and then he killed himself. And no one will be surprised to learn that just like with Dylan Roof, just like with Nicholas Cruz, just like virtually every mass shooter out there, this mass shooter in Colorado was also online most of the time. His TikTok accounts contain white supremacist symbols. And just to show that these creeps are never alone, one of the posts on the shooter's TikTok account came from a user who was encouraging this psycho to go be a hero, which of course is white supremacist jargon for go out and commit some act of violence. Now, whenever the shooter is black, we see the white authorities immediately saying we got to round them all up. All-in laws get invoked. The first arrest is only the beginning. This is just the start of the investigation. But of course, when the shooter is white, they say the opposite. Well, he's a lone wolf. They say the words lone wolf before they even tell you his name. Hell, this has been going on since at least the days of Lee Harvey Oswald. Before they even told the country who Lee Harvey Oswald was, they were already saying, well, we're sure that he acted alone. See, that's a racialized narrative, and it's as predictable as the tide. I've said it for 17 plus years and will continue to say it. America doesn't have a gun problem. It has a white privilege problem. But the biggest problem on that front is who makes the laws and who's supposed to be enforcing them. Too many of the lawmakers and the police are like Charlie Kirk, and like Tyler Robinson, and Daniel Perry, and Kyle Rittenhouse, and Dylan Roof. That's the reason why neither the laws nor those in law enforcement ever seem able to do anything about these people before they strike. There have been people who have been fired for their jobs or otherwise canceled for allegedly what the white right calls celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Now, Kirk himself routinely celebrated the violent attacks on people he didn't like, and he gleefully defended the murders of black people. He did it shamelessly. And since he was a free speech absolutist, would he approve of people being fired or canceled for exercising their God-given right to free speech when he dedicated his life to fighting for absolute free speech, right? Even if it offended his supporters, would he say, you can't say what you want if it offends my supporters? Is that what he would say? Actually, he would say that. He would say, you know what? You can't say something if I don't like it. Charlie Kirk was a two-faced hypocrite and a liar. He told people that the reason racists like himself were racist was because people accused him of being racist. Sure, his behavior had nothing to do with it. You know, you get accused of racism after you say or do something racist, not before. But then again, logic has never been the white right's strong suit. Charlie Kirk certainly never got tired of repeating the white right's talking points about so-called black on white crimes. He couldn't wait to be the first one to politicize the killing of that Ukrainian woman. And yet, if you ask Charlie Kirk, hey, do you think that all of your phony black on white crime memes are the cause of these people getting killed by black criminals? If you ask him about that and say, hey, if you're going to keep accusing black people of attacking white people, then heck, they might as well do it because you're going to accuse them of it anyway. So it's your fault for saying it, right? Do you think he would agree with that? And the same thing goes for terrorism by Muslims. Would Charlie Kirk and his ilk agree that accusing Muslims of terrorism is what causes radical Muslim terrorists in the first place? Of course not. If they wanted to be consistent, they would, but we know it's not about consistency. It's about a pathetic lie meant to only be used to give cover to white supremacists. And when you apply it to anyone else, they immediately disagree. Taking personal responsibility, that's never been the white right's strong suit either. So as far as my thoughts regarding the killing of Charlie Kirk, that pretty much covers most of the major stuff, though I would add one last observation. There's been a number of individuals who have called themselves trying to give tributes to Charlie Kirk, including a number of well-known sports teams. Now, Charlie Kirk was not some middle-of-the-road activist. He was not some sort of socially conscientious spokesperson for this or that cause. This guy was a hardcore anti-black racist. He made it a point that he would laugh at and joke about the killings and attempted killings of people. This was an individual who said that empathy was no good and Dr. King was a bad guy. That's who and what Charlie Kirk was. And yet you got individuals who are holding him up and showing what they've always believed. This is the kind of guy who they like what he said. And that's the reason why they're celebrating and praising him. So we want to give tributes to this guy. Yeah, precisely because he's the guy who says all the dirty, grimy stuff that they feel like they can't say. Well, anyone who's decided that they think that they've got cover now to show we love this Charlie Kirk guy and we love all that stuff that he was saying, we're going to be keeping in mind who these people are, because they're going to be calling themselves trying to slither away from it later on and claiming, well, we don't know who it was who put up these billboards, and we don't know who it was who decided during the middle of a Yankees game they're going to have a Charlie Kirk memorial. We don't really know who it was. It was somebody. No, we're not going to allow that. You see, over here in the B1, we judge people by the company they keep. See, black people are going to have to grow up and be realistic and open their eyes. When it comes to the white left and the right, in too many cases, the similarities far outweigh the differences. And when it comes to black people, for a lot of these people on the white left, there is no difference between them and the white right. A lot of these people on the white left have no problem whatsoever making a lane or trying to run interference for some white racist on the right who says some stuff against black people or advocates for the killing of black people and tells us, well, you know, words are not the same as actions, mind you. And then as soon as black people say something, oh my God, we got to denounce you. What the hell's wrong with you? You people, you need to be better than this, et cetera, et cetera. That's the thing that we got to recognize. There's a lot of these folks who call themselves leftists. They're left on a lot of issues except for black people. They are liberal except where black people are concerned. They are all open-minded except where black people are concerned. We got to be realistic about that. There's a hell of a lot of them who disagree with Charlie Kirk on social issues that are relevant and specific to themselves. But where black people are concerned, they completely and thoroughly agree with them. And we're talking about people who would be on these college campuses and such. You'd be surprised how many of these so-called liberal professors, self-professed liberal professors, who are actually just the biggest Charlie Kirk fans, or at least they're fans of anybody who has something negative to say about black people. As far as they're concerned, that's the kind of line that needs to be crossed, and more people need to be crossing it. So you keep an eye open for these people who call themselves trying to do tributes for Charlie Kirk or run interference for him. Keep in mind who these people are. Because later on, when they call themselves trying to slither away from what they've said, just like with Charlie Kirk, we're going to present them with the receipts. And just like with Charlie Kirk, hiding their heads in the sand won't be an option either. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Hildman Gallo, Sabrina Scott, Good Citizen, Ronald Waits, and Stephen 12. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Welcome back, Professor Black Truth. That was an awesome address, as usual from you. This time about the suspected white supremacist Charlie Kirk. He's not even suspected no more. The receipts prove that he was a staunch racist white supremacist. He was up there with David Duke. He was basically a modern David Duke that they promoted nationwide. So yeah, left, right, even middle, they all stand on cold racism, white supremacy, and as Dr. Francis Wilson said, it's stop speech and action. See, a lot of these folks think, well, I can't be racist because I have a black this or that, but their actions show otherwise. How they treat non-white people shows otherwise. So they're just mad because we're getting on code to counteract their madness, this evil, wicked system of racism, white supremacy that only exists to maintain the white supremacist status quo. So y'all can miss me with I'm not racist, I don't have a racist bone in my body and all that crap. I have black friends, I have black family, I have this, I have that. Your actions, your thought, and your speech say otherwise. So moving along, we're still on the same topic. But I had covered this last night, but I'm going to cover it again because I ended up passing out during the stream. So we got, should black people have empathy for Charlie Kirk? Hell to the no. If after that Professor Black Truth moment of truth, if you're not convinced, this video by the YB will definitely convince you we should not have a lick of empathy or sympathy. You heard what he said about empathy. So, I mean, just that alone should let you know where this dude stood. They're trying to paint him as a hero, but like Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, America celebrates her killers, her rapists, her murderers, gives them stars and stripes and bars. And so they're still doing it in 2025. This is what Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. called refinement of racism and white supremacy. It still exists. It's just more refined now. Okay, where did I leave off? Let me share this. Okay, here we go.
Let me see if I can find that video. It might have been over on Twitter. It might have been over on Twitter. But you see all the people that were fired for speaking up.
Why they firing people?
There we go. Here we go.
But I also know there's far more good people than they are bad people in this country, regardless of who you are, what's your ethnic background. I'm a black man born in America. I know.
You're a black man born in America, but you have Caribbean roots. You're not one of us, Stephen A. So stop that right now. You ain't one of us.
Exist in this country. I'm a black man born in America. I know what problems that exist in this country. But I also know there's far more good people than they are bad people in this country, regardless of who you are, what your ethnic background is. White, black, Hispanic, and beyond. I'm in a studio here in Las Vegas, and I'm looking outside, and I see people looking at me and smiling and saying, "What's up, Stephen A?" They don't look anything like me. And I don't care because they're showing me love and I'm showing love right back to them. At some point in time, we got to recognize, can't just speak about it. Can't just give lip service to when such a vile act takes place. And we're going to give lip service to the tragedy of the moment. And then within 24 hours, we move on with our lives like nothing happened. Something did happen. Were.
He said, who cares what his political beliefs were? But what if how can you say who cares what his political beliefs were if his political belief was don't have empathy for the dead, mocking the dead, making a career off lies about the dead? Remember, it was Charlie Kirk that pushed that narrative that George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. Remember that? He's the one that said George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. He's the one that said George Floyd and mocked George Floyd's death. And y'all know here at this channel, I'm not a big George Floyd fan. I'm not here to celebrate George Floyd. I believe what happened to him is wrong, but I don't believe he's any kind of martyr, and he's not, because we've had so many great Black people who've done great things. I don't believe in celebrating making the death of George Floyd some kind of symbol, because that's Black people being victimized. I'm more in the mindset of making people like George Washington Carver, Quincy Jones, Garrett Morris, Granville T. Woods. You know, I'm more into making these people heroes. You know, Benjamin Banneker, people like what's his name? The lawyer Johnny Cochran. These are the people I believe in making idols. Our Johnny Cochrans of the world are geniuses, you know, not George Floyd. The left pulled that bullshit on us. And so, yeah, so I'm not here to say that, but at the same time, George Floyd was a victim, and he died because he had a police officer's knee in his neck. And it was Charlie Kirk going around saying that it was a fentanyl overdose, and used that to connect it to issues in the Black community. What's up, Hula Gang, in the chat? Yeah, Fred Hampton's a hero. Bunchy Carter. These are our heroes. But at the same time, when Stephen A. Smith says shit like, I don't care about their political beliefs. No, their political beliefs matter. What's up, ADL Choice? Says, I think Umar and Myron will be linking up soon. I wouldn't be surprised, brother. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, hold on, Rocky want to get out of here. Hold on. Rocky, you leaving me? You leaving me, baby boy? Rocky wanted to get up out of here. So he says, I don't care about, no, Black people, we must care about what your political beliefs are, because for people like Charlie Kirk, it goes beyond political beliefs. He had a political action committee called Turning Point USA. And his beliefs went into public policy, local, state, and federal. He had the ear of Donald Trump. So his beliefs went into the President of the United States' ear and got put into action. Remember, Charlie Kirk was one of the main people behind what do they call that? Taking Black history? Critical race theory. He's one of the main ones behind critical race theory and taking that away. Charlie Kirk's thoughts on critical race theory. He called it a betrayal and divisive. Opposition to systemic racism framing. He used, this is what Charlie Kirk used his political action committee for. This is the Turning Point USA website. This is their official position. And their official position went into public policy. He believed critical race theory has been around. He said it oppresses people and causes division amongst community. He said it's in your schools, places of work, movies, and TV shows. What is CRT? One definition of CRT argues that the historical patterns of racism are a systemic problem, not only a matter of individual bigotry. Another common definition is the idea that race is a social construct and is embedded in the legal system and American policies. So he's the person that's been spending the last 10 years to get racism
and every fabric
to stop
of the
racism
society.
from being talked about as a systematic thing.
Every fabric of the society, black family.
Then, appreciate the super chat. Russell Red says, salute. You say you don't personally celebrate someone's demise because I believe in karma, but to each his own. It was all racist folks celebrating. Right. I'm exactly with you, Russell Red. I believe in karma too. So I personally, I'm not celebrating the man's death. But to those who are celebrating them, that's your choice. So he's going in here and he's talking about professors calling out Kimberly Crenshaw, Derek Bell, and these black people that are talking about racism as a social construct. So with Charlie Kirk, it was always bigger than his beliefs. His beliefs went into political action, meaning laws and policies were created.
It wasn't just his opinion.
To support his beliefs. He said, tell Tariq to bring back the Coon Award. Hey, that would be funny if he brought those back. That'd be very funny.
That dude ain't nothing to solve it.
So these are his political beliefs.
Of racist white supremacists, especially.
And look at this. Another names for CRT: diversity, equity, inclusion, social and emotional learning, anti-racism, cultural awareness, equity, and the list goes on. So this is who Charlie Kirk spent his time attacking. Yet Stephen A. Smith tells us that it doesn't matter what his beliefs are. Let's go a little further.
I don't care what he felt. I care about the fact that a man was gunned down in front of two of his children who are 5 years of age or less. That he's dead at the age of 31. That his wife is a widow. That his children are fatherless. Because he believes different from somebody else, apparently. And then I'm going online and I'm seeing people celebrating it. Shame. Shame on you.
No, shame on you for defending.
I'm a black man born in America. I know what problems.
No, you're not on the same team as us, homeboy. No, you're not. You're not. You're not.
You're not in that fool console running for president.
Because had a black person died this way, you'd start off with condolences. Stephen A. Smith wouldn't be disrespectful. He would start off with condolences. He would start off talking something good about that black person who was assassinated. And then what would Stephen A. Smith do next? He would then go into having a 5 or 10 minute segment on the problems in the black community. Chat room, press number 1 if you agree with me on that. Press number 1, chat. If Stephen A. Smith will find a way to flip this into what's wrong with the black community, had a black person gotten shot. Let me know in the chat.
Yeah, yo. You agree with me.
You back, Rocky? Come on.
Brother, the one being saying in regards.
Let them know, Rocky. Let them know, Rocky. You see this coon, Rocky? You see this coon ass nigga? Stephen A. Smith? Because if it was a black person that got killed the way Charlie Kirk got killed, we'd all be getting a lecture right now. Ain't that right, Rocky? Rocky said, yep. We'd all be getting a lecture right now.
Man, whoever in here,
and we'd all have to sit around and listen to this knucklehead talk about what's wrong with black society. Ain't that right, Rocky? Ain't that right, baby boy? Am I lying? You're right. Then they would be talking about Chicago next, Patrick Woods. It would be, see, this should never happen in the black community. It's the black community. There's something wrong with the black community. Why that man got shot. See, we have to talk about this in the black community. We as a people got to stop doing this to each other. We have to stop shooting one another. We have to start, the black community has to be more responsible for itself. Am I lying?
Yeah, they're like bulldogs.
Am I lying?
They are vicious.
All the black community has street civil disobedience that it has to address. The black unemployment rate is down because this is how we treat each other. Another black person got shot, and that's why, as a culture, we cannot have any respect. That's what he'd be saying. So hell no, we doing a counter narrative to you coon ass niggas. Let's see if Royce White responded.
Oh yeah, want to get active.
He said he caught a chicken. His kid. Here we go. I say the kids in the other room listen to his old lady. I'm be very disrespectful. I don't respect this guy now. I'm be very disrespectful to him. I said his kids are in the other room listening to his old lady give head for lunch money because he ain't paid his child support. And look at this shit. This is nothing they like to do. Here they are coming back to us. Why are they always talking to us? Okay, here's the. Oh, this I recognize this lady. This is a lady that's conservative. Look at what she just wrote. She wrote 21 hours. Charlie Kirk was never a racist, homophobic, or any other vile labels thrown at him. He used common sense and logic. This is what they'll do. They'll bring in a bunch of coon niggas to take pictures with these people and say, I'm not racist. Look at one of the people that's in here, one of the people that was crying. Officer Tatum is in this. Another vile anti-black racist. Officer Tatum, Jason Whitlock, those are the kind of black people that went around Turning Point USA. Anti-black bigots. And you got this chick over here trying to make an excuse for him and say he wasn't racist because he brought in a whole bunch of black people that thought like he thought. Pay attention to all of these people that are trying to police us. Again, I don't condone violence. Violence ain't my style. I believe in discourse. I believe in discourse. That you did. That's my style. But listen to some of the things that Charlie Kirk said when he was alive. Let me see if I can pull that video up. Let me see here. Oh, there it was.
It humors me to see all many.
Hold on. Let me go back. Listen to this. This is some of the things that Charlie Kirk said.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
There we go, right
trying
there.
to get the officer who murdered.
I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris nor Ketanji Jackson. But the racist part is what he just said. What he said that was implied right there. Those black women don't have the brain power.
Yeah.
For their position.
That shit right there. That goes back to something.
Ketanji has. I don't agree with her politics. I don't agree with Kamala's politics. But they both have the brain power for their position. George H. Bush was Bush 2. HW. Bush 2 was one of the stupidest motherfuckers ever incarnated on Earth.
Facts.
Bush 2 wasn't smart enough to be a janitor, an assistant janitor. Bush 2 wasn't smart enough to clean bathrooms.
He's an idiot.
He set the bar very low. Bush 2 was stupider than Trump.
Yeah.
He was dumber than Trump.
He really was.
Bush 2, Sarah Palin. He thought someone like a Sarah Palin was qualified. These are some of Sarah Palin, Bush 2, Trump. These are some of the dumbest motherfuckers ever. Some of the dumbest motherfuckers ever. And he's saying because those women were black, they don't have the brain power. Let's keep listening to some of the shit that he said.
Processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
You were trying to get the officer who murdered George Floyd pardoned, and I just want to know what your reasoning was about that.
Well, George Floyd didn't die because of the police officer. He died largely because of a drug overdose.
I think it's worth.
He tried to get George Floyd, the Derek Chauvin, out of jail. See, Stephen A. Smith, this is more than political opinion. He used his super PAC to try to get Derek Chauvin out of prison.
Yeah, he did. And
then spreading a false rumor, a false lie, that George Floyd died because of a drug overdose when the autopsy said it was the goddamn officer sitting on his neck.
Right.
And you got that coon ass lady saying that, oh, he just had a difference of opinion. No, he spread lies.
Right. That's exactly what he did.
I have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
He wanted, Charlie Kirk wanted the gun rights to continue. And I agree. I'm not mad at him. Look, I believe we should have a right to protect ourselves.
And wicked man. And speaking of empathy, let's hear from the horse's mouth.
I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but
he said empathy is a made-up New Age term that causes a lot of damage. And salute to the amazing Lucas's channel that put this all together. Listen to this again.
I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but
so Charlie Kirk himself said empathy is a made-up New Age term. Damage. So me personally, I believe we really should have respect for the dead.
Yeah, so
and part of having respect for the dead,
believe in empathy,
is to respect the dead's wishes on other people. You respect other people's wishes. I respect Charlie Kirk's wishes. I respect Charlie Kirk's point of view, even the areas I don't agree with. I don't agree with. I agree with some things that he say. I don't agree with a lot. But whether I agree with it or I disagree with it, I still respect it.
Yeah.
So I respect his wish to not have empathy.
Right.
Let's hear from the horse's mouth.
I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but
he thinks empathy is a word that does a lot of damage. That's what he said. So me personally, I have respect for Mr. Kirk. Yes, I do. He has my respect.
Right. Yeah.
And I respect him enough to not have any empathy for his demise.
Yeah.
I don't.
And
because that's what
all about.
He wanted. Now, I do have empathy for the children. His children didn't choose that.
I mean, it's very obvious to the parent.
I somewhat have empathy for his wife. She did choose it.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, him talking about single parent households. Let's get to the next step of this. Let's get to the next step of this. People keep saying that we should not only have empathy, but people keep saying that, you know, he was talking about single parents and we should respect the First Amendment. First Amendment. We do have the freedom of speech. Freedom is we all
don't have freedom
as
for the consequences of your speech.
But the last time I read the U.S. Constitution, I did not see where it said you have freedom of consequences. Here it is. Let's go back and read the First Amendment. The First Amendment, ratified December 15th, 1791. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment, free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. There's your First Amendment. Question: does anywhere in here say that there's a freedom of consequences for the words, for how you use your free speech. Because from what I read here, there are laws protecting speech, not laws protecting consequences. Right. You have to understand, when you speak death, life and death are in the power of the tongue. And when you say things about groups of people, that may or may not come with a consequence. That may or may not come with a consequence. You have the right to say whatever you want to say. And people have the right to punch you in the mouth. Yep, that's right. In return. Or if they don't want to punch you in the mouth because, like me, they're nonviolent, I'm not punching you in the mouth because I'm nonviolent. Nonviolent. That's what I am. I'm nonviolent. To come back and say something equally as heinous about you, your mama, and your kids. That's my free speech. If I feel disrespected enough based on what you said, then I have free speech also. And I have the freedom to respond in a way that's satisfactory to me. O'Brien Tucker says, YouTube still wants to believe that white folks still wants to believe in turn the other cheek policy. And we're saying it is a new day. You goddamn right it's a new day. Oh, I got a super chat. James, I appreciate the super chat. Lazarus, first time super chatter. Appreciate it. I mean, appreciate the Cash App. Kevin, I appreciate the caps from y'all. I appreciate the Cash Apps from y'all. Yes, sir. So this is what we're dealing with here. The First Amendment does not supersede spiritual law. The law of reciprocity, the 7 laws, the universe, law of reciprocity. The law of reciprocity. You get what you put out. Yeah. You speak on other people. Like, it wasn't just black people that Charlie Kirk spoke against. He spoke against the LGBTQ folks. He spoke against a lot of people. And unfortunately for him, he's spoken against a lot of ideologies white supremacists believe in. So has been caught. So let's go and watch some news. Let me see. Let's see here.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Gail King here in New York. About Golden's conference on Kirk assassination. This morning, President Trump.
What in the
said that
hell
he
is
is
wrong
very
with Gayle
certain
King?
that the
I don't watch CBS. I ain't seen Gayle King in a long time. Is she sick?
suspect in
I don't like Gayle King either because what she said about Kobe. Hey, don't Gayle King look like Ross from the Muppet Babies? Don't she look like Ralph? Muppet Babies will do the same for you. When your room gets kind of weird and you wish that you weren't there, just close your eyes and make believe there's a baby waiting. So let's put this, because Gayle King disrespected Kobe, so I'm never going to respect her. Freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences. Freedom of speech. The consequences for her free speech speaking against Kobe is her she's always gonna be rough for the Muppet Babies.
Wednesday's killing is under arrest. He also said that someone close to the suspect turned him in.
So let me fast forward to the conference. Let me see here. Let's watch him talk about this dude getting caught. Let's watch him talk about that.
Director Patel and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
Let's listen to this update on the shooter. Hurry up. This dude look like a creep. Don't he look like a creep
Good morning,
to you?
ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He look like he jack off to midget porn.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators, a family member of Robinson, who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
So what we have here is the shooter is talked to his family, I guess allegedly according to this detective, this guy, that he did not like Charlie Kirk because of his words and the fact that he spread hate. And again, I want everybody to be remembered. MSNBC, CBS, ABC, all these people who appear to be opposite of Fox News, they are every bit as stifling to free speech when it comes to criticism of Charlie Kirk than anywhere else. They all the same. Left wing, right wing, they all support white supremacy. And you have a man here that got tired, a white person here that got tired of Charlie Kirk's white supremacist evil points of views. Scotty asked, will the phone lines be open? Well, brother, since you asked, you shall receive. Yeah, I'll open up the phone lines. Let's watch this a little bit more of this, and I will open up the phone lines. You said so he can hate, but we can't laugh. Trump said it himself. He can kill someone and still win the presidency. Does that shooter have a GoFundMe? Wow. He said, yeah. But I'll open the phone lines if y'all want me to. Yeah. If you open the phone lines, this mouse is tripping. Mouse tripping. I think I'm going to get myself a new computer next month. This computer's 6 years old. I don't like keeping computers more than 6 years. I think I'm going to get myself a new computer before the holidays.
Also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual, Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope, and the rifle also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there has been speculation as well as to the.
You're right. In other news, Windows 10 operating system does expire next month worldwide. So if you're on an old ass Windows 10, get your operating system caught up, because that right there, FBA strong, that message was more important than anything that Charlie Kirk ever did in his motherfucking life.
The writing on those casings.
Appreciate the super chat, Patrick Woods.
Those bullet casings. And I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of the.
Fast forward. Let me fast forward.
Very closely with them as we move through this process as well.
This is the part I want to get to.
With the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time.
Oh, this is the governor of Utah.
To find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the Blacc who's so reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the director of the FBI, Cash.
The part I wanted to get to wasn't. I missed it. It was some part where he had said that he wished that it had been somebody else from another state. Let's see. Oh shit, we got Mini Micro Cop back. Y'all remember him from yesterday? This little midget ass cop.
And specifically, I would like to thank the public.
How are you going to be short with a 10-gallon hat on your head? Little pocket cop. They're a little pocket cop. Now, it was something this dude wanted to say.
Probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here. And
appreciate that, brother, man.
And maybe a little
Super
bit,
chat.
But I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard in this, there's violence happening all across our country.
15,000 murders in America this year so far, by the way.
And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been.
The spirit of John Brown got in the title. That's right.
Be in better times.
That's right.
Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the...
You notice how when it comes to white people getting killed, they can name it and talk about and differentiate it? No, violence is violence. With most murders of all races happen between people who either know or are familiar with one another. Charlie Kirk pushed the line that basically black people were going around the hood shooting and killing each other. No, most murders in the hood have to do with infidelity and money, like anything else. Infidelity and money. Somebody robbed somebody, somebody smashed somebody's gal. That's most of the murders in the hood, 99.9% of them. It ain't because someone just stepped on somebody's shoes. Something like them coon niggas like Royce White like pushing. Man, black, you can't go in a black neighborhood because, yeah, you just step on somebody's shoes and you get a, Charlie Kirk made it seem as if black people just going all throughout the hood murdering each other. No. It all comes back down to something political. Street politics. Like what Common said, the story of the streets is needs and takes. That's murder in the hood. That's what's going on in the hood. Our brother Common taught us that. You dig? I'm looking for it and takes. I always say, see, in the ghetto, when there's murder, that's why I don't associate with the ghetto lifestyle. The people I can say I don't have to be accountable for what goes on in the ghetto. Because I'm not in that position. I don't have that karma. I'm not in that world. And most people in the ghetto are not in that world. Most people in the ghetto are not in that world. That's street life. But street life oftentimes get associated with black life. The karma of the streets is needs and takes. That's why we as black people, we find peace in beats and breaks. That's why we created jazz. That's why we created the blues. That's why we created funk and disco and hip hop. It's so that we can do things to creatively express our frustration rather than take it out on one another. But people like Charlie Kirk don't talk about how the music industry came in and purposely sabotaged our sound, purposely disenfranchised our music, took music out of education, out of the school system. Hell, He was a proponent of taking these kind of resources out of the school system. We find our peace in beats and breaks. But people like Charlie Kirk believe in removing that from us and then criticize the end result. Music for us has been our liberation, whether it be house music, disco music, funk music, hip hop music, folk, blues, country, jazz, bebop, modal, go down the line. And people like Charlie Kirk advocated for taking that from us. And then when that shit gets taken from us, when a couple of kids who don't have any resources, so they got to go to the streets, do what they do, they use that as an example to paint us all bad.
Very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his—
What about Black people's freedom of expression?
Life taken in that very act makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems.
And that right there, my friends, is a major reason why they're having a big old thing. I'm about to open up the phone lines in a second. Get ready to call in a second. Y'all said y'all want to call in. Get ready to call in. That right there is what I want to talk about right there when y'all call in.
More difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never—
Charlie Kirk, if they just wanted to murder Charlie Kirk, they could have done that off camera anytime they wanted to. This was done in public as a dog whistle. This was a dog whistle, a white man killing a white man. This was a dog whistle to all of those conservatives out there. Phone lines are now open. Call in. Phone lines are now open. This was a dog whistle to the rest of whites, that left wing, right wing white society that feels that they're going to speak up and speak out against what's going on with Epstein and all these other, because the right wingers have been on Donald Trump's ass. Don't think that they won't martyr their own people. They're turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr. I want y'all to understand this. When Nixon and Kissinger started the quote unquote war on drugs, the war on drugs was a war between, was a government's war against Black people and hippies, according to Goldwater. They had to find a way to stifle. These white folks don't mind making an example out of their own, the same way they made an example out of John Brown. What they got to do is, this is a dog whistle to the people on that side of the fence to get in line. That's why they killed him in front of everybody. Allegedly, my opinion. I don't know. I wasn't there. But this is a signal. And he just said it right there. It was a dog whistle, like, hey, this is what's gonna happen. Now you got Nick Fuentes scared. And that was the message. What's up, caller? What's the name? Where you calling from?
This is
All right, y'all, I'm gonna stop that video there. And I got some more videos for y'all to play. If you're still not convinced on Charlie Kirk being a racist white supremacist and not somebody that she should be crying over nor holding in high esteem.
black violence. Literally, his last words were about us and what we got going. So
back to that one. To play. My brother, Church of Black Power.
Follow me. We are not the same. No, oh shit, Sherlock. Where did you find a clue? Because in the very same way these same people was running around here praising George Floyd's death, they didn't give a damn about his daughter.
Right.
She still to this day have to see people left and right, whenever they feel the time is right, create memes disrespecting her father. Nobody is saying nothing about that. I'm supposed to have more compassion for a person who didn't believe in empathy? He said out of his damn mouth he didn't believe in empathy, but I'm supposed to be empathetic? If anything, I'm happy for them children. The children are bigot.
Right.
I said it.
Yeah, late night session.
So what?
On Black News.
If y'all can celebrate the death of every black person, whether by police violence or self-violence, whatever, you ain't got no goddamn merit or right to tell me what I should be sitting here talking about and shouldn't be bringing to light.
Right.
Don't speak ill of the dead. This man didn't feel the same way. He spoke ill of the dead every chance he got.
Every chance.
That's how he became so damn big.
Mm-hmm.
And if we have any MAGites in the chat who hasn't, put anything into the chat yet because most of you are cowards, I have no problem dropping the link to let you guys come up and air out your grievance.
Right. I have no problem.
Just let me know that you're in the chat. I will drop the link faster than god dang it somebody who touched a hot pan. They want us to have empathy for situations like this, for someone who said these things.
What's the point, Simone Biles? You're representing your nation, you selfish sociopath. I just said she's probably the greatest gymnast of all time. She's also very selfish, she's immature, and she is a shame to the country. LeBron James is a self-interested, narcissistic, and we know he's not very smart. LeBron James chronically cheats on his wife, obviously. He's an NBA player. Because of DEI, it begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? This creates thought patterns that are not necessarily wholesome. Black America was getting richer, they were getting stronger, and families were largely still put together before the Great Society, Voting Rights Act, and Civil Rights Act. 60 years later, Black America is in a worse position. I'm not saying it's because of the Civil Rights Act, I'm not saying it's because of the Voting Rights Act, but somewhere something went awry. I can name at least a dozen people more deserving in the 20th century of a federal holiday than MLK. The reason we talk about race so much is because we have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding.
All the time.
And go back to the music that built our civilization. I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that? And the data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. So it was bad, it was evil. But what happens? A certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh, wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Remember what BLM stands for? Burn, loot, and murder. Yeah, DEI stands for one of the biggest. Earn it, just so we're clear.
Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that black people were significantly hindered from economic advancement?
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. Black Americans are poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 1950s. The disappearance of the black father has been the number one driver of black poverty in this country. At least agree that black dads not being around is a bad thing.
Anyone's father not being around.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage. But a lot of
y'all heard him. Y'all heard him with your own ears. He can't stand the word empathy.
Yep.
Empathy is a new age made-up word that does a lot of damage. So I'm only honoring the man's wishes. In the very same way, his wishes was honored by, getting unalived to the very same thing that he said was necessary. Have you people forgotten that this man was running around talking about school shootings are necessary in order to keep the Second Amendment right? So he died like he lived.
Yep.
I think he would have agreed with the way he went out. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Well, I agree with you, Church.
Because if he says there's no problems with killing little kids in order to protect gun rights, then he's just a martyr for his own cause, ain't he? How apropos. Just saying.
No wonder they're trying to pay him out.
Y'all let me know in the comments. Am I wrong? I'm just saying.
People are going to be saying happy Juneteenth. It should not be a federal holiday, and I'm on my way to work.
See a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? Thomas Sowell and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King, period. End of story. This guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He's not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. And the paradigm that they constituted under George Floyd, the moment that we make them have to live up to their own standard, they start to cry foul. As soon as we start to make them live up to the George Floyd standard, what is Charlie Kirk racializing this? And by the way, Van Jones also has a major lie embedded into this whole thing. Listen carefully. Race.
Now, family, that's Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Matter of fact, let's go here. Okay, guess not. We'll go here.
Stop listening to rap music and this degenerate hip hop stuff and go back to the music that starts with, I believe marriage between one man and one woman. We must ban trans-affirming care the entire country. I think that monogamous heterosexual marriage should be a prerequisite to adoption.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. It's worse. Like a capitalist every single day. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that? And the data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. So it was bad, it was evil. But what happens? A certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh, wow, look how far blacks have come. But it's Juneteenth. What exactly is going on here? Well, very few people are willing to actually call this out. From the first time that this was floated as a federal holiday, I am thankful and proud to say on this program we opposed it. This is not about out of many one. No, it's about a certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. The exact same thing that happens before NFL games where they play the Black national anthem. This recognition of this as a quote-unquote federal holiday comes right out of the 1619 Project. Look who's most excited that this is a federal holiday. And they're not talking about this as a massive celebration. Oh, wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Now we have a full day to be able to smear and slander white America. This holiday is a wedge, and I put in quotes, holiday is a wedge, used to push for countless destructive policies demanded by BLM. And remember what BLM stands for, burn, loot, and murder. Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday is a nationalized race hustle.
Now, family, I made sure only to include clips of him talking about neutral things. I didn't want to put in the clips of him speaking about Jordan Neely or anybody like that, because I really didn't want to get too much more triggered than I'm already at. So I don't want to trigger anybody else either. That's why I included all those other clips. But just know I omitted all the clips where he's talking about people who were unalive.
Yeah, we need to play it.
Now, family, with all the damn coons coming out,
amnesia,
all the coons who came out crying all over the floor, there was one person I did not expect to see. And I'm not talking about Dr. Umar. I'm actually talking about Martin Luther King III. Came out and dropped this long ass statement here. And I'm not going to read it all whatsoever, but I'm going to read a little bit. There's a deep heaviness in our hearts for our nation today. The death of Charlie Kirk is not only a tragedy for one man or one movement, it is a wound to the soul of our nation, sir.
What?
Sir.
Oh my God.
I'm not even reading the rest of this. I'm not even reading the rest of that. I was going to read at least half that page. I'm not even going to do that. How god dang dare you?
Right.
As the son of Martin Luther King Jr., you bear his name. And you're out here sending thoughts and prayers to an anti-black, bigoted racist? How dare you?
Right.
What happened to that Martin Luther King spirit?
Right.
How are you sitting here talking like this about a man who spoke about your father in this way?
You were talking about Martin Luther King Jr. and said that he has a troubled past and that the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s was a, quote, horrible mistake on the part of the U.S. government. Can you talk about that a little more?
Yeah, sure, but did they tell you why that makes them unsafe?
Yes, their opinion is that, and again, speaking on behalf of them, is that if you post this rhetoric, speaking negatively.
You're speaking on behalf of whom?
Exactly.
No Nabisco woman can go out there speaking on behalf of us.
Right.
Especially when you don't even have the education or know how to.
Right.
But let's let him continue. We got to hear what he had to say about MLK.
Against the Civil Rights Act that is ending segregation, that there may be actions taken because of that belief that you have.
Right, but I'm going to explain that. But did you ask them that way? So different opinions make people feel unsafe at FSU?
They believe that it has a greater movement behind it. Yes.
Right. So did you ask them, like, are you a child? Are you like an adult? And that's an insane thing to say. So a guy comes on campus and has a different worldview, and it makes people feel unsafe.
I guess to them, yes.
Because of the rhetoric you're spewing.
Right.
It's dangerous rhetoric. If we were sitting there on a college campus talking about how murderous Nabiscos are, how god dang uncivilized and how savage they are, and how they're the root of every problem in America, and not just America, around the world, we would be looked at as people spewing hate. But yet you're sitting there and you're acting as if there's no historical background to what the hell you're putting out into the world.
Right.
Yes, it's dangerous rhetoric.
Yes, it is.
Going around putting the target on Black Americans just because you don't like us. That is dangerous rhetoric.
Yep.
Making up false narratives from statistics on outward is dangerous rhetoric.
Okay, I mean, they're the ones you should be going to ask the question of. Let me be very clear. The world is a really dangerous place where lots of people have different ideas. And just because someone comes and has a voluntary event and has different perspectives should make you feel unsafe.
I wonder how safe you feel right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a bridge too far? Was that a bridge too far? I'm just asking a question. How safe is he nowadays?
Right.
Shalom and salute. B1 salute to our sister Aquarius Minded. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my sister.
Here too.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so we agree. As far as what I said, yes. I mean, Martin Luther King, happy to go into it. Very troubled past, well-known rape, all that sort of stuff, right? However, on the other side,
this man just called Martin Luther King a rapist.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, Martin Luther King III is out here sending thoughts and prayers.
Mm-hmm.
He said that this is a wound to the soul of the nation. Oh, man. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King must be turning in their graves.
Right.
Exactly. That's defamation. And he didn't give a damn. He didn't give a damn about the ramifications. He didn't give a damn about Martin Luther King's children.
Yep.
MLK the third disgraced his parents. And that's how I'm feeling. That's my personal feeling.
Right.
You should send that video to King Jr. I might just have to. Let me go ahead and just leave that on the bookmark. Because I might just have to do that. Real stuff. Somebody has to clear this up. Because obviously that man is not thinking clearly. That's a damn shame. Let's let him continue. Let's hear what else he has to say about Martin Luther King.
Civil Rights Act. I've done this so many times. Happy to do it again. And when ending segregation good, going so as far to create a permanent affirmative action, basically diversity, equity, inclusion, Leviathan within the Department of Justice that is now being used to put men in female locker rooms and men in female sports, of which the Civil Rights Act is a far overextension above its original intent. I point everyone to a book called Age of Entitlement. That's the best book that I'll reference on that. And let me just add one final thing. Do you know of one instance where the NAACP has spoken out against the lack of fathers in Black homes in Tallahassee?
I can't speak on anything.
So that's interesting. So the NAACP will make this huge thing saying Charlie Kirk is dangerous and unsafe, and yet they won't go to the Black community. Hey, we need more dads. Let me newsflash: dads not being around in Black communities is a much bigger threat to the livelihood of Black America than Charlie Kirk coming to Florida State University for 3 hours. So maybe the NAACP should stop trying to keep on ginning up this mythology of racism in the country and go after some of the core issues of what's been driving this country and Black America towards worse and worse socioeconomic results. Thank you.
Robert.
Let
me be very clear. Robert. I fight against both parties. This isn't a right-wing, left-wing thing. That's the problem with a lot of you.
They say stupid shit like that.
Y'all think that we're so damn slow that we're going to sit here and just concentrate on right and left. No, buddy. It's white supremacy as a whole that's the problem.
Right.
And you have white supremacists on the right side, and you have white supremacists on the left. And each and every one of them get this everlasting work.
Yeah.
In the words of our sister, Vicky Dillon.
That's right.
Shout out to her.
Yes.
So, you can take this somewhere else. Family, I don't know about you, but if somebody was talking about my father like that, I wouldn't be going to make posts like this when they're unalived.
Right.
I just wouldn't. But I'm supposed to have empathy for that person. Well, here's the thing. If Martin Luther King's son has empathy for him, good for him, I guess.
I don't.
But I refuse. Absolutely, unequivocally refuse to do so. So now we can get into some of the Crimea River situations, because that's exactly what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to ALC.
Oh, God.
The assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos and violence that we cannot.
Notice how they're, even on the left, they're sitting here talking about political chaos. This is the Nabisco on Nabisco crime that happened in the majority Nabisco state. And y'all want to make it political. He's not a politician. It was one man's ignorant words that caused another man to go and pull some violence.
Risk in America.
Isn't there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%. And I'm not going to let you, I'm not going to.
Notice how they're politicizing this. Democrats own this. At no point in time did you find anything that said that the young man was a Democrat. Now, he might have had Democrat talking points, but come on now. You're going to put this on the party as a whole. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. You need to be going after the Nabiscos in that party then. Leave everyone else that's a part of the Democratic Party out of it, because we know that it was what? A Nabisco who did it. Handle y'all stuff in-house. Salute Clazy K. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you.
I'm going to let you take the conversation somewhere else.
Whatever you think of his views or my views, he was trying to engage in civil discourse on college campuses and invite people opposing views and just go back and forth.
I cried when
he was spewing racism openly. If he was saying the things about the Top Hat community openly that he was saying about us, oh, he'd have been canceled a long time ago. Don't let the little trinkets of what he has said about the Jewish community make you think that he was actually going after them. No, going after people is what they were doing, what he was doing to our community. Continuously. If he would to the Jews, he would have been labeled anti-Semitic and they would have went after him. Or they should be going after him. But they know who and to talk about, who not to talk about. So yeah, it was racism.
Found out he died. So all of us have got to work together and de-escalate the hate and the rhetoric in this country. And we're going to end in a horrible way today.
People trying to shut down free speech making like Charlie Kirk. There's no place in this society. This is what happens in third world countries.
If that's what we're going to do, is just point fingers based on ideology. When a tragedy like this happens, I think we have lost our way.
I'm going to be very, very honest with you, family. Y'all remember when Trump almost got assassinated? How everybody was going online wishing death upon him? Really, it's the same rhetoric here. People are running around calling the people who are celebrating, the white people that are celebrating, disgusting and everything else. Who are making fun of this, they're calling them disgusting and everything else. And then on the other side, you have the Nabiscos on the left wishing, you know what I'm saying, who are cracking all the majority of the jokes. But they want to concentrate on us. Huh. Let's go here, family.
You kind of felt him in a way.
They were just debating about actually gun violence, and I hear like a pop noise. I see his head go back, and I see blood just start to gush out. And I turn around because it sounded like it came from up behind me and above, which it sounds like.
Wait a second, family. I got a more accurate depiction here. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and put the more accurate depiction up for you of what we think actually happened. Let's go here. This is a more accurate situation here.
DEI DEI. When I see a Black pilot or a Black doctor, I always wonder, click, boom. What about Black on Black? Click, boom. Slavery was so long ago, maybe they should get click, boom. Well, they make up 13% of the population, but they are click, boom. What about reparations? My family didn't own slaves. Why do I have to click, boom? George Floyd was a criminal. He should click, boom.
All right, that's a little bit more accurate, don't you think, family? Don't you think? Yeah. Salute to Uncensored Truth. Thank you for being here, as well as JoJo1 and HVAC-R. Thank you for being here, as well as True Pilgrim. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to all of you. No lies told, huh? Yeah. That worked out a little bit better than this woman, but let's go ahead and let her finish.
Like everybody's saying the same thing. And then I saw everybody going to the ground. So I went to the ground. I wasn't too scared because I wasn't hearing peppering at that point, but I was traumatized.
I mean, everyone could tell that something was really, really wrong. So everyone ducked. I ducked down with Emma. We were holding each other, and she said a prayer for him and his family, and then we ran along with everyone else.
It hit me when they kind of rushed to Charlie's side after he collapsed. That's when it kind of clicked in my head, and everybody started running around. Before that, I was kind of, I don't know if words like in awe, but just kind of,
shocked,
yeah, just shocked. I was just kind of confused. I wasn't sure what was going on.
I think that the school should put into place more protection, because now a lot of students are going to be traumatized or deal with trauma, and they're not going to be able to focus on their schoolwork. And I feel like it's not a safe environment to be holding events like that if you're not ready and prepared to protect the people who are coming to be in those events.
Woman, shut your dumb ass up. This man was not a public figure. He was supposed to provide his own security for his own event. This is the ignorance that these people are running around spewing, family. This is a private citizen putting on an event at a college where he knows, regardless of the fact, there are multiple people that comes to these events. Security is 100% on him. Oh, shoot. Salute Leonard Deyuda. Thank you for being here, family.
Yes, salute Leonard.
Let's go here, family.
And devastated at the death of Charlie Kirk for a couple reasons. Number one, I mourn for his wife. I mourn for his children. I mourn for his loved ones. I mourn for all of those that loved him. And as a human who has empathy, regardless of your political views or where you stand on the aisle, right now it's time to mourn with those that are mourning and weep with those that are weeping. And so that is what I'm and figuratively doing. When I look into so much of what people love and love Charlie Kirk for, I'm like, okay, Emmanuel, your empathy is birthed from a belief that no person should die before their time, and absolutely no person should die as a result of gun violence, especially outside of war. But Charlie Kirk, he proudly stated that death.
Wait a second, Ocho. Emmanuel. Let me ask you this question. How do you know that it wasn't in God's will and it wasn't his time? How do you know that it wasn't written in the stars that it was the day that he was supposed to go? I can't stand when a person used that. Oh, it was before his time. How do you know that? The only person that would know is the Most High. And the way he went out talking about gang violence, and that was his last words. Like I said, he died the way he lived, as a bigot. You think that was a coincidence? That happened so smooth. I was thinking like, hey, there had to be somebody on the floor to tell him when to take the shot. Had to be. For it to be that clean, gang violence, boom.
By guns is a price we have to pay for our Second Amendment right. I've just been in turmoil all day. My heart is hurt. It's been heavy. It's been weeping for his family. It's been weeping for his loved ones. And I don't really know the words to share, because the moment I want to share like another senseless death because of a gun and because of gun violence, I'm reminded that some people believe, hey, it's worth it. And Charlie Kirk said, hey, it's worth it. This is, people will die by guns to protect our Second Amendment rights.
Hey, if it's worth it, then why is everybody running around here so goddamn? Oh, I can't, Massa. I can't do it, Massa. No, we sick, boss. Oh, we sick, boss. If it was worth it. Shalom and salute to our family, Key Prince in the building, as well as Shabazz, American Freedman, as well as Donnell Prince. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Much love. And James Williams, thank you for being here, family. I'm going to have to trim some of this fat because got about 15, 20 minutes. So let's get into it.
Guys, I need all of you. If you're watching right now, I need everybody to pray for Charlie. I see there's a couple Twitter spaces. I'm going to go into one of them so you guys can hear real-time updates. I just saw the footage not too long ago. I'm just going to join this thing right quick for you guys.
Can you hear me okay? Yes. Yes, so I'm the chairman of the College Republicans of America. I had 5 students working the event with Charlie. The latest updates we're getting from those students, one whose friend is at the hospital and one who's a state rep in Utah, have both said that Charlie has passed. And that is unconfirmed by the news. This is just the word on the ground.
Can I ask quickly, who confirmed that?
One of my...
Oh, wowzy, woo, woo. Let's go here.
You guys have my word. I promise you guys. I promise you guys. And I got to be a little bit honest here too with this. I've been reckless. I've been very reckless with a lot of the shit that I do, right? I used to work in law enforcement. I think no one can touch me.
Wait a second. Is this Myron? Is this Amaru? Is he admitting that he's a reckless piece of SO?
Yep.
SHIT.
That's exactly what he's admitting.
I mean, is he now looking at someone else's consequence and maybe taking a step back? Oh, let's let him finish.
Right? There's a lot of times where I don't even hire security. I just go out there dolo and just do it, right? Whether it's doing a street debates or whatever. And a lot of you send me messages. A lot of you guys send me DMs saying, yo, Myron, you need security. Myron, you need security, bro. I'm volunteering to be your security. You know, you need to protect yourself, blah, blah, blah. I promise you guys, I'll start taking my my safety more seriously. I promise you, I will do that. Because I got to admit that I have been reckless. And given the fact that like me and Charlie do pretty much the same thing when it comes to these college debates, you know, and doing street debates, I will take my safety more seriously, guys, and hire security and all that. But we need to pray for Charlie right now. I don't fucking matter right now. I don't matter. Whether you're Christian, you're Jewish, you're Muslim, you're Hindu, whatever you are, send out your prayers. I said a prayer for him right before I came on stream. My brother's doing dua for him right now.
I told y'all on Wednesday that I'm not about to waste a prayer for that man whatsoever. And I meant that. Shalom is a B1 salute to our brother Jesse Paris. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Family, I want to get to some of these other folks real quick. We're going to speed through these.
Crazy because I thought we had freedom of speech in America, but looking at Charlie Kirk, I beg to fucking differ. Just because he stated his opinion, and I'm not saying I agree with every single one, but people are allowed to believe in what they think is correct and accurate. He was just about to open up and saying how he does not support Israel anymore 2 days ago, and look what happened now. I don't know what this country has come to, even on TikTok. There's no freedom of speech. Is that not in our amendments? Like TikTok just removed my video of me speaking on the Charlie Kirk situation. It's like whatever they don't agree with, or you say something that they don't like, yeah, your video's going down, or you're probably gonna get. I'm sorry, the man was 31 years old. He had 2 kids. He had a wife. He had a family, just like everybody else who has an opinion. But just because he has a platform, he very well influences a lot of people. They was like, we got to do something about that. We got to handle that. Mind you, this shit happens on 9/11. This shit happens the day the Twin Tower got destroyed. If that's not a coincidence, I don't know what is.
To come on social media and mock somebody's death is disgusting. And the way that you guys are reacting to this just proves all the more that there is a God and there is a devil. And if some of you guys do not change and come to repentance, your fate, your eternity will be a place that you do not want to go. And guess what? Jesus Christ himself doesn't even want you to go there. That's how horrible it is. Everybody has their differences and everybody is different. Nobody is perfect. And if you're claiming to be perfect, you're a liar. And you're saying that God is a liar. This situation has opened the eyes of many that this is really a reality, that people would rather you dead than wanting to have a good faith conversation. When people start killing people because they feel like their truth is more true, that's when you know we're in grave danger. I'm thankful that there is a God that sits enthroned in the heavens and that will judge the world. And a lot of people say, oh, there is no God. A lot of people mock it, be like, oh, you're sky daddy. We shall see, right? We shall see. Even the earth proclaim the name of Jesus. Even you can look at the trees, the sky, the stars, even people. And and see that there's a God. But because people are delusional and people are losing it, they're given over to strong delusion because of their own sinful desires, they won't be able to see it. But that's why God is so graceful. Believe it or not, the death of Charlie Kirk will bring a lot of people to Jesus Christ. Yes, it's going to expose a whole bunch of hearts, but many people will come to surrender and many people will believe in the gospel. Believe it or not. And I'm so excited for it. So, body of Christ, don't be fearful. Forget what everybody else is saying about it. Stay locked in with the King and prepare for a great move of revival. Because man, so many people, even celebrities, are going to come to Jesus Christ. My words, a lot of people that people would not have expected will come to Christ. And this situation is going to open the doorway for a flood of revival and truth seekers. You'll see evangelism like never before because people will not shut up about the truth. Yes, the kingdom of darkness may seem like it's prevailing, but guess what? The kingdom of God take it back by force, and that's the word of God. No matter how much they try to silence us, no matter how much they try to talk down on us, guess what? We have the highest, the biggest God on our side. So I'm trying to get right. Let's get it. We don't serve the same God. You don't serve the same God as me anytime you can get online and celebrate the death of a man who gave his unsolicited opinion just like you do. To fix your mouth and make jokes about this man losing his life, this man was a husband, this man was a father. But to sit up and laugh and make jokes about it when you do exactly the same thing that he does, which is give your unsolicited opinion that nobody asked you for, there's somebody out there that don't like you either. There's somebody out there that don't like your opinions. There's somebody out there who would do the very same thing to you. So to sit up and laugh at somebody who only gave their opinion, regardless of if you agree with it or not, thinking that it's okay for somebody to take that person's life and sit up and laugh about that, you don't serve the same God that I serve. A lot of y'all wonder why your life is so messed up and why you have the problems that you have. It's because you ain't got no God in you. You don't serve a higher power, and it shows. A lot of y'all are demonic. You have some evil spirits. I never listened to Charlie Kirk like that. I would see his stuff come across my timeline every now and then with his controversial takes, but I've never seen anything that he's personally done to justify somebody doing this to him. There's nothing to justify doing this to this man, regardless if you agree with his opinion or not. My prayers go out to his family. This is just a messed up situation, but it goes to show you just how far people will go when they don't like what you're saying.
Now, family, you know what I had to do when these it was all gravy. I wouldn't have said nothing if they didn't bring the Most High into this. You got one with the violins, and you got another one talking about we don't serve the same God. Okay, yeah. So, you know what I do? I addressed it. Let's go here.
Yeah, get him.
You don't serve the same God as me anytime you can get online and celebrate the death of a man.
Now, what you hoes not going to do is sit here and disrespect the Most High and bring the Most High into this. And when I say hoes, I'm talking about each and every one of these attention-seeking whores. It could be male, it could be female. But either way, they're looking for attention. Now, you say we don't serve the same Most High. No shit, Sherlock. Where'd you get the clue? We know we don't serve the same Most High because those people used to leave church and they used to have picnics where they used to go and hang people that look like us, who they call pickaninnies. And then they would eat us. We know we don't serve the same Most High because we don't go after their children. Those folks target our children. You brought up the fact that he's a man, a father, a brother, and all this other nonsense. So is George Floyd, and he made sure to stay on his head the whole time he was alive on this platform. He didn't give a damn about the ramifications of what he was doing to George's daughter or nothing like that. And for those who don't know, I take that to heart. I actually went to his funeral out here. As a matter of fact, many of you are still running around here talking about how he was unalived by fentanyl and not the video that we all saw with our own eyes for over 8 minutes. However, Jordan Nilly, he was somebody's brother. He was somebody's son. But Daniel Penny was still uplifted by the same person you're speaking on for unaliving Jordan Nilly, and he didn't touch nobody or physically harm anyone. Shiloh Hendricks was lifted up by the same guy for calling somebody who looks like me and you the N-word. Yeah, what you're not going to do is sit here and try to act as if we should have some sort of remorse for this person that was sitting here literally putting a target on our backs. I spit on his grave. And I know some of you out there like, damn, church, stall him out. Hell no. I won't stall him out because he didn't stall out none of us. He didn't stall out none of our people in none of the time that he was living with that platform. Every single chance he got, he would disrespect and denigrate and pass along propaganda when it came to the foundational Black community. And if the Most High don't love everybody, why should I? For Esau, I hate. And for Jacob, I love. You know what happened when the Most High told Abram, who ended up becoming Abraham, after Lot was kidnapped with his family and children? What did the Most High tell Abram? You go unalive every man, woman, and child and pillage their village and take it back to yours. So let me be clear about this. The Most High is not the same God that these people worship. And apparently, it's not the same God that you worship either. If you like pink meat, just say that then. But what you're not going to do is take the Most High's name in vain because you want to sit here and give a dog whistle to your Zeddies. Hey, look at me out here defending somebody who denigrated people who look like me his whole damn career, made a career off of it. Not just made a career off of it, but created something like Turning Point USA. How ironic that he was talking out of the side of his neck, and then somebody sent the pum pum into the side of his neck. So let me just say this and I'll end. You keep the Most High's name out of your mouth when it comes to these devils, unless you're trying to exercise them. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Because if you guys haven't noticed, ever since we started delineating and started giving praise to the ancestors here, we started seeing the ancestors move very quickly on that ABK here. You got plantations burning down. You got Nabiscos getting that ass tapped, whether you look left or look right. Everywhere you look, an FBA spotlight. So at what point do we say this was ordained?
That's it. That's all, family. I'm not going to even say anything else on that. Salute to our sister, Fake Speaks Life. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister. Yeah, family. Nobody seems to really give a damn when it comes down to this situation. But what you're not going to do is use the Most High to put over your ability to get pink meat. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that at all. Now, you can go over there and you can go and be with that pink meat all you want, but whatever consequences come from those actions, you'll have to deal with it. I'm doing a series in my God. If you remember, you already seen I started a new series, Nabisco Horror Stories. And I guarantee you, she will be one of those Nabisco Horror Stories pretty soon if that's what she wants. Now, family, let me show you some of these other clips real quick. We're going to speed past these as well.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
The fuck that got to do with me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking every single one of you right now to pray for my friend Charlie Kirk.
Fuck no. And I'm gonna stand on that. Okay. And they can get in my DM. You can get in my DM all you want every day. This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. I just murdered Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I don't give a fuck.
Hey. If you're seeing this, it means someone has just passed away that you don't like, and you've made a joke about them passing, and I'm here to tell you to fuck you.
Bitch, shut up.
Right. Just put it out here clear. If any of you are making videos on what just happened and him passing away, fuck you.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for that. I don't.
I think the death of Charlie Kirk is the most momentous event since MLK Kennedy. Get your grown bitch ass out of
here. Salute to whoever put that compilation together, because that's exactly how I feel. And I have the right to. That. Absolutely. Let's go here. Shout out to our brother Cool Keezy.
Yeah, shout out to Cool Keezy.
Can I interject?
Yeah, Captain America, go ahead.
Yes, I've not been introduced yet. I'm 37, Indiana, Marine Corps veteran, rifle instructor when I was in the Marine Corps. It's a very simple shot at 200 yards.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I was going to say.
Really? I was going to say I regularly taught recruits how to shoot.
Yeah,
600
I've heard it all
on iron
before
sights.
from better people than you. Goodbye.
Can I interject?
Now, family, I want to read what our brother Kukizi said here. Kukizi said, they're not grieving. They're bragging about target practice. That's white culture in real time. Demons always eat their own eventually.
Daniel, salute, Daniel.
And shout out to Dr. Kaba, because he said this several times. You know, if we wasn't around, the Nabisco would turn in on each other and go after their selves. More specifically, their women.
This bro got to go.
Who are their first slaves?
She trolling.
But let's continue. Shout out to our brother Brian Jehovah, a great friend of the channel over here, my good brother.
Why should I be empathetic to someone that would never, ever in their life be empathetic towards me? Why?
Right.
Why would I be empathetic to someone that don't believe in empathy? Why? Why? Huh? Somebody tell me, why should I do that?
See, I'm not one of these black people, bro. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not one of these black people that believe in a high road, believe turn the other cheek, love is love, or because you white, I need to bow down and scold my people too. I can do both. I can scold you and my people at the same time. How about that? Yeah, I'm one of them people. I'm equal opportunity over here. But why should I show empathy to a group of people that never showed empathy to me or us, for that matter? Trayvon Martin. Everybody know about Trayvon Martin.
Yep, that's true.
This man said a lot of disparaging things about Trayvon Martin.
Trayvon Martin.
Even the people that support him, including black people that support him, used to post photos of his unalive body that was on the ground. They used to post photos of his body that was on the ground and make fun of him. They'll put his body like on a Jordan symbol or something like that, like on a shoe or something like a Jordan symbol on how he would stretch that on the ground. I never forgot that. Ooh, I never forgot that. Or Philando Castillo on how they showed this on national TV on how his on his unalive in front of their little baby in the back seat.
His cousin is one of my.
What was the empathy then for that? Huh? Where was the empathy for that baby that saw her stepdad or her mom's boyfriend get unalive right in front of her? What was the empathy for that? I saw white people making excuses and black people making excuses and justifying why Philando Castillo got unalive. Sandra Bland. I saw the disrespect black and white people was making for her unalive or for her mysterious death. I saw that. Breonna Taylor. I saw you niggas and white people make excuses for Breonna Taylor getting unalive. It was a sister in Fort Worth. I can't think of her name right now because I'm just flowing off the top of my mind. It was a sister in Fort Worth a couple years ago. I think she was watching her nephew. And I don't know if she called the police or something. But whatever it was, she walked towards her to a window or something. And the police gunned her down, right? People was making fun of her, making excuses for her. But what was the empathy for her family? Her father passed away 2 weeks later because of it. Or a couple weeks later because of it. There was no empathy. There was no nothing. Nobody wants to say, well, what about the family? What about the kids? What about the friends? What about this? Nah, bro. I can't show no empathy to people that never show empathy to us. I ain't saying all people are bad, but for the bad ones, that's what I talk about. And I'm not saying all black people are angels. Some are not. There's a segment of black people that are just not angels. But that's not all black people. That's not all black people. No empathy over here. But I can understand people don't want to celebrate the unaliveness of someone. I get it. I can understand your point of view. But I ain't got to show no empathy to somebody that would not show empathy to us.
Whatsoever. Let's go here to an elder.
If you don't have anything positive to say, keep your mouth shut. I was going to take that fucking approach, but nothing's off limits, so fuck it. Charlie Kirk was assassinated yesterday. First of all, I want to say I do not condone violence, and I don't wish death on anyone. But bullets do not discriminate. To rile up people, and it's going to be a political device to sit up here and divide this country. You can't sit up here and act like this shit don't work both ways. He was the one that said some deaths are necessary to keep our Second Amendment. How fucking ironic. He was the one that preached black on black crime. I'm pretty sure it was probably white on white crime, and it was in Utah. It's a boomerang. You throw it and it comes back at you. You can't be putting out things that are negative and expect not to be affected only in a positive way. Everything comes back at you sooner or later. There's no fucking immunity.
Shout out to that elder. And he kept it very simple, very plain, and he said it with very colorful words, and I loved every bit of it. So, salute to FBA Combo. He said, I totally agree with this elder. You and me both. You and me both. Trust me when I say. Let's go here, family.
Mocking Charlie Kirk's death is because of his political views or his racism that he spurs. It's none of that. It's him holding you accountable to something that you're not willing to change.
Nigga, you're on your knees for the white man. Oh my God. Holding black people accountable for what? Are you talking about the same man who said black people are better off as slaves? The fuck? You talking about the same man who laughed at George Floyd's death? What? Nigga, holding black people accountable for what? Or just being racist? What the fuck? Like, nigga, no, like this is, get the fuck off your knees, brother. What, like, calm down. Just never, like, it actually blows my mind. I didn't know there was this many fucking coons in the world. Still today, there's so many black niggas in this comment. Yeah, you're so right. They just can't take the truth. My nigga, what the fuck are y'all talking about? I don't think death is okay either. But when you saying shit like this, my nigga, get the fuck off your knees, my guy. Like, come on. And it's so ironic that this nigga is talking about accountability, but when niggas was trying to hold his TikTok buddy Scarface Mark for accountability, you was over there talking about show me some money, then you can talk. Y'all niggas don't want to take accountability for shit. So what the fuck are you talking about other black people? Oh, y'all can't take care. Like, bro, stop kissing ass. It's not that deep.
Family.
The descendants of those who gathered and celebrated the lynchings of Black and brown bodies does not qualify to be my moral compass. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
But shout out to Charlie Kirk for being fucking dead though, fam. Like, shout out to him for spending his last moments bleeding from his fucking neck, struggling to breathe, as he once again tried to make the problems in America the fault of black people. Y'all, I'm so glad that that's what that nigga was doing in his last moments, because that really showed what fucking type of person he was. Fuck him, bro. And all of you niggas on here with this performative empathy, I'm being graceful by saying that y'all have performative empathy for this nigga, bro. I'm seeing crackers on this whole cry about Charlie Kirk. Nigga, you are a bitch. You bitch ass nigga. I ain't gonna lie, boy. Charlie Kirk ain't never did shit good on this whole entire life. Niggas talk about it's dark when people will kill you for what you say. Where the fuck have y'all niggas been? This is America. Duh. This is now white people is getting it. You would have been got killed for what you say in America, nigga. Now it's just happening to white people. So now y'all acting like we barreling towards a fucking civil war. Suck dick. Y'all niggas is hoes, boy. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck his wife. Fuck his kid. Fuck anybody who love him, nigga. Boy, hell no. Everybody waiting for Trump to die, and I feel like that's only part of the story, bro. We too often ignore all of the people who laid the groundwork and like altered people's minds to the point where they thought that Trump was going to be a savior for them. You know what I'm saying? What that nigga Mos Def say, the world is overrun with the wealthy and the wicked, but God is sufficient of disposing of affairs. You know what I'm saying? One day you might wake up and God might be sending one of them boys to hell, bro. So just keep on keeping on, y'all. I don't know.
Salute to that brother. Held no punches, spoke his truth, and spoke the truth. So shout out to him, because what it really is, family, they're out there trying to start some stuff, and they're doing it within their own race, but also they're trying to shift the blame so that every single time they start getting into it with each other, they try to point the finger at us. Y'all notice that, right? That's what they do. That's what they do. This is, otherwise you'll be out here with this situation right here. Oh, you want to do me like that? There we go.
Fight back, white man, 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 fight back.
Now, who are they talking about fighting back against? We already know what the shooter looks like.
Yeah, so
are you talking about fighting back against your fellow Nabisco? Because that's the biggest problem that you have, is your fellow Nabisco. Every time we turn around, it's another Nabisco killing another Nabisco. Right. Unaliving, taking them off the map,
or victimized,
tipping over the board, you name it. It's the Nabiscos doing it to each other. So now, like I said, they're trying to politicize it so they can remove the responsibility of the Nabisco in itself. So now it's the Nabisco liberal. So now, so now it's the Nabisco trans supporter. Rather than it being exactly what the hell it is. Nabisco on Nabisco crime. Nabisco on Nabisco behavior. One Nabisco unaliving another Nabisco, like we've had so many instances of in America. And just to show you, these folks are out here talking about fight back. They were at a visual and somebody went through there saying F Charlie Kirk, and they got on his head. They got on his scully cap. We ain't gonna play all of it, but let's get into it.
This guy's gonna get fucking so
Now, family, this is all Nabiscos out there. All Nabiscos. And they're getting active with each other. You don't see us out there at one, not one of us. Oh, that Nabisco culture. Why are these people so violent? Why can't they just get it together? Just a question. And notice, this is more of the rhetoric that you're hearing out of these Nabiscos.
This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you. This video's in.
Coming for who? The Nabiscos on the right. The Nabiscos on the left. What about the far left Nabiscos? You coming for all them? That's what it is? Okay. Interesting. Shout out to D. Thank you for being here, family. It's very interesting. Family, these folks are off on each other. And have y'all heard about that situation with the HBCUs? Let me play this clip and then give you my analogy of what I think is happening.
7 HBCUs had to close their doors today and lock down after violent threats following the Charlie Kirk assassination. Despite the fact that the suspect looked like this. So many people correctly theorize that this would lead to escalating political violence, and as per usual, Black and brown people are forced to bear the brunt of that. Hampton University, Virginia State University, Alabama University, and Bethune-Cookman University all received direct threats. Additionally, Spelman College, Southern University, and Clark Atlanta University issued shelter-in-place or lockdown orders just as a precaution. These are threats of terrorism, by the way. We don't have a motive. We don't even have the shooter yet. We have a suspect who's not even Black, but we don't even have the shooter yet. But none of that matters because this was always going to be used as an opportunity to scapegoat Black people. Because that's what white supremacism does. And Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist. This is not the first time, nor is it the last time that HBCUs will receive racially motivated threats. But this is the level of hate, of racial incitement that comes with violent platforms like Charlie Kirk's.
Well, that didn't take long, did it? But the guy that is the suspect is white. Yet somehow, it's the fault of Black people. I'm telling you, bro, traditional American history right here in the making. Let's blame the Black folk again for a white life that was lost. Not even at the hands of them. It's always blame the immigrants and blame Black people. There you have it. Now you have traditionally Black colleges receiving multiple death threats every day. His friends that are white supremacists got upset. And now they want to blame Black people. But they didn't shoot him. It was one of your own. It was one of your own people. So my question is this: what the fuck do we have to do with anything in white people business? Hasta TikTok. Que tengan buen día.
I got one question for him. And family, I'm pretty sure you can, gather what the question is going to be.
We? We.
That man said black, black, blackity black all throughout his video. They ended with we. Yeah, okay. Family, let me explain to you what I believe is happening, and I want y'all opinion. I want y'all to tell me what you think. I truly believe that with these Nabiscos having the infights and they're really yelling out the term, oh, the liberals have to own this, the Democrats have to own this. I believe that it was the Democrats who called these schools and put in these threats. Let me explain why. We haven't been coming to the defense of the Democratic Party. We haven't been rocking with the Democrats. So when they're seeing this fire erupt, right, where they're now seeing Nabiscos on the right talking about getting Nabiscos on the left, not only are they trying to say, hey, Black folks come help us, and they know that we're not going to come and help them if they just say something. So now what they do, they put up this whole false flag of, oh, they're targeting HBCUs, so now Black people can get on code and come out and speak against the alt-right and all these people talking on the right. This is my opinion. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on here, but I wouldn't put it past them. In the very same way, when Trump was elected, we start getting those anonymous text messages talking about you must report back to the plantation and all this other nonsense. I believe Democrats were sending those messages. But family, I'm going to be honest. Whether they sent it or not, You make sure that your children or anybody you know that goes to these schools are protecting themselves by any means necessary. Now, family, I want to end here because our brother Alpha is about to go live. I want to end with this last clip. Don't let these people tell you nothing to convince you that you should be doing something to someone else or for someone else that they wouldn't do for you. As a matter of fact, they would weaponize the situation against your community if it happened to you. Damn all that. These people don't have the spiritual cachet to talk to me about anything that's spiritual. You don't have the soulful cachet to speak to me about anything soulful. These people honor their deviance. And you had Trump showing you that he's going to be honoring their deviant. So don't bring your ass over here trying to tell me what I should and shouldn't feel about your deviant. I'm going to play this last clip in closing, family. They're trying to get this deviant a statue in D.C. in the Capitol.
Oh, hell no. Hell to the no.
They are writing up drafts to put a statue of Charlie Kirk at the fucking Capitol. Be so fucking for real right now. We write to you today with the heavy hearts mourning the tragic loss of Charlie Kirk, a patriot, father, fearless voice for conservative values. To honor this legacy, we call upon you to direct that a statue of Charlie Kirk be placed in the United States Capitol. This is not a symbolic gesture, but a permanent testament to his life's work, his courage, and his sacrifice. It will stand as a reminder that political disagreements must never be answered with violence, and truth must carry on. The man said that if his daughter got raped and impregnated, that she would have to carry the baby to term at 10 years old. Yes, the baby would be delivered, was his exact words. That's the legacy? That's what we're putting up statues for? I better not see a fucking statue of Charlie Kirk in the goddamn Capitol.
Family, I wouldn't be surprised if they did put up the statue, especially with Trump talking and moving in the way that he is. Like I said, at what point do we ask the question, was Charlie Kirk an asset of the FBI or CIA? Did he work for the White House?
I would say yes.
Was the nonsense that he was doing on the college campuses and Turning Point USA, because come to find out, he's not even the freaking founder of Turning Point USA. That was something that was given to him.
Mm-hmm.
So at what point,
I would not be surprised.
Was everything he doing just a cover? And I'll leave with that question, family, because some point in some time, there's going to be more information coming out to show that he was. In the very same way that Epstein was an asset. But with that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell. So
yeah, like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, appreciate you, Church, for that awesome commentary about that racist bigot known as Charlie Kirk. who was unalived last week by one of his own Nabiscos. Now, moving along, I gotta go back to Dewan B. And what's next after Charlie Kirk's death?
His last words were about black on black crime, black violence. Literally, his last words were about us and what we got going on. So, with people like Charlie Kirk choosing to use their political influence to remove critical race theory or black history out of schools, it's on us to teach it.
Right.
And part of my job, long before Charlie Kirk died, has been to teach history. That's what I do on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
I do a lot of things, but I'm very history and how history plays a part in the present oriented.
Right.
Whether it be the history of basketball, history of music, or history of society, I can go extremely deep on all of them. In the history of the United States of America, laws, politicians, and politics that put us in the situation we in.
Yeah.
People like me have to exist because people like Charlie Kirk exist to take away and never shine a light on the positive side of Black society. So since they don't want to show positive images, we got to show positive images. Like last night,
reach out and turn the key.
The band played with Luther. Positive images. Watch this unity right here.
I said, still.
Oh shit. Luther.
Please be. Stop love.
Question. How can the people that created that sound be the most violent people on this earth? It was people like Charlie Kirk who went overboard to not acknowledge it, to not acknowledge the humanity of Black society, down to the point where he even talked about not having anything. He preached about having, and he lived having no empathy. He lives with no empathy. So part of what he did, a lot of what he did predicated on this particular thing. And I thought it was just kind of crazy that we're having this night of unity on the night someone was taken out who preached disunity.
I had to get drunk to look at your ugly family. Don't you talk about my family. I'll talk about your family. Listen, for years, people go around saying, black is beautiful. They took one look at your family and said, hold everything.
And then they turn around and play the Sanford and Son theme song. It was just so much like love in the building last night. It was like 18,000 Black people. It was other races too. We were sitting next to some white folks actually. I would say out of the 17,000 people that was there, 14,000 were Black. And it was just so much love, peace, and harmony. Something that the Charlie Kirk types said didn't exist in our society. You know what I mean? It was just so much. And I thought it was just crazy that these things are happening on the same day. And it's because of the people like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, these agents of chaos. That's why people have these mindsets that they have towards other groups of people. These type people perpetuate that level of divisiveness. And for you Negroes going around saying that, oh, regrettingly, I clicked on the Brown's videos talking about Charlie Kirk, and I already knew what the dude was going to say before he said it. And it was all about questioning us. But quite something Negroes say. Kwame said, well, we all got differences of opinion. You shouldn't be this way or that way because of a difference of opinion. And he's right. I agree. We should not be certain ways because someone has a different opinion. With Charlie Kirk and people like Charlie Kirk, it's not about the difference of opinion. It's about his opinion at some point turned into law. At some point, his opinion turned into law. His opinions on Black people and Black history turned into the state of Florida removing all critical race theory. Basically, Black history. You see the difference? Turning Point USA is a political action committee. And I'm setting this all up because we're going to talk about where this shit is going. I'm just giving a lot of background right now. Turning Point USA was a political action committee, meaning they took action. They by getting certain people appointed into critical positions throughout local, state, and federal. This ain't about how he feels or what he thinks. This is about what he feels and what he's turning into that effect. Because what's the result of people not knowing about themselves? Low self-esteem, low self-worth, low group worth. And when you have low self-esteem, low group esteem, what's the next thing that comes along with that? Lack of respect of self and lack of respect of a group. And if you don't respect yourself, what's going to happen? You're not going to hold yourself to a standard. You're not going to have any standards. People who don't respect themselves don't have standards, personal etiquette standards, behavioral standards. And what happens when you don't respect your group and there's a disagreement? Well, there's a higher likelihood of you having a more violent reaction to a person that you don't respect than it is having a violent reaction to a person you do respect. So everything has a yin-yang relationship. There's a cause and effect relationship to everything. So everything that Charlie Kirk complained and bitched about when it came to Black people, he also worked politically to continue the cause of the effect that he spoke on. Affect Black on Black crime, affect Black gang violence, affect Black murder, cause economic deprivation, lack of knowledge. They know how many prisons to build by the time a child gets to the 2nd grade. These are verified facts, not verifiable, verified. They're only verifiable if you go look them up. But look them up, look it out there. By the 2nd grade, they know how many prisons to build. So question, if they know how many prisons to build by the 2nd grade, Why can't they change conditions to nurture and help along kids from 0 to the 2nd grade? If you know that by the 2nd grade, these people are going to go to jail, you can then reverse that and find where to support children from 0 to the 2nd grade. You know, whether it be things like preschool programs, early education, specialized tutoring, resource development to help families of children of that age, to make sure when that kid gets to that age, to have a school system that engages children of that age, so that there's an environment that encourages education, that encourages knowledge of self, that encourages self-worth, that can reverse the later on effect, quote unquote, starts in the 1st grade. But Charlie Kirk actively worked to poison what was getting taught at that age group. And then made a career off talking about the effect. That's the difference to a lot of you coon-ass niggas out there that want to say, well, we say things and they say things. Yeah, we say things and we go back to work. They say things and change laws. See the difference? What we say is just hot air, a bunch of nothing, hogwash, including what I'm talking about now. I ain't changed this. When y'all done listening to me on this goddamn show, you're gonna turn to another show, and we're gonna be done all forgot about what was said in about 2.5 hours. It ain't gonna change no laws. I don't have a political action committee that I'm asking for donations from to talk and rile you guys up so I can go down to Karen Bass and change the law. That's the difference. I don't want to see white people suffer. I don't want to see nobody suffer. I'm not going to take my rhetoric and then go put it into a law to hurt somebody. That's not how we get down. When we do talk about laws, we talk about our reparations. That's the only law I'm concerned about. And I want you guys to follow CJEC Official on Instagram for updates what's going on with California reparations. CJEC, SEJEC Official on Instagram. They are doing a great job telling us what's going on. And Friday Jones, you've seen her on this show. And Dana, who calls into this show regularly, she's another person that's really up to date on what's going on. We talk about it from that point of view where we're going to push our reparations. But my rhetoric isn't going to go into creating a law to take from somebody else, to miseducate somebody else, to harm somebody else. That's where we're different. Oh shit, I saw there's going to be a Grammy salute to Earth and Fire on September 21st. Oh, hell yeah, I'm watching that. Oh, I'm sorry, I just got distracted by something I saw. This is the show I was at the Hollywood Bowl. They're going to play that Hollywood Bowl show that I was at earlier this year on September 21st. Salute. I'm watching that shit. Again, they were talking about black people and having unity. How in the hell, it's like our unity is so right there in front of us. Our unity is right there in front of us. We are the people that created jazz. We literally created jazz. Our humanity is right there. And it's right there for us to teach and for us to see. But you got people like Charlie Kirk that have made careers off of making sure that that part is covered. And how can that's not covered? Not known, not remembered. I was gonna show y'all something from when they was at that show. It's not up here. I was trying to show y'all something. That's all right. That's all right. Rocky over here knocked out. So now let's get to where this is going. Let's get to where this is going. What's this dude said reparations is take shit from other people. Well, up then, bitch. If you see me getting my family getting repaid for what we built as taking, then I don't give a fuck how you feel. I feel that my money going towards illegal immigration is taking from me. No one gives a fuck, Eddie Vance. I feel that my money and what the infrastructure in this country that I built was being taken by people from Europe when they came over here and got those union jobs and economically disenfranchised us 125 years ago. That took from us. Didn't nobody give a fuck? So I don't give a fuck. It's that simple. Oh, I feel like you're taking. Well, so what, bitch? Who are you? You just took too much of my time with your stupid ass thoughts. So back to what I'm talking about. Back to what I'm talking about. What's next? What's next is, all right, you good? What's next is, again, you're about to start seeing a race to take his place. And I think another thing you're going to see next, you're going to see people, I think you're going to start to see people back off this Epstein thing. I think that people are going to start on that side of the fence. And I may be wrong, but there's something that went on here. One thing about America, as much as I want to talk about white on white crime and all that stuff, and this is most definitely white on white crime, this dude was taken out by one shot from however many 100 yards away that they say. Taken out by one shot by somebody they suspect of college age. By somebody that they suspect of college age. Let's go right here with what they're saying. These are the live photos of the person that they suspect took him out. That is a long way away to shoot somebody from somebody at that age. What training did they get? Who put him up to this? And whenever you want to trace something, you got to ask yourself, who benefits? Who benefits from this public murder of this guy, Charlie Kirk? And no, I'm not using the word assassination. He wasn't assassinated. He was murdered. He's a punk thug that got murdered. Somebody that preached and taught and that said things very heinous about victims of crime. He had no empathy. His words, and he talked bad and he encouraged violence amongst other groups of people. So no, he wasn't assassinated, he was murdered. And I'm not for anybody being murdered. I'm not saying he should have gotten murdered. But we got to ask ourselves, ourselves who benefits. Who benefits? He wasn't giving up that Epstein thing. I don't know who benefits. I'm not going to get all the way into it because I don't want no deep state shit on me. But you got to ask yourself, because when we study American history, whether it be what's the guy? Bush's cousin, President Bush's cousin, the one that shot Reagan, William Hinckley Jr. Whether it be Hinckley, Sirhan, whether it be this person that shot at Trump last year that they took out. There's always a deeper political connection when you open up the history books. There's generally some people that were behind the shooting. When you open the history books, and I'm not comparing him to them, but when we open up the history books, the nation didn't kill X. The nation was motivated by other factors once you open the history books. When you look at all of these different things, what's that guy's name? Timothy McVeigh, Oklahoma City bombing, Ruby Ridge. There always tend to be deeper political ties. You know, when you find out that Timothy McVeigh was getting paid by a particular governmental organization. For those of you who don't know, Timothy McVeigh was the person that bombed the Oklahoma City Federal Building. When you find out that he was on a payroll of some of these lettered organizations. What's going on, Rocky? So all I'm saying is pay attention. Pay attention. Don't just come in with this, don't go crashing out on it's just been a lone wolf incident. Pay attention. And while you pay attention, stay the fuck out. We're about to see this civil war within white society get much larger. That's what's on the horizon. Right there, there's so many factions of the deep state. Yeah. FBA strong. William Hinckley Jr. was the Bushes and the Obamas' cousin. Yep. Here it is. Y'all thought I was bullshitting? Look. The Hinckley family is the common ancestor between the Bushes and the Obamas. Did y'all know that? The common ancestor between the Bushes and the Obamas is Samuel Hinckley. Yeah. And William Hinckley Jr., the person that shot Ronald Reagan, was a family member. He's part of the Hinckley family line. Didn't know that, did you? Oh, I got some super chats I gotta read. My bad. Then we gonna go deeper. Now he doesn't worry about black pilots. Hey Josh, that was funny. Scotty Jenkins, Wu-Tang Clan told Charlie Kirk to protect his neck. Damn. Riri says 777. Appreciate that, Riri. Man, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and Morris Day came out last night at the Hollywood Bowl. Y'all know that? Yeah. Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and Morris Day. Stalemate says, okay, Chart. Oh, Chart K got popped. Now that you mentioned it, a button fell off my word pens that's been bothering me. Stalemate just like, yeah, he don't give a fuck. So yeah, yes, he says it is a small world, isn't it? So right now you're about to see, I think you'll see people fall off talking about Epstein and Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. You're about to see a deeper fight on that right side. And then the right is about to start fighting the left a little bit heavier too. It's been the left and the right have had some sort of level of respect up until this point to where they don't really call out left-wing extremism. You're about to see that get really loud on the right, especially like we're dealing with like the Nick Fuentes, non-mainstream white sector. You're about to start seeing the right go gloves off with the left when they start talking about extremists. They already started going that way with that trans person that shot them two people at that Catholic school. This just gave them way more ammunition. Oh, Rocky, you want to get outside? Hold on. Rocky, you want to go? Go. You're about to start seeing these guys take that fight up to another level. It's about to go up. It's about to go up a few octaves. Stay the fuck out of it. Stay out of it. Williams, I appreciate the cash out, brother. Dana, yesterday, I appreciate the cash app. Aaron, if you in here, I appreciate the cash app. Stay out of this shit, black people. Stay out of this shit. This ain't the time for us to go falling on the sword saying, oh my Lord, Mr. Kirk, Mr. Kirk. Because them same white people you kissing the ass to, you don't know what side of the fence they sit on when it comes to Charlie Kirk. They civil war is real, y'all. But let's take a quick little break to celebrate Morris Day coming out with Jerome and Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. Let's celebrate Black unity and Black love.
Let's go.
Jungle love. Oh, we, oh, we, oh. Look at the white boy dancing off me. Know ya. Black unity. Show you. Oh. Derek Haas conducting the orchestra, Marcus Miller on bass. This is what black folks are doing. Well, they say we ain't got no unity. That's what we was doing. Man, I ran across Scotty from the Whispers last night. I ran across Robert Townsend Jr. They did a whole scene from House Party, and during a break, I hollered at the homie. We ain't homies, but I just happened to know her. Tisha Campbell was there. It was funny watching her reaction because where my box wasn't too far from hers. It was just funny watching her reaction when they were playing House Party on that screen. That shit was wild. She was like a couple rows over from us. And I looked over like, that was just crazy watching that reaction. That's what we was doing. When they say we ain't got no culture, we ain't got no unity. Our culture is right there in front of us. But you see the way media is reacting to a person named Charlie Kirk, who ignored all that, acted like that none of that doesn't exist, to only pin our culture down to the subsection of thugs. See, times are changing, moving forward. Times are changing as we move forward. We're moving into a time astrologically and in the cards. That's why we're in this 9 of Hearts here. Now, I'm about to break some of this stuff down in the cards. Then we're going to go on Patreon and go a little deeper on the cards. I'm going to pull up Charlie Kirk's report on the cards, in the cards on Patreon. And we're going to go through his life report and see what was going on. But I'm not going to go through his life report here. See, in life, in the grand scheme of things, there's a time and a place for everything. And now we're dealing with a time of being in alignment. And your words coming back to you a lot faster than before. I told you this is a 9 of Hearts year where people, the reason why in this 9 of Hearts year, people are going at it like this is because you got to find out who is who, what is what, and get down to the nitty gritty of what's real. And this is now a time of accountability. And one thing about racism, white supremacy, one of the things that it's done is taking away accountability from people. People get a chance to not look in the mirror. They get a chance to not look at their own society through pointing at another society. And that's how it works. You don't fix your own shit when you're spending all your time looking at other people's society and talking about how they're wrong, what they're doing wrong. When people go around making an enemy of other societies and other people, the same way people who don't want to deal with their own problems, you did something to me. You lashed out. Oh, that person made me feel this way. that person lied to me. When the fuck is you gonna man up or woman up and be like, okay, why do I keep running into these situations? There's something within me that's chasing people away. Maybe people aren't running because there's something wrong with them. Maybe people are running from me because there's something wrong with you, with me. And we're coming up on a time now to where when you want to start pointing and blaming and when you want to speak death on people, you're speaking death on yourself. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. We've all heard that statement before. We've all heard that statement before. It really is. You can choose to help by uplifting, or you can choose to damn it, to uplift yourself through standing on somebody else's shit. This is a time of getting real with one's self. And there is no making a mockery of other people's death. He mocked George Floyd. As much as how I feel about this Charlie Kirk guy, never gonna make a mockery of his death. I think that was, personally, I think that was foul. I don't ever want to see some kids be able to turn on the internet and see their father get their cat peeled back. That is a level of trauma I pray I never experience in any lifetime moving forward. I'm not here to celebrate that shit. But I also know that when you do celebrate that kind of stuff, when you do put that energy out there and you don't have empathy and compassion, you get what you put out. That's why everybody listening to me, you got to make sure that you watch what you put out there. Just because he don't have empathy don't mean you don't not have empathy. I still have empathy for that man's family. She chose him and he chose her, but that still doesn't take away of having to see that image. Watch how you talk about people and watch how you talk about groups of people. You see this happening all around. You're seeing, people who didn't mind seeing black families get displaced all this time. Now it's coming back to them and their families are being displaced. Watch how you talk about people. You reap what you sow. I'm looking at his cards and he died in his 9 of Hearts week. He died in a personal 9 of Hearts week, in his personal 9 of Hearts week, in a 9 of Hearts year. See, when I look at Charlie's cards, he's a 5 of diamonds. His cards. He's a 5 of diamonds. What that means is he's somebody who, here we go. He's somebody who is very quick. The 5 of diamonds is a salesman. They're very quick with their speech, very quick with their words. They're crafty. They know how to get things done. they know how to either unify or divide with their words. See, he has a Queen of Spades in his Mercury. What that means is he's naturally very judgmental with his speech. Now, and the Queen of Spades has a very, very, very high moral authority. You can either destroy with your words or you can build with your words. And with his words, he built through destruction. Jack of Clubs Venus, that tells me he didn't necessarily believe everything that he said. People that are the Jack of Clubs in the Venus position, they'll say whatever needs to get said. They'll do whatever they need to get. They'll cloak, in other words, they'll cloak their true intentions behind word salads. And he was a master at word salads. 9 of Diamonds in Mars, that meant a lot of his mission was to advance. 9 of Diamonds is all about changing your position, graduating and moving beyond. And he did that. He definitely, as I look into Charlie Kirk's cards, he lived his cards. He most definitely lived through his cards. 7 of Spades and Jupiter, meaning war. His blessings came behind starting, stirring the pot. See, what I'm seeing here is a person that lived his cards out. He played his cards to the maximum ability. Now, when it comes to cards, people be like, can you tell the future? No, I cannot tell you exactly your future. What I can tell you is the outcome. Like when you play your cards, you got to ask yourself, what's your end goal? What's your end game? And are you paying attention to the means in which you're executing your game? If you're executing your game by backbiting and stealing from others and berating others, you then invite that type of energy towards you. That's how energy works. You can still win your game by playing it these ways. But what are you holding out there? Like some of y'all may say, like, okay, well, Dewan, people like Rush Limbaugh and lived till they were old, and you have all these, why didn't they receive their karma? Yada yada. Howard Stern. Let me tell you something. You never know what's going on with somebody else's karma. That's why it's best not to judge. And you see some people who live forever, but they have a lot of other things going on inside that we don't see. Family issues, personal issues. You don't know what's going on with somebody else's thing. You don't know. But I will say, as far as his natural ability that he had, Charlie Kirk was doing what he was born to do. Now, how does this play out? Where's USA? How does this play out for the USA? How does this play out for us? This country, this year. Remember I told y'all when I read the cards for the year, I told y'all around this time, I said around the fall, in the summer into fall, it's about to get real violent. It's about to get real violent. And it's about to get worse because the 4 of Spades is balance and harmony. That's in Mars. That means a major struggle to find balance and harmony. 10 of Diamonds, Jupiter. That means a lot of what that we're gonna be seeing happening, we're gonna see it. Get ready for a ride, y'all. Like this Charlie Kirk shit. There's gonna be bigger news coming in the near future, in the next month or two, and not just one event that's bigger. A few events. A few events. Let me see, 68. I'm gonna play 68. Okay, that was last year. Let's see here. Let me see. What kind of week is it for the United States? Jack of Hearts week. The week of the heartbreak. Yeah. Well, we're going to go further over on Patreon. I'm going to go through Charlie Kirk's report for the year. And we're going to get real into the cards over there over on Patreon. We're going to get really deep into the cards when it comes to this. But what I see here, again, what I see coming on this country, there's just more. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. There's more on the way. Stay the fuck out of it, black people. Stay out of this shit. Queen of Clubs Saturn. That means, this military thing that we have, this whole situation with Trump sending the National Guard to different cities, you can almost see this as a new normal. As much as people are fighting it, as much as people are fighting ICE, the National Guard, while Trump is in office, he's setting a new normal with this militarized state. Now, black people, you don't have to jump up in the middle and do all that hooting and hollering. Your black ass has always been under military presence. Black people, we've always been under heavy militarized presence. The goddamn hip-hop police, SWAT teams, all this shit was created for your black ass. They're making us the face of this heavy military action. But when I read the cards, this is for everybody. They're using, see what they're doing with this whole, and Charlie Kirk played a major role in this. What they're doing with this black on black crime in Chicago thing, they're using that as a trope, as a Trojan horse. Rallying all those toothless rednecks around those violent Negroes in Chicago so that they can okay a militarized police presence within the United States, a military presence within the United States. They're using us as guinea pigs so they can unfurl that on everybody. You got to remember, when a government's ready to lay the hammer down, that hammer's going to hit everybody. When it came time to shut this country down to the coronavirus, they didn't say, hey, just you Negroes got to stay inside. Everybody had to stay inside. Staying inside wasn't confined to the ghetto. Black folks are always the beta tests. We are the beta test. Whatever bullshit they have planned always comes around to them too. If you want, you can call in 323-388-3315. 323-388-3315. That's what's next, folks. Next is a militarized police presence that's going to affect everybody. And these murders like Charlie Kirk and all the other stuff that's going on, that's going to be used to justify this heavy militarized police presence on everybody. They welcome their own demise through thinking it's just for us. And that's how it's always worked. They welcome their own demise. They welcome their own heavy police their own loss of freedom, I should say, because that's their term, loss of freedom. They welcome their loss of freedom through saying, oh, that's just a Negro problem when it comes to us. Remember that. They're welcoming their own demise when they do that. They're welcoming their own loss of freedom when they turn a blind eye to what we got going. Or when they, like Charlie Kirk, even worse, and try to intellectualize. Like, Charlie Kirk was really trying to intellectualize black on black violence when there's nothing to intellectualize. It's very simple. People who try to overly intellectualize black on quote unquote black on black crime or any inner city crime, they're bullshitting you. Okay? Is it a lot of crime in the ghetto? Yes. Because that's what ghettos are designed to do. You create ghettos so you can create crime, so that you can now sell a solution. We need more police. I look at like the LAPD got like 21 police helicopters. Do y'all know that? And those helicopters cost like well over like $100,000 a day to run. Cause they be up in the air all goddamn days, spinning that gas, pilots. That shit, them hoes could sometimes run upwards of $100,000 a day to run. And LAPD got 21 police helicopters. That happens when you can blame all the. You can now give the police unlimited budgets, while teachers can't get. Teachers have to buy their own markers and their own supplies if they want to do activities, while police officers get first pick at everything in the budget. Think about that. Oh, that's what it is. 17 in the fleet. It's 17. Damn, it costs more than $1,000 a day sometimes. Because it's $3,000 an hour to run for 17 helicopters. Say 10 of those helicopters get used a day. Wow. Say 3 hours a day. Let's say 10 of the 17 helicopters get used at least 4 hours a day. What's that? But this is what you can do. Fear of this other group of people. Look at this. They be using these helicopters to beat traffic. It ain't just to fight crime. Look at this. Unlimited budgets. Because people like Charlie Kirk fan the flames of these violent groups of people. And that happens when you create ghettos. Ghettos are created by man that are purposely economically deprived, resource deprived. And if you have 100 people in an environment that can only adequately feed 60, then those other 40, or let's go another way. Let's say you have an environment, I'm being more liberal. You have an environment of 100 people, that's created to feed no more than 71 or 72, 75. Those other 25 people are going to have to find ways to get it out of them. Some are going to be creative and do things non-violently to sort of circumvent rules and policies and laws to get it. But out of that 25 people who was designed to have nothing, one of them just might become a killer. You gave them no other choice. People are going to eat. If you want to remove the killers, you change the environment. And there's enough money to do so. And in ghettos, you're right. Ghettos are European inventions. Y'all see how it works? Y'all see how it works? There we go. And look at this shit. Only goddamn less than half of the times these helicopters are used is to fight felonies and urgent risk of life. I mean, the other 60 times these helicopters in the sky is done for bullshit, administrative shit. And we got to pay for that because you got people running around scared of what's going on in the ghetto when what's going on in the ghetto was planned to happen anyway. Foodapilia says, what's up, Foodapilia B1? You said that Cincinnati just approved a budget of $5 million to recruit more police officers and pay for overtime, all behind that dumbass Russian. Right. Man, that's crazy. All because them black people whooped that Russian started that shit. You saw she just said they got an extra $5 million because a white boy started a fight and got his ass whooped. All I got to say in closing today is this. All I got to say in closing is this. Stay out of this shit. 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 It's about to get more intense. You could expect some sort of a crackback. And one thing about them, they'll have no issues cracking back at one of ours or one of us. Pay attention, keep your eyes on the swivel. Watch your environment, watch your circles. Educate the youth as to what's going on. This isn't a time for black folks to go around saying, I want my children to have a good old childhood where they don't have to worry about race until they're 18. No, you teach your children about race now. Dewan, what age do you start talking about race? What age do your children start listening? Because Charlie Kirk, he rose to prominence as an 18-year-old. 18. He was in his early 20s when he got the attention of one Donald Trump. He was cultivated by the elders in that society to get to where he is. His talent, him, Nick Fuentes, their talent was recognized and they were picked up by the elders of those groups and they were groomed. These people are out here grooming the next generation of white supremacists. They're grooming the next generation of Andrew Jacksons. They're grooming the next generations of Bill Clintons and Ronald Reagans. While you're saying My baby's too innocent to know about this. All right. Just understand that your baby, when they hit 18, when they hit 20, when they hit 30, they're going to come face to face with people like this who ain't playing. How can we guarantee, how can I say that? We as a people, we don't own or control society at this point. We don't have major corporations that can hire us and we not have to deal with them. We don't have that. At some point, we have to deal with these people. So it's best the youth know as early as possible what they dealing with. You better not ever see no black kids see you crying for this motherfucker. Look at this shit. What's going on in their society? They're going to be having some major infights. Look at this. This is a white dude that drove through a Charlie Kirk vigil. They stomping this dude out. Look at the violence in the community. All over a difference of opinion. This is what you can expect from them. Where are the fathers? Is this gangster rap's fault? Is that gangster rap's fault? I'm asking for a friend. You got Alex Jones and his rhetoric.
Intimidate you and me and everybody else. But we won't.
What's this dickhead talking about?
The Democrats just killed Charlie Kirk today. They're desperate. They're losing. They want to intimidate you and me and everybody else. But we won't let the murder of our hero be used against us. We'll use this death as an example to celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk and let the globalists know you did this out of weakness. And we're now going to peacefully expose you and speak out publicly more than ever. And then you criminals will be defeated and will be going to prison. We're about to break it all down right now.
That's what they up to. Hey, Charles and White was kind of funny on this one.
Yeah, the nigga don't give a fuck about no white. What's your opinions of Kirk's death? I don't give a fuck about Kirk's death. The nigga don't give a fuck about no white man dying. I don't give a fuck about no motherfucking white boy dying.
My shit. Soon as a nigga hit the stage, they gon'.
But you see what's happening. You see what's going on. Is it rap's fault? So this is what we can all expect moving forward. Keep your head on a swivel. Understand that this is not our fight. This is a fight that they have to have with one another. Let them have it. And stay the fuck out of it, all right? Thank y'all again for listening. You're right. Charleston got this one correct for a change, right? He got this one right. And this isn't about celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. We ain't celebrating nothing. We are just pointing out how it was just his words, why the black on black crime, and he was talking about us literally till death. And they're going to find a way to blame us. They're gonna find a way to put us in this shit. Black folks, our name is gonna get thrown in the middle of this shit at some point. You ready for that? Do not engage. Stay the fuck out. All right? Y'all have a good one.
Darling Radio, like and subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
All right, we're in the building, guys. We are definitely in the building. Round of applause to you. Glad to have everybody tuning in and to tap in. Respect to the law. Everybody give me a retweet, please. Let everybody know that we are indeed live right now, ladies and gentlemen. And while you guys are giving me a retweet, let me shout out some of the regulars in here. I see our good brother Marcel Dixon. I see Cyber Regina. I see Brother McCall, Cousin Jerry, Grinds TV, Robbie Blue, Miss Skyline, the prototype, Nigel, Greek Brother Suntan, Miss Laura, Lando, Randy B, Shinobi, Superior, Ty Powell, Highland, Michigan. Oh, everybody's up in here, man. Much respect. The legendary Tethanator in the building. Respect everybody. The beautiful Yoshi G in the building. Our good brother Great Black Shark in the building. Respect to you guys. Oh man, let's get right into it, because I'm not going to be on too long. I always say that and then end up doing a 4 or 5 hour damn space. Yesterday we were like damn near 4 hours. But this Tyler Robinson guy, the guy who's accused of murking Charlie Kirk, they got the guy. The FBI got him. It was a 22-year-old white male from Utah named Tyler Robinson. And boy, that disappointed so many people. They wanted to turn him into an immigrant. They wanted him to be a foreigner. They wanted him to be Antifa. They wanted him to be left wing. They wanted everything. This hit them hard. The dude is a white dude from Utah. His family are Republicans. They're Republicans. They say he's liberal. I don't know. There's different reports on that. But his family, they're Trump supporters. They're Republicans. They're gun-loving Republicans. His family, they got all types of pictures of them with guns up there in Utah. All the white supremacists are having a hissy fit. They don't know what to do. They can't. You got to understand, these people, their desire to blame other people, to deflect from their own issues, that's kicking them in the ass right now. And they're still trying to figure out what the motivation was for this Tyler guy. What's his motivation? Why did he do this? Who put him up to it? It's just strange. And his dad, and I think his dad was a sheriff out there. He was a veteran sheriff out there. His dad worked in law enforcement. So, I mean, this is checking off all of the right-wing boxes right here. And his dad was the one who turned him in, from what I understand. From what I understand, I think his dad turned him in, and a lot of people are like, well, why did his dad do that? Well, they were going to get him sooner or later. So his dad, he didn't want to be an accessory to a major murder like that. So, hey. The dad turned him on in. Let me get Suntan in here. Suntan is requesting early. Let me have Suntan chop on in, but it's very interesting. Suntan.
Hey, Tariq. I think I was the only one who guessed accurately before the day it happened that it was a Mormon that shot him for Mormon reasons. If I put it in the chat below, if you can do the jumbotron. I don't know how to do that, so I can prove my point.
Go ahead, explain it.
Well, because let's not forget, for some reason, I don't know why, because I don't know much about Mormons, but for some reason, there's a Mormon angle that hates Trump. Romney, there was this guy in 2016 called McMillan or McMuffin who ran against Trump in Utah. There's a lot of Mormon stuff that that I noticed that was anti-Trump, because the Mormons have something to do with Latin America. It's part of their Mormon ideology where they think American Indians and Latin Americans were part of the Hebrew Exodus, and they failed, and that's why they became brown. And there's a weird Mormon: the whiter you are, the closer you are to God.
Right.
And if you failed, you became brown. And then by bringing them into Mormonism, it'll make him more white. It's a weird. And for some reason, Trump wanting to close the border pissed a lot of these Romans. Like, if I can go back to Orrin Hatch, he was the senator from Utah, and then somehow he didn't think he was retiring, and then they announced his retirement before he did, so Romney can take his seat, so he can serve as a counter to Trump to try to get rid of him. So when I saw it happened in Utah, I was like, wait a minute, that's Romney territory. Everyone thinks the Mormons are all these like nice, little Republican times, but Mormons are like the Hezbollah of America. They got their own militias, and they wage wars in Mexico with the cartels. So they're a scary bunch if they want to be. So I was the only one that said it was the Mormons for those reasons, and I'll land my plane. If you want to ask me more questions about it, if not, I'll land my plane on that. So I was the first one who guessed it.
There you go. Thank you. Hey, very good assessment, Suntan. Yeah, those Mormons ain't nothing to play with, man. They keep real meticulous records too. They keep a lot of meticulous records, and I'm not giving them a pass because the Mormons were just as damn racist. They had some Mormon, they were slave owners too. Don't let them fool you with that. Them damn Mormons were slave owners. They came out here and brought a bunch of slaves to California. They brought Biddy Mason out here. She got brought out here. She became the richest woman in California at one point, but she was a black woman, Biddy Mason, who we revere at our Hidden History Museum. She was brought out here by the damn Mormons. The Mormons went out there and set up San Bernardino, which was a slave colony. That was an unofficial slave colony out here, just so folks know history a little bit. It was an unofficial slave colony, and the Mormons were running that shit coming out of Utah. Sir Black, Great Black Shark, hop on, brother.
What's going on, Black man? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
I'm good, man. I hope everything's well with you and the family. Man, talk about the alabaster chickens coming home to roost, yeah, brother?
Oh, yeah. It's heavy. Oh, yeah.
If I may, brother, I want to, and because I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk or his family. You know what I'm saying? They hated our people. Hey, I'm indifferent towards them, but I'm going to say something to white America because I know they're over here listening. I'm going to actually do something a bit different and give them some things that they better think about, because as retired military, I'm going to tell you a couple of things that don't look right to me, okay? Unless somebody can prove it to the contrary, I've seen the footage, and if they don't have any footage of that kid climbing up there on the roof with that gun, well, they better start asking the question, okay, well, who put the gun there for him? And then it's being a bolt action Mauser, an old school style long weapon. He couldn't have broken it down without tools. So maybe he put it in his leg and jumped down. But even so, how did it get to the woods? And then as far as like up there in the sniper's nest, because I saw that, a couple other things didn't look right to me. They're saying he only took one shot, but there's pictures of this, and it looked like there's like 5 shell casings on the ground. I'm like, did he drop them out of his pocket if he only took one?
Right.
And the other couple of things I got, I won't be too much longer, but okay, I'm looking at that. And in the military, like I said, you usually have like snipers that work in teams, okay? So here's the thing. I'm looking at it with that style of weapon from his vantage point. Even if you had a clear view with that mounted scope he had, which you could see that far with it, you would still need somebody in the crowd to help you coordinate that shot.
Yeah.
Either by communication. And here's my problem with the hand signals that they saying they were making. I'm not ruling it out, but you would have to really trust who's on the other end of that gun from that distance, because if they miss, they could hit you.
Right.
So I'm looking at it like, okay, when they were giving those signals, it would have made more sense if they would have did that, then walked completely away from Charlie Kirk casually like they was talking to somebody. Now I would be like, okay, that looked kind of funny, but yeah, they better start looking at a couple of the things while they're talking about the blacks, because we didn't have anything to do with that. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, man, those are a couple of things that stood out to me, and with that said, I'll land.
No doubt. Yeah. But yeah, man, listen, there's a lot of theories about this Tyler guy. What was his motivation? That's what people are trying to figure out now. and they've been digging in his social media, pulling up pictures of him and just a lot of guns with him and his family. They're talking about he was making good grades, and there was some 4chan stuff he was doing with that whole groiper thing. He was kind of doing some groiper, Pepe the Frog type references. So there's a lot of theories out there. Somebody was like, this is some kind of hit that they were trying to, they got him to hit Kirk to get everything off that Epstein list, to get the focus off that list. Some people are saying that this guy was possibly funded by George Soros, and that they paid him to hit Kirk off and spark a civil unrest. And they pointed to one of the shell casings, some type of Antifa bullet engraving, which, it's been mixed reports on that. It was some arrows or something that was supposed to be on some casings. Okay. So it's a lot of mixed messages out there. Then some people start blaming it on the gaming community. They're like, this Robinson guy had an obsession with shooter games like Helldiver and 4chan memes, and they said he turned into some kind of groiper incel, and he was targeting Kirk because Kirk is a symbol of mainstream conservatism, and a lot of these guys want to be more underground with it. And there are a lot of people, just like Suntan said, some people are talking about that Mormon church involvement. Somebody's talking about that. They're saying that he was possibly radicalized by the Mormon church elders who were upset over Kirk's hate spreading at a local event. It's a lot of stuff. And some people are like, okay, this is the deep state false flag for gun control. But they say that all the time. They always do the deep state. Some people are saying that this was some kind of Israeli Mossad retaliation. They're claiming that Israel's Mossad orchestrated Kirk's assassination due to his recent criticism of pro-Israel policies and platforming anti-Zionist voices like Tucker Carlson. So they're throwing a lot of theories out here. Some people are saying this is some far-right civil war escalation. He's an accelerationist, meaning that, these right-wingers, they try to do little things to accelerate some kind of civil war. Some people are saying that this dude is clicked in with Nick Fuentes with all that groiper stuff, because that's Nick Fuentes' clique, and Nick Fuentes allegedly had some kind of beef with Charlie Kirk. He saw Charlie Kirk as a fake conservative, a Zionist sellout. So there's been a lot of infighting with the white supremacists. Some of the more underground white supremacists, they feel like some of the more mainstream white supremacists aren't taking shit too far enough. They're not taking things far enough. So there's a lot of little infighting with these guys. So it's very, very interesting out here. Let's get Jabrizi in the building. Mr. Jabrizi.
What's up, man? Hey, look, my 2 cents on it. This is white on white crime at its highest. They Crips and Bloods is Republicans and Democrats.
Oh yeah.
We can look at the long list of things. They got Abraham Lincoln's assassination, Roosevelt's, Martin Luther King, Trump. This is their culture. Their gang culture is on a national level. It's a national level. If you look at the pattern, then you want to talk about low IQ. Ain't nothing more low IQ than them not ever realizing what they're doing on their level, but consistently projecting onto us what we're doing at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I used to do events going to Rolling Loud and all these popular rap events. Man, you look out in that crowd, it's like 70% white folks. You talk to them while they're there, and talk to black folks. They're inspired by the artist. They're like, man, I really like what he's doing. He inspired me from coming from nothing to something. The white folks, they just like the lyrics and the music because it's violent. They train their kids from an early age to shoot them guns and all that. And they can't see the issue that they got at hand. That like they breed the violence and they won't deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's black on black crime though.
Right, right. And these folks, thank you. Excuse me, and they are trying to, these people are really trying to rewrite history with Charlie Kirk, by the way. They're really trying to rewrite history. They're trying to make Kirk some kind of national hero. And no. See, they're trying to rewrite history in real time. They're trying to get people to ignore Charlie Kirk's vile racism. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to keep reminding people of the vile racist that he was. And I didn't wait till he died to say it. I used to tell him all the time how racist he was. And I've been going back and forth with him for over a decade. You understand? So, yeah, I didn't wait till he passed. I've always let him know that he was a racist. His organization was racist, Turning Point USA. That organization was racist as hell. They always had accusations of racism within the organization. Black people complaining. Y'all look some of that stuff up. There was one white woman up there who was some of the like a higher up recruiter there, and they got some of her text messages talking about how much she hates black people. I retweeted that on my timeline. Charlie Kirk wasn't shit. That's the reality. I'm not saying he should have got his neck plowed through. I ain't saying that, but I'm not going to rewrite history. We're not going to rewrite history at all. If we're going to speak truth to power, if he didn't want to be remembered as a white supremacist suspect, he shouldn't have practiced white supremacy. And then they start talking about, well, he's speaking his truth. He's just speaking his truth. Everything he says is true. No, it's not. No, it's not. Charlie Kirk regurgitated a bunch of anti-black lies, anti-black stats that were lies. He did a bunch of I'm white and I say so. He was a pathological liar. He was a controlled liar. He got these lies from all of these little think tanks, and the goal was to demonize black people and deify whiteness. And the thing is, listen, Charlie Kirk, this dude, and people try to act like, what did he say about blacks? That's wrong. Listen, Charlie Kirk justified every single high-profile killing of a black person by a white person, especially white cops. He justified every one of them. And that's the problem right there. I want y'all to understand how problematic that is. That's not telling the truth. Listen, statistically, the statistical certainty of always making white people innocent of harming a black person, that proves bias. If every single case of a black person being killed by a white person is met with justification by people like Charlie Kirk and all of that, the odds alone are ridiculous. That goes against just logic. In a complex society, it don't work like that. Statistically, no group is right 100% of the damn time. You're not right all the freaking time, especially when dealing with high-stake life and death scenarios. So to justify every single case, that's an ideological commitment. That's not factual analysis. That's not objectivity. That's supremacy. It's white supremacy. Yeah? These people, they always seem to extend this nuance in humanity to the white killers, never the black victims. If a black person is killed, their first instinct is to criminalize the victim. That's white supremacy. You can't have a 100% defense rate. That's inherently unrealistic. Even a defense attorney, you don't believe every damn client is innocent. A damn defense attorney don't believe that. But somehow Charlie Kirk and his ilk, they, quote, believed every single white person, especially a cop who killed a black person, was justified. That's not justice. That's propaganda. When your default is always to believe the killer based on race, you're revealing the racist foundation of your worldview. Yeah? It just doesn't work like that. It's not about the truth, it's about control. When he says, I'm just telling the truth, what you really mean is that you're affirming our racial view. So when your truth always ends with black people deserved it and white people did the right thing, if that's your truth all the time, that's not truth. That's called white supremacy. You understand? And the narrative always recycles the same excuses. Kirk and others, they have the same template. A black person is killed, you find their mugshot, dig into their past, mention drugs, mention gang ties, mention, say, resisting arrest, even if all of those things are unrelated. That's a formula. That's not about discovering the truth. That's a formula to protect white supremacy. Yeah? If no killing is ever wrong when it comes to a black person and a white person, you're not against murder, you're against black existence. If you never find fault in the killing of a black person, you're justifying a racial purge under the guise of law and order. You understand? In a complex society, family, nobody is going to be 100% innocent. But according to Charlie Kirk, they are. Now, here's the thing with Kirk, the only time he thought a cop was wrong when killing somebody is when it's a black cop killing a white person, like Ashley Babbitt. Now, that he said, oh, no, that's not right, which further proves white supremacy. You justify every murder of a black person by a cop, but a white woman who justifiably got them hot things by our good brother, Officer Michael Byrd. Oh, no, that's not that one. No, 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 no. Oh, that's a bad shoot right there. Oh, that's not. Oh, we got to prosecute that cop. That, ladies and gentlemen, is white supremacy. Right? Let's keep it a buck. That is white supremacy. Let me get some more people in here. Let's get some more folks. Let's get Lando in here. Brother Lando, hop on in, Lando. Mr. Lando, hop on in. All right, while we're waiting on Lando, let's get, there he is.
My dog Flex, man. How you and the family doing, bro?
We are great, Brother Lando. What's happening with you?
Hey, man, everything's good. So I got a few points.
Yes.
So the first point is what's up with Tyler Robinson. Tell me one time in history you've seen a 22-year that have no history hop up on a roof, do a perfect, precise sniper shot right in the neck, and literally walk away, get away with it. You don't find them for 2 days. That is 100%. It's like we got to put our hat on. It's like you got to be conspiracy theory at this point.
Yeah.
That don't happen. It really don't happen. So it seemed like it was orchestrated. And the problem is with white supremacy, everybody went in on it. So they don't know if it was left, right. And when Buddy came out today, he was talking, he was like, man, I've been praying for the last 48 hours, just hoping it wasn't one of us. Then he was like, yeah, one of us, man, I was hoping it was an immigrant, quote unquote. I was hoping it was a black person. I was hoping it was somebody, but just wasn't a white person. So they kind of messed up with it. And on the second note, I want black people to be really on code and understand. So I was talking to one of my brothers probably about like 8 years ago, and we always talking about conscious thoughts. And he was like, man, I think white supremacy is going to end within the next 2 decades. I'm like, how you figure? He was like, well, my son is young. He's hanging with white people. He was like, white supremacy is right now is all older white that have historically racism and all that stuff. He was like, so when the younger generation get older, they're not going to be on that stuff. And I laughed at him. I was like, bro, it's a systematic thing. They're still training their younger kids and grandkids to still follow the same code.
Yeah.
And now Charlie Kirk, I wasn't hip about him. I ain't know nothing until everything happened in my research. And he had a strong, especially like if you go on your timeline, especially with all your white friends you went to school with or your coworkers, and you're seeing how many people.
Oh,
Wait, oh, can I go, Tyree?
Hold on. Lando was still speaking. I don't know what happened to Lando. Lando? Uh-oh. I don't know what happened to Lando. Lando, you here, brother? Okay. Lando, something happened to his thing. So yeah, go ahead, Cam.
Well, Tyler Robinson was an incel, autistic dude who politicized everything in his life and couldn't get outside his bubble. And at the same time, I gotta say this to because nobody's thinking about black folks at this time. This is about a left wing, right wing. All the resentment is gonna go to a liberal with a bob haircut, dyke haircut.
Sir, no, stop. Don't say they ain't thinking about black people. They were just threatening HBCUs.
But that's pre-programming. That's a false flag. James Carville, when Trump first got elected, he said that Trump people gonna go to black colleges and shoot people. This is deep. That's what they want to happen.
Yeah, but don't say anything about black people. And yeah, there were several threats to HBCUs all this damn week. So yeah, they are thinking about black people. You can't say that in hell. Charlie Kirk got popped in his neck talking about black people. He started talking about black people and got popped. So yeah, they circle back to us somehow. That's what I'm saying. Right now, they just can't tie us into it. It's very difficult for them to tie us into it. You understand? They're trying to find an angle though. So yeah, don't say it ain't about us, because you're not us, by the way. You're Hispanic, sir. But yeah, we already know they're trying to. We know that they're trying to figure out how to tie us in. They're trying to say, well, damn it, did Tyler have rap records? Was he listening to Negroes rapping? I mean, can we tie the Negroes in somehow? They just haven't figured it out yet. You see? We know. That's why we got our eye on this thing. We know it's any day. They're gonna find something. Tyler liked a black girl and she gave him some Popeye's chicken and it made him radical. They're gonna come up with something.
Tyree, this is on white for the next however many years.
And no, you don't understand. They don't keep it on white. They gotta deflect. That's the thing.
There ain't no deflecting. Where?
Ooh, they are trying their damnedest to deflect. This is killing them right now. They have to find a reason to deflect.
But anybody knows when a school shooting happens or a political assassination, everybody points to a white guy. There ain't no black people ever kill no political dude.
No, what they do is start pointing to the guns. Well, the guns, okay. Guns, gun violence, mental health. Oh God.
Oh yeah, that's bullshit. Mental health that's nonsense.
That's what I'm saying. They start deflecting. They never focus on the white. They never say, okay, there's a bunch of white people doing this. No, well, we need more resources for mental health. And it was that damn Obama that Obamacare, they messed up the mental health. I'm telling you, they find
and that's my point. People keep making it a left wing or right wing. This ain't none of that. A dude just got capped over his political views. And it's funny, the dude who supposedly shot him, he said, oh, I hate fascism. But he's the same guy who murdered a guy for having a different view of him. That's fascism. Mm-hmm. It's nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Well, there it is. Thank you so much, Cam. But yeah, you better understand, these people, they have to deflect. They don't want to. I'm telling y'all, this is kicking their ass right now, having to deal with white-on-white crime. Y'all don't understand. Y'all need to understand racism and white supremacy. Can we get deep, family? Can we get deep? Y'all grab y'all something to drink. We about to teach right now. Let me teach you guys some of the rules of white supremacy so y'all can understand this. White supremacy is supposed to be infallible. The myth is that white supremacy is untouchable. There's no cracks in it. It's infallible. That's why you got to honor it and worship it. That's why the white supremacists have to be in control, because they're just perfect. When they kill a black person, oh, the black person deserved it. 100% of the time. It's that. Now, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, he came out and he said something very interesting, like the caller mentioned. Spencer Cox, this is the governor. He said, man, when I heard this story, I was praying that it was somebody else. I was praying that it was somebody from out of town, somebody from out the country. Oh, I was praying that it was somebody else. And all my prayers wasn't answered. Oh, it was somebody from our community. Oh, God. That's heavy for him to come out and say that. He was praying it was somebody else. Meaning, oh, please don't be white. Please don't be white and be from our community, which it was. You understand? Because now they've lost their scapegoat narrative. White supremacy thrives on redirecting blame outward towards immigrants, black people, outsiders. When the perpetrator's white and local, that scapegoat shield, it completely collapses. It collapses, and it leaves them to face their own internal rot. So now you're forced to look at yourself, which is what they never want to do. See, this exposes the internal weakness of white supremacy. White supremacy is powerful, yet weak and fragile. They understand how fragile it is. They understand when the cohesion isn't there, this thing can crumble. So when there's cracks in the wall of white supremacy, they all go on alert. This Charlie Kirk getting murked like this by a fellow white person in a white area, the optics of this looks very weak for them. That exposed an internal weakness. See, the ideology of white supremacy, it markets itself as like a unified, infallible system. So a white perpetrator from the same community shows disunity and self-destruction, that undermines the whole illusion of strength. You understand? And that contradicts the whole other threat myth, because everything is all about what somebody else. It's black folks, it's black gang members. Remember, Charlie Kirk, somebody was asking him about mass shootings, and he started talking about, well, do you include gang violence? He was about to go on this whole anti-black spiel, and that's when that bullet came through on him. See, the white supremacists, they love to try to insist that the threat comes from outside. Oh, it's those black folks with the sagging pants who's going to come get you. So a white local shooter, that contradicts that whole myth, and that reveals the danger as homegrown, which is what we've been saying. That's always been my argument. I've always said the problem ain't no damn black gang members in Chicago. They're not a problem. They're only problems to other gang members and maybe some civilians here and there, but really gang members and things like that, they generally conduct street business. They have street beefs with people they're doing street business with. Most civilians are not under threat with these cats. But the thing is, the white supremacists, you never know when they're going to hit. You don't know if they're going to hit your church. Black gang members don't shoot up churches like that. Maybe one or two back in the 70s or 80s. But they don't do that. They don't shoot up churches. Black gang members don't go shooting up schools randomly. You understand? They don't do random shootings. It just doesn't happen. They damn sure don't do political shootings. They don't do that either. So yeah, with a black gang member, you're only in danger if you're on his block, which is a small area in some urban place. That's the only and you might not even be in danger there unless you're doing some kind of illegal business with him. So yeah, the odds of something happening to you by a black gang member, that's very low. But these white supremacists, based on raw numbers, you never know when they gonna strike. You never know where you're gonna be, and they flip out. And Charlie Kirk learned the hard way. Yeah. See, the thing is, this whole thing, it destabilized the protector image. See, the white community, they like to they project themselves as protectors of morality and order. So this white on white attack, that exposed that lie. That shows that violence doesn't spill in from marginalized groups. It originates in their own damn circles. And this situation happening, this collapses that whole racial infallibility myth. Like I said, man, the psychology of white supremacy is built on the belief in a racial superiority and control system. So when they admit that a white insider carried out this type of violence, that means acknowledging your flaws and failure. And that's deeply, deeply threatening to the white supremacist ideology. And it brings a lot of shame to them and insecurity. The shooter is local and white, because they can't even say, okay, well, he was influenced by the black people he grew up with. Wasn't no black people. They can't say nothing. You understand? They can't say, well, it was rap. They can't say he grew up with some blacks and all the Negro culture rubbed off on him. They can't do none of that. This dude was lily white, grew up in a lily white state, lily white town, lily white family who's Republican. It's hard for them right now. The energy in the universe has forced them to face themselves. You understand? And this strips away at that whole strong fortress illusion that the white supremacists have. See, they rely on the perception that their communities are strong, unified, and untouchable. So when a white local shooter makes that fortress look fragile, and it looks like it's cracked from within. And this reveals the true source of violence. Statistically and historically, the greatest threat to white people has been other white people. They like to sit up there with that 1350 bullshit, always whining about black people. White people are not under threat by black people. Black people ain't gonna do nothing to you. Tyler will. You got a bunch of Tylers out there that's on 4chan right now who go out and help get a bunch of guns. You understand? Telling them all the blacks are going to be coming, so you better tool up. And you done radicalized them and got them all amped up with their guns, and they need to pop somebody. And they're going to get the person right next to them. That's how violence works. Usually you get the people close to you. And the thing is, man, they fear losing control of the narrative. White supremacy, it's about controlling perception as it is about power. See, a local white killer, that robs them of their narrative control. So they can't spin it at all as some kind of invasion or external threat. So they're left exposed and scrambling. And they're having a hard time dealing with that.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you gotta split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I gotta get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomust's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
It's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
The words that everyone has been waiting to hear. Breaking news. This is the mugshot of the 22-year-old man who authorities say killed conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson is his name, and he was arrested overnight, roughly 3 hours south of where he allegedly fired that shot that killed Kirk in front of thousands of people as he was speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, as part of a college tour. I'll tell you how Robinson's family knew that they were living with the person now accused of a horrifying assassination. This is a breaking news edition of On the Case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Well, first off, a major sigh of relief right now that this suspect is in custody, this arrest being made overnight. Let's get into what we know about 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Robinson lives in Washington County, Utah. It's in the southwestern part of the state of Utah. It's roughly 3 hours south of where he allegedly killed Charlie Kirk as Kirk was speaking on his college tour at Utah Valley University in front of thousands of people. Now, I'll talk about how Robinson allegedly escaped initially, according to authorities. We'll get into that in just a moment, but I want to get into some of the things that we've learned about how this arrest went down. Utah Governor Spencer Cox spoke this morning saying it was Robinson's family that ended up turning Robinson in. They say that Tyler Robinson, this 22-year-old, had become more political in recent years. And family members said that he openly spoke about Charlie Kirk. He openly spoke about not liking Charlie Kirk and his views. In fact, at a dinner recently before September 10th, when this shooting happened, he had mentioned that Charlie Kirk was going to be at Utah Valley University on his campus tour. Now, these are pictures that law enforcement put out yesterday in hopes that someone would realize who killed Charlie Kirk, and that tactic appears to have worked because Robinson's family looked at these images and they realized that Tyler Robinson was potentially the person who did this. And according to the FBI, Tyler's family confronted him, then with the help of a friend, and asked whether he was the person who did this. And after that, with the help of a friend, President Trump said it was a minister, they took Tyler Robinson to the police station in Washington County, Utah, so he could face charges for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Now, here is what Utah Governor Spencer Cox said about that.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
So here's the video that was released last night that allegedly shows Robinson escaping after the shooting. A huge question was, how could he get away, and how could he get hours away after doing this? Remember, police say that he fired the shot that killed Charlie Kirk from the top of a building on campus. He was about 200 yards away, fired a single shot with a high-powered bolt-action rifle, and that rifle had a scope. Robinson then jumped from that building. He ran into a wooded area, and he left that rifle behind, which the FBI has, and they handed that over to their crime lab. Governor Spencer Cox says eventually Robinson got back to the Dodge Challenger that he drove to campus that day, and he drove away from Orem, Utah. And they say they were able to track him going south back to his home in Washington County, Utah. Now, another key piece of evidence is the digital footprint that Robinson appears to have left behind, because Governor Cox also said that Robinson talked online on the platform Discord about picking up a bolt-action rifle with a scope with other users. Now, Cox does believe that Robinson acted alone, and no more arrests are expected at this time. We did notice in the social media pictures that we have found for Robinson that he appears to be wearing the same Converse shoes that the FBI talked about when they released pictures to the public, saying that he was wearing Converses with white soles, and you can see the comparison right there. Now, it is clear that this alleged attack was politically motivated, but it's not just because of who Charlie Kirk was, this major voice for young conservatives in this country who would draw major crowds, thousands of people to hear him speak and debate others, but politically motivated because of what was inscribed on the bullets that were found inside the high-powered bolt-action rifle that the FBI says that Robinson left behind. Now, on those bullets, there were several messages. That included one that said, "Hey, fascist, catch," and there was another that said, quote, "If you read this, you are gay." LMAO. Now, here's more of what investigators have detailed about the bullets and the gun. Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, speaking at that news conference this morning.
So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey, fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
It is important to note that the death penalty is legal in Utah. It's also legal in the federal government, and Governor Cox has said this will be a death penalty case. Here's more of that news conference that happened this morning announcing the arrest of Tyler Robinson, now the accused killer of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk.
We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community, has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver it to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
That will do it for this breaking news edition of On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. We will continue to be on top of this story as so many details are coming in and as it continues to develop. Make sure you follow us here on YouTube as well as on Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
I'm Ashley Michaels, and this is Colorado Point of View. 2 weeks ago, we talked about a school shooting in Minnesota. Now, this week, we're talking about one right here in Colorado. On Wednesday, 2 students were shot at Evergreen High School. A third student, who investigators say is the shooter, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Lawmakers and other elected officials weighing in with thoughts, prayers, and calls for action. But here's how some in Evergreen feel.
There's so many guns in this country right now that you're not going to be able to stop that with any of your laws or anything like that.
I just think in light of everything that's been going on, I have just felt incredibly frightened, even living up here in the foothills of Colorado where we think we're safer. We know there's things going on in Denver and surrounding counties, and living up here, I think we have a false sense of security.
Around that very same time on Wednesday, conservative influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed while speaking on a college campus in Utah. U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson calling for a moment of silence on the House floor. Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert asked for prayer instead for Kirk and the students in Colorado. Then tensions boiling over because some say they felt the tragedies were being politicized. Take a listen.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
All right, let's bring in our analysts to talk more about this. On the Democratic side, we have senior presidential and gubernatorial advisor Andy Boyan. And on the Republican side, we have the president of Advance Colorado, Michael Fields. Thank you both for being here. Another couple of tough topics this week. We just went through a conversation like this. Let's start with the one closer to home, the school shooting in Evergreen. Our news team has been covering this week. The conversation about legislation, of course, comes up. That's something we talked about a couple of weeks ago. But a lot of people here in the community have told us they've almost given up hope that changes to the law are what's going to keep kids safe. As political strategist, what does that reaction say to you? Andy, I'll start with you.
I mean, the first thing is first that obviously this is a tragedy, and we're sorry for all involved and feel for them with our thoughts, of course, and prayers. But firearms right now are the leading cause of death among children United States. And it feels like, at least to this electorate, that politicians are, all but willing to continue this work on firearms and will accept the slaughter of children as just sort of a necessary evil on a routine basis as part of keeping our guns sacred. That's a problem. That's a fundamental problem. I side with those people that were in the open that say, I'm not sure that politicians really understand this, but here's what's true, Allison. If we could talk about this for just a minute, 89% of Americans support background checks. 86% of Americans support red flag laws. 66% of Americans support the creation of a national database to track gun sales. 64% support banning high-capacity magazines. 63% support banning of assault weapons. We passed assault weapons ban in 1994. We let it expire. This is an opportunity for us, and I know we talk about this a lot, but it really is an opportunity for politicians whom their electorate feels like are totally obtuse and almost allergic to any kind of gun legislation can actually do something about it by just renewing the assault weapons ban. That has an impact that has tremendous impact on our communities. And we've showed it when it was passed in the Clinton administration and passed by a Republican Congress. It worked, and then we let it expire. So there's a lot here to unpack, but the difference between how elected officials or politicians, as it were, and the electorate feel is a chasm that's dramatic.
Michael, I want to hear from you on this. What's your take on the response from our local community?
I think it's understandable. And you think some of these things that Andy just pointed out, there were bills that passed on red flags, on storage laws, et cetera. Obviously horrible that there's another school shooting. I mean, we're over 25 years after Columbine and still dealing with this same issue. And you have these teens who are turning to violence, right? And doing it so in schools in this case. I do think that there are some policy things that you can look at. And one of them would be having armed security in every school. That is not the case right now. My kids go to public school. There's not armed security at their school. I would feel so much better if you had somebody there who was armed, who was ready to respond in case something happened. And, as a budget issue, what is more of a priority than protecting children? The state budget is tough right now, but that would be, if I was a legislator, one of the number one things I'd walk in and say, if we have money in education, sure, let's get money to teachers, get it in the classroom, but ultimately we have to keep them safe in some way. And I think there's security everywhere throughout society. I mean, my kids, when they go to the Capitol, they have to walk through, all of us when we go to the Capitol have to walk through that, concerts, games, airports. I mean, this is a common thing. And so I do think there should be armed security. Also, though, there is this idea of safe storage. There's a law here that we talked about, but how did this individual get a gun, right? He's 16 years old. How did this happen? And then there were signs at the school. We've talked about this before, too. Somebody had to have known there was some kind of threat, some kind of issue. Did they report that to the school? Did they report it to law enforcement? We have to do a better job of seeing those signs early and protecting our kids in school.
Yeah, a lot of those are still questions
Sure.
that we don't have answers to. Let's turn to the death of Charlie Kirk. Speaker Johnson telling CNN that he feels, quote, like something changed and that this is a real moment in the country. Michael, I want to start with you. What is it about what happened to Charlie Kirk and his death that may be a catalyst for change that school shootings like we saw in Evergreen, we just saw in Minnesota, wouldn't be a catalyst?
Yeah, and I think part of it is that it's political violence. And I don't know, does that mean it's more or less likely to continue? But I do think there's something that has been happening, and we've had this story after story of issues in our country where people are going after people for political reasons. Obviously, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, I mean, this is a guy who has a wife, 2 young children, very, very sad circumstance, and was very public we're watching this on video, right? That we're seeing what is happening. It was really horrific. But you think about all the things that happened between Scalise, Giffords. You had legislators in Minnesota recently that we ended up talking about, Trump, Pearl Street even, here in Colorado. It feels a lot like the 60s where you had JFK, RFK, Malcolm X, MLK all die throughout the 60s, and say, is there a tipping point when this has to stop? And I think what these attackers are trying to do is to scare people into not engaging in politics, right? If I go and I kill somebody, that'll have them and other people stop doing what they're doing. And, if you disagree with them, the way is to go after them. And I think what we have to do is say, no, that's not it. We're going to speak out anyway. We're going to do what we need to do in politics. We're going to do and engage in the issues that we think are best and not get intimidated. And once people realize that's not going to be the case, maybe some of this violence stops and they say we have to oppose people in a different way. But I think it is scary right now. It's scary from state legislators to the current president of the United States. And I think, hopefully this is a tipping point. I'm hoping that's right, but I'm not fully confident that it is.
Andy, I want to pose the same question. What, if anything, is it about what happened to Charlie Kirk that could be a catalyst for change that a school shooting isn't?
I think there's sort of a tipping point, as Michael alluded to, where if people are backed into a corner enough, they tend to throw the first punch. And I think what's happening right now, particularly since this president took office, is the rhetoric has amped significantly. The president said yesterday in his statement that it's the radical left that's responsible for the conservative activist's death. He said things like, this kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today. He said all Americans in the need to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequences of demonizing those whom you disagree. He was directly saying Democrats and liberals are responsible for this. This is a rhetoric-filled subject that doesn't seem to be going away and seems to be amplified by the most powerful man in the world. And the problem with this is political violence is not regulated to one side of the aisle. It's both sides of the aisle. It happens to all of us. And as Michael said, it's happened to Democrats and Republicans. But it's interesting because when Josh Shapiro's house was caught on fire and burned to the ground, we didn't talk about this. We didn't talk about arson. Or when former Minnesota State House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed, this wasn't brought up. And so now all of a sudden we have Charlie Kirk, who's a conservative activist, who was an ally to the president in the White House to actually cause some stir. What's frustrating about that is several things that go on. But Trump has disparaged the liberal left as political foes in very incendiary terms, which aggravate the left and the right both. So, for example, he has dubbed Governor Gavin Newsom Newscom. He has called Senator Adam Schiff an enemy from within. Last year, he described Nancy Pelosi, whose husband was beat with a hammer inside his house, as evil, sick, and crazy. So I'm sorry if I don't agree necessarily that this is all about we need to figure out a way to be better to each other. This is about a president who's out of control and a Congress who's complicit in that regard. Trump's response to Kirk's death was far more polarizing than anybody else had said. In fact, if I can say, Governor Gavin Newsom said the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. The Democrats have come out and said time and time again, this is not the way to do things, and yet the president does not. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk in this terrible moment in history, said by Jamie Raskin, a Democrat from Maryland. So let's talk about how this can slow down. Let's how this can get calmer. And let's talk about how the rhetoric, which is the fuel for all of this, can dissuade people from going in and shooting people in the neck and killing them. There's no excuse for it. And it's angering, actually, to people that are fighting for the good of America on both sides of the aisle to see death. This is not the way we do it. And the rhetoric needs to stop.
And just real quickly, you got about just a few seconds here. Where do we go from here?
I mean, the next step in this process is to figure out a way to talk civilly to each other and come back. There's a clip, by the way, of George W. Bush when he first took office in the State of the Union saying, I have the high honor and privilege of introducing Madam Speaker for the first time. And he introduced Nancy Pelosi. I mean, that's when the public understood politics as civil. Where has that gone?
I want to give Michael a last chance to respond. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I think you have to focus on the worth of everybody, right? This is the biggest thing, is that there are not only Charlie Kirk, not only these people we're talking about, but there are 20,000 murders in the country a year. And if I'm talking to politicians, I say, look, at every one of those matters. Every person has a family. Every person has kids. And so talking about the worth of people, having open dialogue. I mean, that's what we were trying to do, is on a college campus, have open dialogue on this. And so it's, horrible visually to see this. But I think overall, it's like every single person matters. Everybody's life matters. And if we can talk that way, politicians and in politics in general, regardless of if we disagree on issues, that everybody matters, I think that is going to be a good step in the right direction.
All right. Thank you guys for the conversation, as always. After the break, we're going to take a look at how Colorado's race for governor is shaping up. We'll be right back. Big news this week in the race to become Colorado's next governor. More candidates are launching their campaigns. Let's start with the Republican ticket. Here's political reporter Gabrielle Franklin.
State Senator Barbara Kirkmeyer is officially announcing her gubernatorial bid, hoping to get a seat that Colorado Republicans haven't secured in nearly 20 years.
I'm Barb Kirkmeyer, state senator, and my announcement today is that I'm running for governor of the state of Colorado.
The 2026 race for Colorado's governor is starting to take shape. Republican Barb Kirkmeyer is joining the list of serious contenders like Democrats Attorney General Phil Weiser and U.S. Senator Michael Bennet.
It's time. It's time that we have a governor who knows how to govern and lead this state and understand that our best days are ahead of us. And I think I am that person. All you have to do is go back and look at my accomplishments and my record as a county commissioner, as a state senator. I've been able to reduce property taxes, both as I led my county to zero debt, and as a state senator, not one, but two bills in about a 4-month period that were the largest property tax cuts in Colorado history.
The former Weld County Commissioner is now one of the 6 members on the powerful Joint Budget Committee at the state capitol. Some voters may remember her from another campaign she ran 3 years ago.
Barb Kirkmeyer. The liberals came for our guns. She fought back, made Weld County a Second Amendment sanctuary.
Kirkmeyer narrowly lost her bid for Colorado's 8th Congressional District in 2022, losing to Yadira Caraveo by a little over 1,600 votes. A new poll from Magellan Strategies found 68% of respondents had a somewhat or very unfavorable opinion of both the Democratic and Republican parties, while 50% of people responding say they would vote for a Democratic candidate running for governor over a Republican candidate.
If we're trying to move things forward in the state of Colorado and do what's best for Colorado, you have to try and work and cooperate with people. And that includes the President of the United States. So I think the president has been doing fairly well.
Democratic frontrunner Michael Bennet releasing a statement about Kirkmeyer's announcement saying, Senator Kirkmeyer is running to be Colorado's next governor, but her loyalty is to Donald Trump, not Colorado families. She boasts about being one of Trump's most devoted supporters. She wants to outlaw abortion.
Yeah, and Kirkmeyer told me today that Colorado voters enshrined abortion into Colorado law. So if she were governor, she would honor the will of the voters. Now, as for other candidates in this race, there are other Republicans who have announced their bids as well. But Kirkmeyer says that she's confident that she will be the last woman standing as the Republican candidate in this race. Reporting outside the state capitol, Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
And on the Democratic side, 2 well-known names kicked off their campaigns earlier this year, Senator Michael Bennet and Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser. They're considered the front runners, but that is not stopping other challengers from stepping up. Democratic candidate Antonio Martinez just launched his campaign over the Labor Day weekend, and that's who we have joining us in studio this week to talk more about it. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Essie. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate your time. Okay, so this is my first question for every candidate. Why do you want to be governor of Colorado?
So I've worked really hard in Colorado for us to have term limitations, and for us to work on improving mail ballots and increasing mail ballots and to become this all mail-in ballot state that many on the other side don't like. The reality is we've been able to make some progress. We've been able to turn a red state purple, and even some people would say blue. But there's more to be done. And I get tired after doing all the work to get term limits in place. I get tired of this musical chairs that Colorado politicians on both sides play and not allowing new folks to enter the fray. So it was really important to me after I retired from the Air Force. I'm an Air Force retiree and retired from the federal government to come back and watch these races and watch as these open seats came available. So just to introduce myself briefly, my name is Antonio Martinez. I'm a 5th-generation Colorado native from the San Luis Valley. I'm a proud graduate of Antonito High School in Conejos County, and I had the good fortune to get into Air Force. And I went to the Air Force Academy down in Colorado Springs and served a full career, retired as a lieutenant colonel, and served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and North Africa. I'm a combat veteran with a special operations background and an intelligence background. And a lot of our candidates nowadays do have some of these backgrounds, which are very beneficial. During that time, I had the privilege to be able to attend Harvard University and the University of Denver. I'm a PIO. So it's just a privilege to be able to look at these races from an external point of view. And when people think of Antonio Martinez as a candidate, think Wes Moore. Think of people that are military veterans, people that aren't career politicians that have never done this before, but we see that there's a need. We see that there's a struggle. We see that there's a responsibility to step up and try to lead. So I look at a lot of pronged strategies for this governor's race. Primarily, we need to focus on the economy and continuing and sustaining our economy. Affordability is key. Affordability in Colorado is a critical issue that I hear from so many voters on both sides of the aisle as well. We need to look at our education system, both public and private education and charter schools, and we need to look at how we're giving that opportunity to also an affordable issue. We need to consider public safety. I know we're just on the fringe of what happened this week with Evergreen just happening. We had what happened in Utah. It's the week of the 24-year anniversary of 9/11. We have a lot of concerns and things to reflect back upon in terms of trying to work on public safety, and we need to improve that here in Colorado. And we also want to look at healthcare and healthcare concerns. This recent budget, the big beautiful bill, has created a huge gap in so many states, especially when it comes to Medicaid. And so we have to find a way to address that. And finally, what governors do outside of those great things is transportation and infrastructure. I'm a former executive director here for the state, political appointee, and I ran the broadband office for Colorado. And I know what it's like to work on these infrastructure projects with the Department of Transportation, with a lot of different contractors and different agencies in order to get things done.
Why now? Why do you feel now is the right time for you?
So for me, I had a full career in the military, and I was also limited by the Hatch Act as a federal official and a State Department diplomat. So when I came back home about 5 years ago, I started watching Colorado politics again and getting really up to speed with what was taking place, watching the platforms, watching what candidates were saying, but also watching what was getting done in the state capitol. I would go up there and testify, and I would seek funding, and I would try to get things past the Joint Budget Committee. I would try to work with the governor's office in order to accomplish more, and it seemed like we'd still sometimes hit some walls. And so when this opportunity every 4 to 8 years comes up and we have term limitations and term limit opportunities, this is an open seat. This seat does not belong to any of the candidates you've mentioned there. We have a number of candidates. I think on the Republican side, there are about 16. On our side, there are 3 of us, and probably will be more. And we want new ideas. We need to foster growth. We need to foster a way to get to these affordability issues, a way to get to what the voters need, and to make this state more beneficial and make people really want to move here, really want to stay here. We're starting to have that problem with our growth, and we're seeing it in our housing market. We're seeing it in a lot of our communities where we have homelessness issues and we have the same public safety issues. And now with this heightened environment that we have nationwide, it's important that we have a governor who understands the state. I come from a rural background. I'm a ranch owner in the San Luis Valley. I might know the city really well, I know, but Colorado's always been urban versus rural, and I think it's time that we have a governor who understands all of it.
Now, we talked a lot at the top of the show about what happened in Evergreen this week. You brought it up yourself as well. I want to pose the question, if you were Colorado's governor today, how would you be leading the state through this really tough time?
So I grew up with guns, and in my family, we had a gun lock cabinet that was locked all the time. I took my hunter safety classes as a young boy in the Valley, a couple of Colorado State patrolmen who also taught that course for public safety, and I've always adhered to that. And when in the military, I had my own weapons, but I always secured them in an armory. I always had a way that I knew that responsibly they were being watched and that I was responsible for that weapon. And we kind of seem to have lost that in this all accessible gun culture of the United States. Too many people can get firearms and ammunition. And now we're seeing it where it's just showing up in people's hands. There's too much access, and we don't have a way to really have control on it. I mean, since 2013 here in Colorado, we've implemented background checks. We have the red flag laws and waiting periods. But would that have stopped what happened in Evergreen this week? Probably not. And I'll tell you why. This young man had a revolver. My first gun was a revolver, living in a rural area. He obviously seemed to have access to the family gun cabinet, and he took it to school. I've got family in education, and it's not uncommon for kids to sometimes sneak weapons into schools. But what do we do about it? We need to have more policies implemented nationwide, but here, where we have a control over who gets access to these weapons. And also, I think the ammunition issue is really critical, because you can get ammunition for just about anything. And the same military-grade weapons I carried to war are now weapons that people buy in gun stores and they've been used in some of the crimes nationwide and here in Colorado, and it's a concern. So we have to continue to focus on this and look at accessibility and responsibility when it comes to gun right ownership.
Well, I appreciate you being here and having the conversation. I'm sure we'll hear much more about you over the course of the campaign.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, still to come, we are breaking down a new poll from Colorado voters, and the results might surprise you. Welcome back. While political views may be split, Democrats and Republicans in Congress have one thing in common, and that's that Colorado voters have an unfavorable view of all of them. A new Magellan survey found only about a third of Colorado voters approve of the job Republicans in Congress are doing. Even fewer, about 1 in 4, approve of the job Democrats are doing. Individually, both of our state's Democratic senators, Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper, they're underwater. The most favorable among those polled are actually people who don't even represent Colorado, like Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, former Vice President Kamala Harris, and California Governor Gavin Newsom. That poll was taken at the beginning of August. About 1,100 registered voters were surveyed. Well, that's it for this week. Thanks for joining in on the conversation. For Colorado Point of View, I'm Ashley Michaels, and we will see you right back here next week.
Start with a stabbing on board an RTD light rail. The Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office says this incident happened between the Dayton and 9 Mile stations today after an altercation breaks out between two people.
Yeah, deputies were able to arrest the suspect. Fox 31's Greg Nieto is in Aurora tonight with the very latest. Greg?
Yeah, Christine, we've been speaking with sheriff deputies as well as RTD. RTD tells us, as you guys just mentioned, this all starts as an altercation right about 3 o'clock this afternoon at one station, ends with a stabbing at another one.
Received a call of a male stating that he had been stabbed.
Chris usually takes the R line to run errands.
I just got these. I just picked them up.
Not today. Arapahoe County Sheriff deputies say a man was stabbed on a light rail train in between the Dayton and 9 Mile stations at about 3 p.m. The victim able to get off the train and get help.
Walk sign is on to cross Abilene Street.
The suspect stays aboard, the train stops, and that suspect arrested at the Florida station.
When I walk around, even if I got a backpack or something on, I usually got my walking stick and a drink in my hand, that's it.
The R-Line train between Florida and Dayton was temporarily taken out of service as part of the investigation. A bus bridge brought in to get passengers like Chris to their destination. Tonight, commuter Chris says this afternoon is another reason to pay attention to what you pass and what passes around you.
And this place is getting crazy. These people nowadays, they ain't got respect for themselves, so they can't respect others.
For the past couple of hours, all lines, including the R line, are now back up and running. I just spoke with a sheriff deputy who tells me the victim in the case, a male, suffered non-life-threatening injuries. In Arapahoe County, Greg Nieto, Fox 31.
All right, Greg, thank you.
Now at 10, less than 2 weeks into the school year, and tragedy strikes a Colorado school.
I never really thought it would happen at our school.
You send your kids to school and you expect them to be safe.
A student opens fire at Evergreen High School. I'm Denver 7's Colette Bordelon. The sheriff's office says the gunman is dead. 2 of his classmates hospitalized. Tonight, the latest into what we know unfolded in this mountain town.
We ran, and then when we were running up the dirt hill, there was another shot behind us, and that would really made people scream.
Plus, students scramble for cover. I'm Denver 7's Adria Arahita. Hear from students who ran for their lives amid a flurry of gunshots.
It's devastating to see these teachers. Their broken hearts. They're doing the best they can.
I'm Chief Investigative Reporter Tony Kowaleski. Tonight, Denver 7 investigates with exclusive video. Law enforcement executing a search warrant at a remote gated community. Investigators trying to answer that question why. We'll dive into the investigation.
Denver 7 News at 10 starts now.
A heartbreaking day in Colorado today after gunshots ring out at a school in Evergreen. We know 3 students were sent to the hospital, including the suspected gunman. We now know the suspected shooter is dead and that one of the 2 victims has now been transferred out of the hospital and into another facility. Thank you for joining us for Denver 7 News at 10. I'm Ryan Fish. Denver 7 has been on scene working all afternoon to get answers about what happened at Evergreen High School. And tonight, Denver 7 Investigates has exclusive video of law enforcement conducting a search of the suspected shooter's home. This is in a remote gated community about 6 miles from Evergreen High School. Denver 7's chief investigative reporter Tony Kovaleski is breaking that story for us tonight. Before we get to that, Denver 7's Adria Irahita is live outside of St. Anthony's Hospital in Lakewood with the latest on the 2 victims. And we begin with Denver 7's Colette Bordelon with the latest on the investigation. Colette.
Throughout the course of the day, we've been getting answers about what investigators know so far about this shooting. They're going to be interviewing any student, faculty, staff who saw or heard what happened. And naturally, that's going to take some time because there were so many witnesses to this shooting. They're also going to be looking closely at the suspect's car, locker, home, anything that can give them insight into why this happened.
Buses filled with students and staff.
There were a lot of kids inside the school who saw it.
Drove down the hill from Evergreen High School one after another to be reunited with the people they love.
We got to fix this. It's our turn. We got to fix it.
The first call came just before 12:30, reporting a school shooting, shocking this mountain community.
The nation is tired of statements filled with platitudes of thoughts and prayers.
3 teenagers were shot and taken to the hospital. One of them was the suspected shooter, who investigators say shot himself and died from his injuries.
The weapon used today was a handgun. We did determine that we have multiple scenes at the school. We have some scenes inside the school where some shootings occurred, and then outside the school as well.
Those with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office are leading the investigation and say there was no school resource officer on campus at the time of the shooting.
Jeffco was on scene within 2 minutes, and we are in contact with the shooter within 5.
With several crime scenes, the witnesses, students, and staff will be critical in this investigation.
Those interviews are going to help us figure out where it started and where it went next and where it ended up.
No child should ever face this kind of danger, and no community should be asked to absorb this kind of pain.
The superintendent for Jeffco Public Schools speaking directly to her community.
Violence involving our young people should never be normalized, and we must face the difficult truth that too often it is.
A community where everyone is holding one another a bit tighter tonight.
I'm incredibly blessed that I get to hug Brenner tonight and put him to bed and see him wake up tomorrow. Not every parent is that lucky.
There's been so many law enforcement agencies out here all day today, ranging from the FBI to so many local agencies. It would be too many to list in one breath. Parents of both the victims and the suspects have been identified at this point in time and will, of course, be following this investigation very closely. We're live in Evergreen. Colette Bordelon, Denver 7.
And thank you for that, Colette. And let's go back out now to Denver 7's Adria Irahita at St. Anthony's Hospital. And Adria, you just learned some new information about one of the 2 victims there.
Yeah, Ryan, that victim who had non-life-threatening injuries was moved out of this hospital behind me into a different facility. The other victim remains in critical condition tonight. And while it's hard to imagine exactly what unfolded after those first gunshots rang out at Evergreen High School, we're now hearing a little bit more about what happened right after through some video that's heartbreaking to watch. This Ring video shows the terror and chaos that followed right after shots were fired at Evergreen High School during lunchtime. Some of those kids trying to find a safe place to hide, but the homeowners weren't there to let them in.
And while we were running, we just heard 2 shots. It was boom, boom, at least like 50 feet away from us.
Sophomore Charlie Hutchin tells me he and his friend Jax were in the cafeteria when they heard the gunshots. They tell me at least 100 students ran outside in fear of their lives, heading to nearby homes for safety.
I banged on this guy's house. Like I started banging it, I started kicking it, and he opened the door. I told him what happened, and then Charlie and a bunch of other people came in.
I just saw like kids dropping their backpacks and everything, kids puking.
His mom, Victoria, collected some of those items for safekeeping. Water bottles, books, and backpacks left forgotten in midst of chaos.
I'm heartbroken for these kids and the staff. We have so many friends who teach and work there too, that they're just they need so much support.
As they work to process what happened today, these students say unity will help in that healing process as they move forward.
Yeah, I think it really will bring everyone together. Like everybody kind of knows, you know, like we were all like in danger, and just people who weren't nice to people, who weren't always friends, will kind of all come together, you know.
And Ryan, we're learning some new information about a resource and information center that will take place at Bergen Meadow Elementary School tomorrow and Friday. Those both start at 9 a.m. That's open to students, faculty, family, and anyone else in the community that was shaken up by this. They'll be able to talk to victim advocates, mental health professionals. They'll also have information on picking up any vehicles or personal items that were left at the school. They're also asking if you witnessed any part of this incident and have not yet spoken to investigators. They'll have people on hand to be able to talk to for that as well. For now, reporting live in Lakewood, Adria Arejita, Denver 7.
The fear there today, very real. And now as this community tries to move forward, thank you for that, Adria. Chief Investigative Reporter Tony Kovaleski joins us now live outside the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Golden. Still so many questions about what happened today, Tony, but investigators are working to find out those answers. And Tony, you were there outside the suspected gunman's home as law enforcement was searching it.
Yes, Ryan. We learned early in the afternoon that law enforcement was working diligently to try to get a judge to allow them to get inside that shooter's house where they believed they would find many answers. Well, they got that pretty quickly, and we were outside the home in the neighborhood when law enforcement moved in this evening. This is how it looked on the ground. Exclusive video shortly after 6 p.m. And this is how it looked from up above. Denver 7's drone capturing nearly a dozen law enforcement vehicles driving into this remote gated neighborhood about 6.5 miles from Evergreen High School. It was less than 6 hours after the shooting, and you can see law enforcement vehicles through the trees parked in the driveway. Also from outside, you can see cameras flashing as investigators are armed with a search warrant and combing through the shooter's house. We first saw those vehicles coming into this remote community about 15-20 minutes from Evergreen High School shortly after 6. We've been here now, it's almost sunset, more than 10 vehicles, multiple agencies. They're all at the home behind me. It's the home with the fireplace and the maroon siding. We have witnessed cameras taking pictures from this distance, clearly executing a search warrant. The purpose, trying to answer that question, why? Why did it happen? If you're in the process of getting a search warrant, are you allowed to go in that home without the parents there? Will you enter the home without them being there, or will you wait for them to return? Less than an hour earlier, Jeffco sheriffs addressed our questions about the search warrant, confirming they were preparing to move in.
I don't know what the warrant says. I don't know what's in the affidavit, but we are going to do the work that needs to be done. Certainly, I'm sure we'd like to work with the family, but we'll do the job we have to do.
Inside the home, investigators were clearly digging for details, trying to learn more about the shooter and his motive, also trying to see if there are any leads connecting the shooter to any accomplice.
Obviously, we're going to focus on that suspect's home, his car, his locker, all the things that we need to do to find out more about him and maybe why this happened.
So important to stress here, no indication there were any other accomplices. The Sheriff's Department in all their news briefings today saying they did not know, but it is standard operating procedure when you get access to a shooter's home. You are looking for everything, looking through everything, computers, any other cell phones to see if there are any other weapons or explosive. That's all they were looking for, a search that was likely to take several hours tonight. Reporting live outside the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, I'm Tony Kovaleski. Ryan?
Tony, while you were out there, any indication tonight if they uncovered anything significant inside of that house?
Well, we asked those questions to our sources, and right now, no indication of what they found inside that home. We are told there will be an update tomorrow morning from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. Sometimes they will provide that information. Sometimes that information will wait days until there is information out in other media, other reports from the Sheriff's Office. So we should know more, I would guess, in the next 48 hours. Ryan?
Tony, appreciate your work on this tonight. Great job out there. Everyone processes tragedies like this a bit differently and on different timelines. So tonight I talked with Advent Health Crisis Assessment Specialist Timothy Kelly. He says our bodies actually respond to trauma in a similar way: racing heart rate, shallow breathing, and anxiety that something bad will happen because something bad did happen. He says that's a healthy response and that feeling will eventually fade. But if it doesn't, it's always okay to speak with a therapist or even see a doctor or go to the emergency room to hear from a crisis counselor. He also offered some advice for those of us who want to help loved ones who might be struggling right now.
A lot of times our supports are like, yeah, I'm willing to help with whatever you want. But sometimes people don't know how to ask for help. Right? So being able to say, hey, I can help you in these types of ways, that's something you would want, and being a bit more specific is usually a more helpful way to approach that.
The state of Colorado has several mental health resources available. Anyone could call the Colorado Mental Health Line at 988. It's free and available 24/7. The state also offers up to 6 free online or in-person therapy sessions for anyone 18 years old or younger. You can sign up for those on the website imattercolorado.org. We will continue to follow the shooting at Evergreen High School, and you can always find the latest updates right here on air and on our website, denver7.com. Stay with us. We'll have much more coverage coming up in just a couple minutes.
New video tonight released by Aurora police shows the shooting death of a 37-year-old man after a traffic stop.
Yeah, Denver 7's Veronica Acosta joins us now in studio. And Veronica, this video is showing several different perspectives.
Yeah, we're talking about 6 different videos here that were released by the Aurora Police Department, 6 different viewpoints as well of that shooting. In the videos, an officer shoots and kills 37-year-old Rajon Belt Stubblefield during a traffic stop that escalated to a confrontation, ending in that deadly gunfire. For the first time, we're also seeing pictures of the gun police say Belt Stubblefield tossed. Now, even though we're stopping the video before the fatal shot, we do want to warn you tonight, it is hard to watch.
Don't move!
New videos released by the Aurora Police Department Friday giving a glimpse and different viewpoints of Rajon Belt Stubblefield's final moments.
He was a husband. He was a father.
Surveillance video from 6th and Stable capturing it all. Belt Stubblefield walking toward the unidentified Aurora police officer after a traffic stop. The officer reaching for his baton for a moment, ultimately holding onto his gun. And then this, the officer hitting Belt Stubblefield before continuing to walk back, then shooting him several times. Normally, we would stop video before a shot is fired, but Denver 7 is choosing to show this portion because it's the part that's controversial. Attorneys say Belt Stubblefield stopped moving forward. Police see it differently.
Every event is a lesson learned. Every event you realize, okay, what could we do better?
Through tears Friday, Stubblefield's wife speaking for the first time.
He was my best friend. 1 year to be married to my best friend before he was taken away from me. And the last thing I thought it was going to happen again.
His son, who was with Belt Stubblefield when he was killed, pleading for justice.
He shouldn't have to lose his life. Shouldn't have to.
At least 72 hours before this, APD showed Belt Stubblefield these videos. Attorneys from across the country, including here in Colorado, calling for action. Among them, Ben Crump, one of the leading attorneys for the family of George Floyd.
When you watch that video, you're going to see one of the most horrific, traumatic, brutal, unnecessary, unjustifiable, and unconstitutional excessive use of forces that we've seen in America. I mean, you just look at the video and the aggression of the police officer.
Get on the ground!
4 pictures of the gun APD say Belt Stubblefield tossed also released Friday. During a press conference on September 2nd, APD Chief Todd Chamberlain referencing the gun standing by his officer.
As the suspect moved toward the officer and looking back at the weapon, the officer struck the suspect in an attempt to de-escalate the situation and to prevent him from focusing on the weapon and reaching that weapon.
These attorneys see it otherwise and now plead for justice.
It's always going to be a big deal with us. We're going to raise the justice baton for our brother Rajon.
And the Aurora Police Department still has not released the name of the officer who shot and killed Belt Stubblefield. The attorneys we heard from today did say they're awaiting the results of that independent investigation. That's coming from the 18th Judicial District's Critical Incident Response Team. In studio, I'm Veronica Acosta, Denver 7.
All right, we appreciate your work on that, Veronica.
Time there's going to be more information coming out to show that he was, in the very same way that Epstein was an asset. But with that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up that algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here. And I think we've come to the consensus that nobody has the right to tell us how we should feel, who we should grieve for, or anything like that, especially when the person that they're speaking about is an anti-Black bigot. Stone cold racist. And like I said, since they didn't want us celebrating his death, we celebrated everything that he talked about in his life. And as I stated earlier, I still feel nothing. The man should feel honored because he died as he lived. An anti-Black bigot. Salute to everybody who donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, anything like that. Much love to all of you. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you to all my members for being here. Thank you for everybody who's going to be in the replay gang. And with that being said, family and friends, make sure to keep your head on a swivel and always keep the hammer at the ready. Power tools. Make sure you're protecting you and yours. With that being said, family and friends, the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us Black people, he's doing everything in the world to make Black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us Black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.
I'm here with General Dogon of LA CAN. And my question is, how do we grow our campaign of mutual aid into a strategy to defeat the sweeps that are being undertaken by our cities today?
Revolutionary greetings, first and foremost. Thank you for that. And that's a good question. How do we do that, right? And so a lot of folks, first of all, when they do think of mutual aid, right, what do they think of? Right, they think of just coming out to help be my brothers and sisters keeper, right? Which ain't nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. We encourage people to do that, to get involved with that, right? But you just, in doing that, Understand me? We all got limits, right? There's so much that you can give out, right? Because the resources gonna run out, right? Unless you got a well that never runs dry, right? So what do, right? It's only so much that you could do because people just gonna take the resources and thank you, and they gone, right? People appreciate it, right? But that's not solving the problem, right? Because the issue is, okay, what's pushing the oppression to the point that we got to give my brothers sleeping bags, right? That we got to come out here and give people survival gear, right? They're being hit that hard where they losing tents, right? They're being swept off the street, losing everything they got, right? You know, how can we just keep doing that? So we can't keep doing that, right? So mutual aid, in a sense, how you grow is you got to organize the brother that you're giving the tents to. You got to let them know what the fight is all about. You got to know what it takes to get that tent. You know, that tent ain't easy, you know what I'm saying? And it don't come from a well, you know what I'm saying, that don't run dry. And so we want to let people know, right, that you need to come and get involved in the fight, basically. We got to come out here and give you a tent under these conditions. You already know you need to get involved in the fight because that's what's going to change it. Because we need to stand up, come together, right, and fight back against what's causing oppression to where the brother even getting his tent and the sweeps even happen from the beginning. And so that's how you grow mutual aid, is getting the people involved. And when you do mutual aid anyway, we supposed to let them know what the fight and what's going on anyway. You know, look at the Christians, the church. The church is some good organizers. You know what I'm saying? They gonna come out there, they gonna feed you, but then they gonna tell you about Jesus too. They gonna slide up on you with the Bible. They gonna tell you all about John 3:16, right? And they come on, try to get you. Come on, accept the Lord. Come on, get him now, right now. He ain't gonna have it every day. You better get him now. And so that's what we gotta do in the revolution. You know what I'm saying? We come out there, we gotta give a brother food, a plate. Let me give him a tent. Hey, come on, let me do it. This is your rights. Know your right. You see him doing this? Yeah, then this is what you gotta do, right? Educate our people, right? Let them know, hey, man, where you gonna be at this time tomorrow? We want you to come to this meeting. And then we come out and we're gonna be our brother's keeper. We're gonna start doing some street watch. We're gonna do mutual aid. We're gonna do street watch. We're gonna do some revolutionary theater, right? We're gonna get out here. We're gonna do some art and culture. We're gonna decorate the place. You know what I mean? That's what the mutual aid is. We're taking it to the next level, right? When it's like, mutual aid remind me also too of when you look at any war, right? You see the Red Cross. They right there with their tent with the little red cross on it. They out there doing mutual aid, but at the same time they got their helmet on. They heard, hey, come on, man, we can do this stuff, right? And they doing the same thing. So that's what it's really about. We've got to understand that, you know, we out there in the battlefield too. Right, and so yeah, we want to be able to, you know, take the aid to the level of revolution. Yeah, so organizing works in many forms and fashions, right? And so we have a campaign, right, called 4118, right? Believe it or not, this is like the longest running campaign I have ever been involved in my life. It has from the time I was an intern at LA Can up until right now. I'm finna retire maybe a year. It have. And 4118 is still on my desk, right? I told myself I am not retiring until I retire this, abolish it, right? So this is one campaign that has also been at the city council's table, you know, for the last 25 years, right? That's why it's at my table, because they can't let it go, right? And so the campaign goes to many forms and shapes. It's like X-Slack. It's all over the place. Right. First, they go use, 4118 to ticket people. You know, they got a ticket campaign to move you off. Right. They go from ticket to arrest. Try to arrest everybody off. And they go from that to, okay, is he around? Where'd he go? He went to the store. Okay, get his property. Go get it right now. Get his car in the truck. And then get out of it, right? It goes to them stealing your property. So it goes to many campaigns to them feeling just coming with resolutions where they are right now. But it's like, you know what? We done just fed up with y'all people. Here's the resolution. You got to be out of here in 15 days. We put the fist around the whole place and the hell with you. Right? So all different kind of ways. And so I said that to say we got to be ready to fight that, because we revolutionaries, but we also reactionaries, because the city, is the ones that's doing the aggression. Right? So we are responding to their aggression. You know, we fighting back and pushing back against what they doing. We out there letting folks know what you ain't got to do. You ain't got to do that. How to protect yourself, right? And so the strategies vary. They change, right? And so what our job is to do is to continue, you know, to develop those new ways to do it. But some of the old organized ways that's textbook style ain't working. I can tell you that right now, right? And I feel like I remember, you know, in history when Martin Luther King, when he was trying to desegregate this country, you know, then he got to the point where he's like, man, you know what? I don't know if we're gonna get to the mountaintop doing what we're doing now. We got to change up, all right? And I feel that way right now. You know, in order for us to get to the mountaintop, man, we got to change up. We can't keep doing the same thing. And I really feel that we're gonna have to get more up close and personal. You're going to get more arrests. We got to take more hits, more losses, right? We gotta bump it up.
Right.
I'm gonna say that.
More street action, but also
more takeovers and shutdowns.
Takeovers and shutdowns, right? But how about working with the city council? And there's been electoral successes of having some people who are not anti-people get elected, like Ulysses, or she's the main one that I know. But how about these city council?
See, one thing when we talk about city council, shitty council, what we call it.
Yeah.
You know, first thing come to my mind is I thought the South lost the war, right? And you know, these supposed to be Democrats. You know what I mean? And I haven't ever seen so much evil and so much use of the police. You know what I mean? And so much, they got to go. You know what I mean? And the Republicans, it's insane, right? And so, what was the question again?
How are you working with the?
Oh, we can't work with them. That's what the question is. I mean,
but the new council,
because
the new council,
they bought and sold. I mean, you got 15 council members, and so it's like that's why they make 15, because they know it's like the odds of you getting all 15 on your side. You know what I mean? In our communities, on our issues, is like a fentanyl. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna happen unless they all vote to get rid of you. That's the only time they all vote. You know what I mean? All collectively when it comes to our issues, when it's time to get rid of them. Other than that, they be like, oh no, absolutely not. All right. And so it's like we got 2 or 3 people, you know what I mean, that's sane, and then the rest of them is like, no. It's like I said, for the last almost 19 years, I have been at the table with 4118. If it was that easy to just talk to some politicians, we'd have been this would have been over with long ago. We wouldn't have to be in federal court. This city has been sued, found the policy they use have been found unconstitutional over and over and over and over and over. This city is career criminals when it comes to criminalizing poor and homeless people. Right? They should have 3 strikes. They should be in the penitentiary.
But can we leverage voting, registration, new mobilization of poor people around elections? Can we use that to drive this campaign?
I like what Malcolm said about voting about right now. You know, sometimes we think we voted for somebody and they're voting for nobody. You know, and it goes back to, you know, one, do we have our issue on the ballot? No. You know, is their issue on the ballot? Yes. How many issues do they have on the ballot that's there? All of them. Right? Look what they got. Hair court. Proposition 1. You know, they got so many different things and they all cross over. You know, so if you get away with this one, they get you on that one. Right. You know, and so that's political poker. We tired of playing that game. You know, we lose at that game. That's their game. No, keep the table. Crooked poker. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we need somebody else to be an okay corral shootout, you know, dirty poker. No.
But hasn't the dialogue changed since someone like Ulysses was elected? Hasn't there been an ability to get those issues out on the table to a greater extent?
Just like I said, I could point to every time in the last decade or 2 where we have some council members, you know, that's like Ulysses, and you got the majority that's not.
Right.
You know, and so, I mean, what do you do when you got just 2 or 3 that's willing to do a press conference with you? Yeah, they're ready to say, yeah, that ain't right, you know, but how far does that go? What does that make change? That's not, I mean, we got to do more. And then there's a couple of articles in the LA Times, they don't give a damn about that, right? They don't give a damn about a couple of lawsuits and paying people off. No, to get what they want, yeah, and that's what they've been doing. And it haven't been changing. The only changes is just getting worse for us, right? And better for them, right?
Again, Madison? Again? Madison Cawthorn. Arrested again. Let's tell you why. According to Mediaite, former GOP Representative Madison Cawthorn, who is reportedly planning a political comeback. Well, hey. He was arrested for failing to appear in court. Cawthorn was first elected to the House in 2020. He was 25. Lost in 2022, the Republican primary, after he ran afoul of congressional GOP leadership. Do you recall? No, Madison. Let's give you details of the latest arrest. He was arrested Wednesday in Cape Coral, Florida. Warrant issued in Collier County. Former lawmaker was due to appear in court after he was cited by police in Naples for driving without a license on August 19th. Cawthorn was released on a $2,000 bond. That arrest comes less than a week after Axios reported Cawthorn was angling to return to Congress, this time as a representative from Florida's 19th district. The seat is currently occupied by Representative Byron Donalds. He's leaving Congress to run for governor of Florida. Republican leadership gradually soured on Cawthorn during his tumultuous lone term in March 2022. He alleged that other members of Congress invited him to a cocaine-fueled orgy in DC. No wonder he wants to get back there. No wonder. April 2022, police body cam video showed a pulled over Cawthorn insisting he was unaware that he did not own the vehicle he was driving. Later that month, he was busted for carrying a gun at an airport for the second time in 9 months. May 2022, Cawthorn admitted a video showing him. I just want to make sure, put my glasses on. I mean, it's a mirror, folks. Okay, so I'm going to read what the esteemed production staff put in front of me. Video showing him dry humping another man in bed was authentic. Look, I don't care how you get down. It's your business, okay? It's your business. Whatever floats your boat, whoever your partner is or partners, I really don't care. Although it is a little interesting. Madison is troubled. That is not a profound statement, Daron. What is the need to keep coming back to the political spotlight? Has he not? Well, he's damaged his reputation. He's also unwell, it seems. He's constantly in trouble.
Well, first of all, I think you answered your own questions with the cocaine-induced parties in Washington, D.C. Who would like to get over that? That's basically, he's trying to get back in that Diddy circle that happens to be in the Washington, D.C. realm, number one. Number two, it's also because he has some type of ego-driven narcissism, which makes him think he's above the law, which is why, and the only reason why someone would take a gun, not once, but twice to the airport. Fine. He's has a gun, he's a gun owner, he forgets it the first time. But the second time, at this point, you're doing it on purpose. Also, failure to appear is actually something that's more on your lawyer than it is on you. However, it is conceivable that he knew and just did not care. That's what the problem is. And that's what's problematic about him becoming a congressman. Now, I would like to say that I think he's a perfect congressman for the 19th District of Florida because he represents his constituents. This is Florida, after all. Who hasn't dry humped another male? Who hasn't taken a gun to the airport 2 or 3 times? Who hasn't done any of these things? It is Florida man. Let's elect Florida man back into Congress.
I mean, if he wants to get back there so badly, Can't Matt Gaetz represent him? Isn't Matt Gaetz a lawyer? I mean, somebody, I don't even know if he has a lawyer, because usually when something like this happens, your lawyer issues a statement. Instead, it's just, the mugshot, weary eyes. We wish you well, Congressman, ex-congressman.
Let's not go that far. We wish him.
We really don't. I
we don't
do
wish him
you
harm. We don't wish him harm.
Get
Bad news. Sorry, most of them are public clans. All right.
I see on the show this morning, you have Governor Healy talking about ICE doing enforcement operations at a church.
No, they were parked there. They did not do an operation there. She said they were parked in a public space legally.
But to say that and to push that out there puts fear in the immigrant community. So let me tell you,
to
what's
do
happening.
that puts fear in the community. To park the ICE agent's vehicle
they're on a
near
public
a church.
street.
They
They're
are
on a public street.
She said
They're on a public street
sir.
waiting to respond to a criminal alien release pulled aside the road. Let me tell you, in the last couple of days, what's happened in Boston. They arrested Victor Gomez Perez, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, with charges of aggravated rape, assault and battery with dangerous weapon, indecent assault and battery on a victim 14 years or younger. They arrested Kaylee Espinosa, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Colombia, with charges of aggravated assault on a pregnant victim. They arrested Joshua Gonzalez, a 23-year-old criminal alien from Dominican Republic, with charges for trafficking heroin, morphine, opium, resisting police, disorderly conduct, and drug distribution. They also arrested Samuel Armando Barrera, a 20-year-old criminal illegal alien from Guatemala, pending charges for assault and battery on a child. So Mayor Wu and Governor Healy, they ought to be calling ICE and thanking them for making their streets safer, to protecting their communities and taking these people off the street. They've turned a blind eye to this. They're sanctuary cities. Sanctuaries, cities, and sanctuary states are sanctuaries for criminals. Give ICE access to the jail to arrest a bad guy in the jail rather than have to go in the community to find them. Because when you go in the community and find them, it puts ICE officers at greater risk. It puts the community at greater risk. It puts the alien at greater risk because anything can happen on a street risk.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at CD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to the People's Republic of Chicago because Operation Midway Blitz is still underway. Tom Homan and the gang are still arresting, detaining, and deporting illegal immigrant criminal aliens, right? Those with records. And in the midst of that today in Chicago, one illegal immigrant was fatally shot and killed. And I do not apologize at all for saying this. I blame Democrats and their dangerous rhetoric for this. As I used to always say, and I will continue to forever say, whenever they speak, they're always projecting and talking about themselves, where it's so much about dangerous rhetoric, misinformation, disinformation, but we see the ones spewing dangerous rhetoric and how it's leading to not only their own constituents and those who they seek to protect, it's leading to them losing their lives, but also leading to them catching federal cases as well. So now let's take a moment to unpack this article here. Then I'm going to play a quick video clip of the scene of the incident and then go into some other video clips as well after the fact. But let's first jump in this article and unpack it. This is from the Chicago Tribune. The article is titled, ICE Agents Fatally Shoot Man After Traffic Stop in Franklin Park. Now allow me a moment to scroll down and let's unpack this article a bit. A federal immigration agent fatally shot a man in northwest suburban Franklin Park Friday morning after the agency says the man tried to flee a traffic stop and struck the officer with his vehicle, all right, which is a deadly weapon. The man who was killed was identified by the Department of Homeland Security as, excuse me, I might mispronounce his name, Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, right? 38 years old. DHS said in a written statement that Villegas Gonzalez is a citizen of Mexico and was in the U.S. illegally though further details were not provided. According to DHS, officers with U.S. Immigration and Customs conducted a vehicle stop Friday morning to arrest Villegas Gonzalez, who has a record of reckless driving offenses. And I want to take a moment to pause right there because that is extremely important to highlight that they did not pull this man over simply because he was Latino. That is not why they did that. They were very strategic and precise, knowing exactly who the target was and who they were going after for what crimes and offenses that he committed, right? So I just wanted to pause to highlight that. Stop letting people like Karen Bass lie to you and say this is some sort of racist act against Latinos. Remember, she said made the ridiculous statement that Latinos are being haunted. How nonsensical is that? It's that type of rhetoric that led to this man feeling the need that I have to flee and run from my life, and not only flee from my life, but make it a point to strike an ICE agent on top of that. It's rhetoric like that that created a situation like this. But let's get back into the article. Villegas Gonzalez refused to follow law enforcement's command and drove his car at officers, striking one of the ICE agents and dragging him a significant distance, the DHS statement said. Fearing for his life, the officer discharged his firearm and struck the subject. I mean, that all sounds pretty justified to me, right? Sounds pretty, that's just open and shut right there. Both the agents and Villegas Gonzalez were taken to a nearby hospital where Villegas Gonzalez was pronounced dead, authorities said. The officer sustained several injuries, but his condition was later stabilized, the statement said. And as we bring this article to a close, we are praying for the speedy recovery of our law enforcement officer who followed his training, used appropriate force, and properly enforced the law to protect the public and law enforcement, DHS Assistant Secretary of Public Affairs, Tracy McLaughlin said. Viral social media videos and activists encouraging illegal aliens to resist law enforcement not only spread misinformation, but also undermine public safety, as well as the safety of our officers and those being apprehended. Once again, I charge DNC lunatics with this. How many times did Tom Homan state, if you don't let us into jails, we're going to have to take to the streets. And when we take to the streets, it's dangerous for everybody, not just ICE agents, not just the illegal immigrants that they're trying to capture. It's dangerous for everyone, okay? But this is the type of recklessness and chaos that Democrats want because they thrive on chaos. Also, why it's dangerous to everyone. I want you to take a look at this here. Here's a clip of the scene of, like, you could say the incident. It's not a long clip. I got it from Chicago Goofies, I believe the Twitter page is called, so shout out to them. And just for the record, just a quick message for the YouTube manual reviewer. There's no blood, there's nothing gory going on here, nothing violent happening here in the clip that I'm going to play. It's just, you're going to see a crashed vehicle with ICE agents trying to assist a man that's lying on the ground, and the Chicago Goofies tag is going to be covering up pretty much most of the man's body. So yeah, just YouTube manual reviewer, everything's all good, everything's clear, okay? Well, now let's get into this clip next.
Thank you, Matt Twitty.
Hi, yes. I'm a CDL truck driver, and a car hit my trailer because I think ICE tried to pull him over, and he crashed into my trailer.
Now, the importance of me playing that, once again, goes back to what Tom Homan would say over and over again, ICE operations, right? Before this stuff even began. It's dangerous for everybody, not just the ICE agents, not just illegal immigrants, this guy ended up crashing into this trailer truck here, right? Now, fortunately, because the guy's in, you know, like a huge truck like this, nothing happened to him. But had it been anybody in just a regular sized vehicle, God even forbid, you know, women and children, who knows how that would have turned out for those just random pedestrians who just happen to be maybe driving home from school or going to, you know, a basketball game or whatever the case may be, just living their lives. And then now what should have just been a routine, more or less traffic stop, if the person didn't resist and, you know, run the ICE agent over, turned into complete madness and chaos in the streets of Chicago. This could have easily led to an innocent civilian losing their life, right? But Democrats don't care. They could care less. This is what they want. When they see stuff like this, it makes them happy because for whatever the reason being, they're unable to, you know, read the tea leaves and see that American people are tired of this kind of nonsense, but they think that this kind of chaos will still win them elections and that they'll be able to ride the wave of racism, xenophobic, and all this other type of stuff. But that's just not going to work anymore. People aren't going for that these days. They're not. So now let me pivot to Karen Bass. I've played this video so many times. I'm never going to stop playing this video of Karen Bass speaking utter nonsense, because once again, this situation that we're looking at right here, okay, with this wrecked vehicle, this car that's crashed into this trailer truck after the guy, the illegal immigrant, got shot for running over an ICE agent, dragging him for a significant distance, right? I'm charging DNC lunatics for this, because when you're saying nonsense like Latinos are being hunted, if they're believing this stuff, I guess you can say to whatever degree you want to give the illegal immigrant some defense. If he's believing the nonsense coming from Democrats, then yeah, we're being hunted. Oh my God, by masked men, right? They're going to take me away to an undisclosed location where no one's ever going to see me again. They're disappearing people off the streets. If that was actually a true statement, then I would probably do the same thing. I'm not condoning it at all. I'm just saying I could understand that if you believe this nonsense to be true, you'd probably do the same thing. You know what I mean? But the thing is that it's not true. And their foolishness is causing people to lose their lives and get harmed. Listen to this once again from Karen Bass.
It really amounts to hunting people that look like they're Latino. It's hard to get your car washed in LA now. Why? Because they prey on car washes.
About that.
It's ridiculous. I don't know how they get away with being able to say stuff like this that is just so untrue. And they don't bat an eye at the fact that it's costing people's lives. They don't bat an eye at it. I'm not going to play the video again that I played once before a couple times over. But I'll just explain it really quickly. Out here in LA, you know, recently, DHS was attempting to make an arrest on a suspect. You know, when they were trying to arrest a female suspect, some guy came up behind them with a skateboard and hit the DHS officer with a skateboard, which is a deadly weapon. They caught the guy that assaulted the DHS officer, but the, you know, illegal immigrant suspect got away. But now the guy that hit the officer with the skate out of Fed time because they're listening to these idiots like Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Brandon Johnson, JB Pritzker, Michelle Wu out of Boston. You could just keep going on and on. AOC, Jasmine Crockett. You're listening to these people, and people are losing their lives and ruining their lives because of this rhetoric. And it's just clear as day. I want to play this video here. I want to end it with this. I just want to play this video real quick from Maxine Waters. Listen to this nonsense that she's saying here.
Let's save the cause. Let's make sure we show up wherever we have to show up. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
Oh my God.
I would never in a trillion years advise anybody who listens to me to pull up on anybody. Okay, that is a recipe for disaster. Karen Bass, with all, Maxine Waters, with all of her influence and her really bad wig, is sitting here telling a crowd of people, and mind you, it's not just a crowd of people, this stuff rings out throughout social media. So millions of people are watching this. She's telling them, if you see anybody from this administration, and it doesn't just stop with the administration, at that point, it's anybody that you see or that is a Trump supporter or voted for Trump or whatever the case is. But we'll just stick with the administration. If you see anybody from this administration at a gas station, at a restaurant, just anywhere in society living their life, run down on them, create a scene and create a crowd and create havoc and madness and mayhem. This is what she actually called for. I'm going to play it again.
Let's stay the course. Let's make sure we show up wherever we have to show up. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
That is a great way to get your constituents harmed, if not worse. Okay? And it's a great way to get your constituents to harm other people, if not worse. You know what you're doing when you're saying this, and that's what you're calling for. They're calling for essentially mayhem. This is what they want.
Mayhem.
And they feel that this is their best strategy moving forward. But
commercial.
I just don't get it, because it's clear as day that it's not. It's clear as day that it's not. But one thing that is clear as day is that their rhetoric is causing people to lose their lives,
right? Exactly.
And spend significant time in federal prison if they get caught for engaging in nonsense. But I'll leave it there, man. These DNC lunatics are out of control. Truly out of control.
Oh, Lord.
Any and everything that they said about MAGA is who they are. And I'll leave it with that. That does it for today's news. So thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel, comment to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at CD Media Group. Link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video.
I want to get to that next topic, but I need to end this. This Professor Blacc Truth just did a new moment or two. All right, y'all. So appreciate y'all tapping in. I'm going to close this out now. Join me later after City Council for part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. And join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Yeah, it protects your neck, crew. Yeah, catch the replay. I had put the wrong damn cue in the damn thing. So these are the topics that I was going to cover on part 3 that got covered in part 2. So I'm going to have to go back and redo some topics for part 3. So I'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and the legal migrant flooded city. Peace. Or soon to be arrested in the deported city. Come on to Denver, Tom Homan and Trump. Get these fools up out of here. Peace.